revolution in our world. I'll post the first part one of six. So I'm not sure who this guy is. I'm not sure if he's spent any time in our community. This is old. It's an oldie but goodie. But it's clear that he's working in the field of optics. He might be an eye doctor or something.
Yeah, I've talked to enough Globers that they're all confused and they think angular resolution, the Rayleigh criterion, only applies to telescopes and stars.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
And cameras.
really?
Yeah,
You don't realize that Rayleigh criterion also applies to microscopes?
that's right. And you've got different types of diffraction.
Not to mention to your eye.
You've got near field and far field diffraction.
Yeah, you got Aries
Fresnel.
discs, and then you also got
Yeah.
linear diffraction as well if you're looking through a slit.
It's weird that they don't understand that the way that the eye works, it obviously applies to that as well. And we'll try and explain, "Oh, but your eye's not a camera." Dude,
It works
Yeah, what?
exactly like a camera.
Yeah, camera works
The
exactly like an
camera is
eye.
actually a copy of the eye.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to make curved sensors on the back wall of the camera, just like your eyeball.
That's why they make the spherical lenses, right? The spherical lenses help to flatten the
Yeah,
image against the back sensor.
that's right. Yeah, it's yeah. Knowing a little bit about geometry, projected geometry helps. And you don't have to take like rigorous college level courses for this. You can pick up an art book on a topic like shadows, how to draw shadows. You can open up an art book manual on this and they'll depict the light as rays and how to how to take a light source in your image in your drawing and use it to project proper shadows for the objects that are casting them. And there are all kinds of really neat principles you can follow. And you can get really good at drawing the projection of shadows from very complex objects like asymmetrical vases. You don't have to take like differential geometry or whatever to get to that. You can take some crafty art classes, gain a real practical, intuitive understanding. Art is important. I know AI likes to talk about this a lot. I couldn't steal his thunder on the subject if I wanted to. My mom had been a lifelong artist. She taught art in college and art history. She was also an astronomer. Go figure. Um,
He was a
but
pseudoscientist.
yeah, I guess so. But I grew up understanding principles of of art regarding perspective drawing and drawing with the right side of the brain and all this other stuff. Um, and I think it's really helpful. Artists understand how to see, particularly for visual arts, right? Like, and that's such an important trait. Antonio Subarat's legendary flat earther, may he rest in peace. Brilliant artist, absolutely brilliant artist. And his gift of understanding how to see helped him realize what we're seeing. It's not a globe.
True.
He had so many great like at home demonstration tests you could do with simple things like the blinds on your window. Like, here, we'll prove the earth is flat using my window blinds. Like, what? And he goes through it. It's like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. That's really cool. Oh man. But
Yeah,
anyway, yeah,
a lot of people who are Globers don't know what they're seeing when they're looking out in the world. They see it's
right.
flat, but they think it's a globe.
Hmm.
With the Subarats collection, if anyone wants any of those videos, some people have managed to acquire the entire collection. Just saying. So if you ever want to get hold of them, just hit me up. And there's others that have it too that I know of, so they can pretend that they don't, but they're also collectors of rubbish. and other things.
Hey, Matrix, I indexed his collection with descriptions of what he talks about in his videos because he often goes
I
off topic from what the title is. I hope you have the index.
I know I have your list, and I've also
Yes.
downloaded the ones that can't be downloaded.
Yeah, we talked about that. You do have my list. Yep. Great.
Oh yeah. Anyways,
Yeah.
I'm gonna duck off and try to get some more photos now that it's sunny out, and I've got a higher IR reading. I can go out and
Good.
see if I can get clearer shots of these hills. I'll be back,
And
guys.
best of luck. Ooh, man. Here's a cool GIF.
Yeah, that looks freaky.
Infrared photography is really neat. Like, I don't know, it's quirky, fun. Why does the sun's size stay constant? Pablo asks. If the sun were moving closer and further away, to change in apparent size during the day? Well, that depends where the sun is. I mean, and how the sun manifests. We wouldn't make any claims about that.
Well, the sun doesn't travel in a straight line; it travels in an arc,
That's another thing.
which means its distance does not change that dramatically.
And it could still be of relatively immense size.
And plus, we're looking at it through a giant lens called the atmosphere, which distorts its size.
The arcing path, Rayleigh, I think that's a really good point. I've been aware of this and haven't brought it up much, but I think that needs to be brought up more often.
Yeah, I kind of calculated based on current globe measurements on during the winter solstice how much the sun would change in size. Well, or so distance from the observer from my observation. It's only like 21%. Not that
Hmm.
great. Like I said, once we get something that could stay stationary at high altitudes, like over 100,000 feet, and then watch the sun as it goes through the day, that would be interesting to see.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Gotta cut out the atmosphere. And like I said, and also the sun is a celestial object. It may not be subject to all terrestrial physics. Objects on the ground here change size with their distance, but and that's not true for celestial objects that are large distances away.
We still have some people in the community that are unaware of the effects of the bloom of the sun on the sensor of the camera, your eyeball, causing bleed over into other pixels, giving an appearance that the sun is much larger than it actually is.
Yep.
And as it dims and fades, it appears to shrink, but that's because the bloom is getting small. The sun, through a filter, really does not appear to change that much, but still has variability. And that variability could also still be explained by other factors like what you brought up. So yeah, I mean it's mysterious, man. Like one of the things you have to have is humility as you approach this topic when you're new. You have to clear out these preconceived notions of what the sun is. People try to take the burning plasma ball in a vacuum and stick it above a flat Earth pizza disc, and then try to debunk flat Earth with this mental construct, which is entirely foreign to what we actually experience to begin with.
Hmm.
There's no reason to accept that as a straw man.
That's right. And let's not forget that the sun doesn't prove the shape of anything. Thanks. That's
Right.
what the thing that you seem to be forgetting. You're looking at the sun. You're no longer looking at the surface of the earth, which is what we're concerned with. Is it curving?
And flat or globe, you have two different observers looking at the sun. When they each point to it and have three observers, let's say you got three observers, all of them looking at the sun at the same time, and they point their fingers at the sun, where those pointer fingers intersect in three-dimensional space is not going to match for all three observers simultaneously. And this holds true flat or globe. The sun is observer dependent completely. Everybody sees the sun in their own position, kind of like when you watch the sunset and you see the ripples on the waves. You stick your feet in the sand, you're looking out at the horizon, the sun is setting off in the distance, gorgeous sunset, and you see a beam of light going from the sun from the ocean and the vast distance out to your feet. The sun is lighting up the ripples of the waves. Another observer standing 50 feet away sees the same thing. But if you're to go look at their feet and the ripples and the light, you're not going to see the sun's reflection over there. You're going to see it in front of you. But the observer over there is going to see the reflection by their feet out to the horizon, and they're not going to see it over by you. Yeah. The moon also behaves in mysterious ways, similar to the sun, but even more with more lunacy.
I like it, lunacy.
Yeah. That moon loves to wander to the left and to the right of the ecliptic. Like, wow. It's pretty, I think it's like plus or minus 18 degrees on either side over the course of its cycles.
Bro,
Yo,
hello.
hello. Can I help you?
What's yeah, I don't understand many very good in English, but what's the topic of the speech?
We are flat earthers.
Okay.
Advanced or English too.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome. We talk
Continue, bro.
about, yeah, we talk about the world as we observe it and experience it. We get into the topics of geometry, measurements, sometimes science when it's ancillary to the topic. Logic. Anyway. Yeah, man. What is the sun? How can astronomers prove to you today that stars are in the same category as the sun? I don't know. I don't know how I mean, they could go through the whole cosmic distance ladder thing and the Big Bang and make all these careful assumptions. But I mean, nobody really knows. Nobody knows the true length of an astronomical unit or a light year. And then when they introduced Einstein's relativity into the cosmos. It gets even crazier. Nobody knows the true distance of anything due to their own claims of relativity being on the field in play as a variable. And then they make it worse with dark matter and dark energy. So scrap the whole thing. I mean, start over, begin with first principles, realize that we know far less than we thought we did. It's kind of humbling.
That's what I want to do, is start over with first principles and map out our wonderful flat Earth.
Yeah, that'd be nice. It'd be nice to use a system that's divorced from latitude and longitude.
Exactly. And I think range finding with ham radio would actually do that.
I wonder
It would.
about that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we, like, let's say you and I pinged a ham radio signal off each other, measured the microseconds, we get a distance. No latitude needed, no longitude needed. We've got a distance between each other. And if we were happened to be at two major cities when we did it, we would know the distance between those two major cities. And that's, now we can draw those as 2 points at a scaled distance on a sheet of paper. And we've already got a start.
I don't know if I would trust, like, how would we assess our error margin for the measurement?
Well, we could test it at known distances, like along long stretches of road where we can measure it physically. So we
Does
could
the error scale?
Well, we could test it at like 100 miles and 200 miles and 300 miles and see how the error scaled.
Yeah.
There would obviously be a certain non-scaling error, say plus or minus an uncertainty of, so many microseconds due to our probably so many milliseconds due to our mechanism for measuring the time delay. Then there would be a scaling error or that would scale with distance based on like exact air temperature. So we would need error bars for that, but it would still very very totally debunk the globe for sure, even if they didn't all match flat exactly perfectly due to variations in air temperature that we didn't know about and the exact speed of the radio waves. It wouldn't come anywhere close to globe. I think it would be an amazing start for sure. And we can use other clues too, like in 2022 when Tonga lost an island to a violent volcano eruption. The shock wave traveled over the whole surface of the Earth and was picked up, and the time of its arrival was recorded in all the cities in the world as a barometric pressure spike. So we could also use sound delay data also. So we now actually know the distance between Tonga and all the cities of the world as well.
Yeah.
But we need more points.
I don't know how to. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to assess error.
Do you think that the error could be somehow great enough that it would produce a globe map?
seems to be the case.
But like that would require sound to have, or the shock wave to have reached a farther city sooner than it reached a near city right in the path.
Well, is a sound diffracting around a globe?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Propagating.
think it is.
Well, or a flat Earth, it doesn't matter. It's going along the surface. It was an air pressure shock wave, basically. So regardless of flat or globe, it was moving along the surface at the speed of sound, whatever
Yeah.
sound was moving at that
Yeah.
time.
You could probably get some good estimates, but yeah, what kind of error constraints do we need to differentiate flat from globe? I'm wondering though just about the mechanics of the sound itself and its propagation, whether or not it's capable of wrapping around a globe. And then what would be the mechanism causing it to do so, to change its principal direction continuously?
But we don't need to worry about that because we're making a flat Earth map because Earth
Yeah,
is
I
flat,
guess
right?
so. I guess so. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're kind of beyond that. Okay, yeah, for the point of this discussion. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, in that case, yeah, we probably could cobble something together that might be interesting. You know, it's interesting, Jesse. I was researching surveying in China. I actually posted this in 24/7 Chinese surveying laws. They're really draconian. You have to use the Chinese government's datum when you survey. Besides just being licensed in their own Chinese way and going through all the gatekeeping to get that done, you have to use their datum. You're not allowed to use any foreign datums whatsoever. So you have to stick to the CCP's government datums. And if you take your survey out of the country, you get super fined, arrested, thrown into jail, families disappear, and all that stuff.
That sounds like what a communist country would do. Yeah, that
Yeah.
checks all the boxes.
Yep. And it's because they've done things to their datum to conceal state secrets, national interests. Same with
Oh,
their
probably.
GPS system.
Yeah.
They've altered the coordinates. I mean, I remember reading too, like there was some Middle East conflict some years ago where I think the Israelis had moved. Gosh, what was it? They moved like a Hezbollah headquarters location, the coordinates in GPS to Ben Gurion Airport or something.
Wow.
Yeah. What people don't realize is GPS is like it's not just the pseudo ranging that they operate by. When the GPSs do their initial spin up and they're acquiring satellite data, they're actually downloading an ephemeris and the almanac at a very slow bit rate. Takes freaking forever. And that ephemeris tells this receiver where the satellites are expected to be in the future. So it's all baked in. And the signal from the satellites is accompanied and enriched by a ground station network called CORS. That's that real-time RTK stuff. Where they, yeah.
Speaking of GPS, do you believe that the 1 pulse per second output by GPSs are sufficiently synchronized across the face of the Earth, or do you think that's also a scam? The PPS.
How would you tell?
By having two people at two different locations. Like, let's say I would use ham radio to transmit my pulse per second to you. You compare it to yours. Obviously, there would be an offset because of the distance between us, and the delay of my radio signal to you, then you would transmit your pulse per second to me,
I see
and
what you're saying.
that delay back should be the same if they're
Yeah.
synchronized.
Yeah, that's a good point. That'd be a fun test. And to do that in different parts of the world.
Yeah. I do know. I actually used to work for a small local wireless internet service provider, and we were using some gear that did some microwave links that were doing time division multiplex, and they actually used that just the timing signal. They each had each end of the link would have a GPS receiver, and they'd use the timing signal so that they could both transmit at the same time, and they would know that they knew their distance because they were, lidar or radar ranging off each other, and they would both transmit at the same time using the GPS sync pulse to know when to transmit, and then they'd both stop just before the other's signal reached them, so then they could both stop and listen to the radio waves that were now just in the air in transit. Does that make sense?
Yep, it does. No,
So I know it's locally it works good, but it would be interesting to find out if it works over great distance.
yeah. Well, you'd have to measure the distance. If you got the GPS distance, it'd be circular.
Well, I'm just talking about the pulse per second part, because
Mhm.
since we can measure the delta time from me to you and then from you to me, if our 1 PPS signal is not synchronized, then the delay then it will show an asymmetry in the delay time, right?
Yep, I'd
But
agree.
but if the delay time is the same going both directions, then it would kind of have to be synchronized, wouldn't it?
That'd be an interesting thing to check out. I found posted a paper somewhere. I thought this was interesting. Kind of still on topic. Modern GPS systems, just from the satellites, the accuracy just from the satellites alone is as accurate as the old ELORAN system. And what makes it more accurate are the ground towers. 1,300 ground towers around the world. I find that a fascinating coincidence. Unenhanced GPS is comparable to the old school LORAN system from World War II, but it's the ground towers that make it more accurate.
So by enhanced, you mean like the data that's transmitted from the satellites in the WAAS or something?
Yeah, just from the satellite transmissions, wherever those are, fine. Satellites at, geosync orbit or half geosync, whatever. That, yeah, that the raw unenhanced data from those matches the accuracy of the LORAN system. That is a hell of a coincidence.
So are you talking about the Wide Area Augmentation System, WAAS?
CORS, CORS, might be part. What you mentioned might be part of the bigger CORS network.
Well, CORS is a thing that's done in local areas.
Yeah, state by state. Yeah, but it's also worldwide.
Well, so there's something called Wide Area Augmentation System, where GPS correction data or position correction data is sent from the satellites to the receivers. So it actually works anywhere in the world because it's not coming from ground towers, it's coming from the satellites with the other data.
Yeah, I think that's different. Because that's satellite based, but CORS is ground based. They're called different things, I think, in other countries, but it's part of the same network. Did you hear that Secretary of Defense Charlie Wilson, who's the Secretary of Defense, Charlie Wilson's War, great movie with Tom Hanks, by the way, go watch it. He when the Russians bragged about Sputnik, he called it a scientific trick
I did not know that.
publicly on CBS. Yeah. Why would he say that?
I have no idea.
I don't know either. These are the reasons why you keep coming back here to chat with us, right? You know, poking holes, not ruining your worldview, but at least, there's some interesting challenges here, some ideas. Yeah. It's I keep coming back to the idea of, just like, when a jury issues a not guilty verdict, I say Earth is not a globe. It's far more honest and open than just calling it flat definitively. Because we measure it as such, but really I wonder what this place is. And personally, I consider this place as a divine realm that is absolutely more mysterious than we can conceive in any lifetime or number of lifetimes. When people take gravimeters around, start measuring the strength and the direction of the field of the plumb lines, they wrap that around a reference ellipsoid, but without it, it'd just be a lumpy gravity plane. That's assuming that they're really actually measuring that to begin with, because this still originates with the stars. Stars not being at their exact precise apportion point in the sky that they expected it to be, assuming that gravity's bending the starlight away from where it should be. So in that case, really, what are they witnessing but maybe the sky being rather lumpy and not as uniform and smooth, silky smooth as people think it is.
Speaking of whatever, weight and stuff, what are your thoughts on the Eötvös effect?
The what effect?
The one where, like if you put a mass on a scale and you fly along the equator east to west, and then you turn around and fly back west to east, the mass will weigh more going one way and weigh less going the other way.
I think I've heard of something like that.
It was discovered, I think, in the early 1900s by people who on a ship who were actually weighing something on a ship, and they noticed that the direction of the ship changed the weight of the object on the scale.
Yeah. Well, maybe electrogravitics are a thing, and there is some kind of drag coming from a preferred direction, Jesse. I don't know. There's another server that's dedicated to deep dives of that phenomenon.
Oh, what server is that?
Oh, the Aether Cosmology folks. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They won't let me in there.
That's like the Sagnac effect thing, right? It's all kind of weird. It's weird, and it's I don't know.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello.
Hello, Christ is risen.
Christ? What's Christ, yes?
Never mind. Welcome to the Flat Earth chat, my friend.
The what?
This is
Hello,
24/7
bro.
flat Earth. We
Hello,
talk about
hello,
how
bro.
flat the Earth is.
Hello.
Hello.
كيف أمك؟
So, regarding
Hello.
how flat the Earth is, have you ever
Fuck you
seen
and your
curvature with
mother.
your own two eyes? So,
I mean, what does curvature look like? What would it
yeah,
look like?
that's a good question. I mean, there are phenomena out there that could look like it. People talk about this all the time. But
So, which raises a question. There's a little bacteria creature called a paramecium, and
paramecium brain.
yeah, um, and they multiply by dividing. In other words, one will the DNA group will split, will duplicate and split, and then move half of it to each end, and then the little creature splits in the middle, and then there's two little ones, and it's a clone of itself. They also multiply other ways, but they do it this way. So, do you know what a paramecium says after dividing? It says, "A pair of me, see 'em?"
Paramecium. Yeah.
Anyway, you can't see them with your naked eye, but you sure can see them through a microscope. So, would you say I've seen a paramecium with my own two eyes, or did I not because I was looking through a microscope? Because when I use the right optical instruments, then yes, I can see the curve, but not standing at the beach just without any aid to my own two eyes. Nor should I be able to at the globe claimed radius. So I guess my question is, in order to qualify as having seen it with my own two eyes, can I use optical instrumentation or not?
Yeah. Yeah. Provided you understand what you're working with, I think, then yeah, of course.
Okay.
Or any kind of instrumentation that's as direct as possible. Without like gathering a bunch of data, hoovering up a bunch of crap with all the noise, and then applying a model to the noise to try and determine whether or not the information you're looking for in the noise exists, which is what seems to happen over and over and over again. We had a guy in here earlier today who unknowingly submitted us proof of gravity, like the cause of gravity, a 21st century version of Cavendish. And I don't think he understood that that's what it was. It was gold balls, 1 millimeter in size, suspended on torsion bars, and their oscillations measured by a laser. So, and even if, and basically, like they had so many noise problems that pedestrians outside walking was messing with the data, and they couldn't get a clean read, so they had to only do readings on holidays. They said in the paper, like, and this guy was absolutely totally convinced that they had controlled for every variable. And I'm like, guy, when they're in the middle of testing and they're uncovering new variables like pedestrians across the street and shit like this that's screwing with the test, how can you be so sure that they ruled out all the variables to begin with? And then once they hoovered up all the data, they started attacking it with models and found something that kind of worked. They found words spelled in their alphabet soup, and they declared victory, that there's order within the soup and the chaos of the mix of the soup. And he thought it was
Yeah.
perfectly fine.
Yep. Let's see here. Sorting through the noodles. Oh, here's a V. Okay, set that one aside. Oh, here's an I. Yep. Yep.
I
We'll, we'll
predicted this.
we'll get victory if we keep picking noodles out here.
Yeah. I would like to survey the Earth with something I don't know. The oceans, it remains a tough part, and I was thinking something more direct than radio, something like, EO infrared buoys, set up a triangulation network,
Oh,
and you have
measuring
anchor
azimuth,
points.
measuring
Yeah,
azimuth angles.
that's right. Yep.
Yeah, I
You
would
could
love
see
to do
so
that
far.
too.
Yeah, it'd be so expensive though. Like,
Yeah, that's the
I need like
problem.
$2 billion from Congress, and then I'll set it up.
Yeah, these. Well, let's see.
Have emitters and receivers. Just
I mean, basically, you could have a few ships. The difficulty is how would, because the ships would have the ships would have gyrostabilized towers on them, and the theodolites would be on the towers, and so you could do your triangulation between 3 ships, and then you would move one of them, but keep the other 2 stationary there. But that's the difficult part, is keeping them from drifting a little bit, because you
yeah,
wouldn't want them to drift.
drift would
You
show up in a triangulation network.
could
With a
you
method.
could you use GPS to lock the ships in their position, or does GPS move out on the ocean?
Well, considering the ionosphere moves and drifts, and GPS has to be corrected, maybe it moves. I don't know, but I don't know. I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't use GPS. I'd use line of
Yeah,
sight. Line of sight. Old school technique with high tech.
right. I'm just trying to figure out how it would be possible to keep these 3 ships stationary while we measured the angles of the triangle.
Yeah. I mean, anchor, and then you're gonna have some wander.
You'd have to cross anchor, like 3 anchors pulling it all directions, basically.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be expensive. It would be expensive.
It would be expensive, but man, there are ways to get answers to these questions that are extremely definitive, but they're expensive.
Well, that's what I like about using the sound waves from naturally occurring large sounds and ham radio, because it's so much cheaper.
Yeah, it's accessible.
Yeah,
There's something to that.
and like let's say you and obviously I recognize that a lot of flat earthers don't subscribe to the AE map specifically, but what whatever the flat earth is, however the continents are laid out on the flat earth, there is, a central point to the known continents, and then there is, you could draw a circle around the outside of all the known continents, and that circle around the outside of the known continents, like if you made it from straight lines from city to city to city to form a circle around the outside of the known continents using ham radio distance or whatever, the difference between that on a flat earth and that same path on a globe earth would be massively different, because obviously on a globe the distances start reconverging on, as you depart from the equator going either way, whereas they just diverge going outward on a flat surface. So even though there would definitely be some uncertainty due to the exact speed of radio and a couple milliseconds of uncertainty in the hardware, it wouldn't be nearly enough uncertainty to make it ambiguous. It would still come in real clear flat or whatever. Did that make sense, or did I butcher it?
No, I like it. I like it. It's like, it's basically like a Loran system.
Absolutely. Exactly. Except not government run. Frankly, I wish the Loran system was still running over the whole world. It would make the process a lot simpler. But alas, progress has arrived.
Yeah. Progress by way of a multi-billion-dollar satellite constellation whose unenhanced accuracy equals the Loran system it replaced. It's crazy. It's true. It's crazy and true.
Let's see, how accurate was... Okay, providing an absolute accuracy within 600 to 3,000 feet. And it offered excellent repeatability accuracy, allowing users to return to the same spot to within 50 to 300 feet. Okay. Now I'm going to look up how accurate GPS is without WAAS.
And without cores.
Right, well, CORS doesn't work out in the ocean.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
WAAS does work out in ocean.
I don't know.
It looks like
I wonder
10
how
to
far.
50. Looks like GPS without WAAS is typically 10 to 50 foot error.
They've got buoys out in the ocean for GPS, for cores. Yeah, reading about them right now. Yeah, Loran was 10 to 20 meter accuracy, 20 meters.
What was 20 meters?
Loran.
Oh, yeah. Loran was only 2D though, right?
GPS used to only be 2D.
Really? When was that?
Yeah. Yeah, before they did something to allow for the vertical axis, and even then the vertical wasn't that great initially. I forgot.
Because my first exposure to GPS, of course, was in the 90s, and it was 3D then. How do you think they're doing it from ground stations or from balloons?
I don't know.
I think it would have to be from balloons, because if they're all on the surface, you couldn't get that third dimension.
For that part, yeah. No, I'm reading up on it. I'm reading up here. Yeah, GPS initially was only 2D. It didn't have any orthometric height. Huh. Initially, and cores and WAS helped with modern augmentation for adding height. That's weird. No, I don't know. It's not the open source system that a lot of people purport it to be. GPS is still very much highly protected.
But is it not true that you can download an open source receiver for a software-defined radio, though, that works?
Yeah. But you don't have access to the backhaul. It's encrypted.
Right, and which it should be, because otherwise people could be feeding bogus information into it to upset the whole donkey cart. Nefarious people.
You know how I think they hack it? It's ground station jamming. They jam core stations and they broadcast fake signals from the ground that the GPS will interpret as being from the core's network, as an example, hypothetically. And they can delay timing. They can do all kinds of. They can move the coordinate system from a Hezbollah outpost to Ben Gurion Airport using ground-based radio. Chinese government does this in order to keep their citizens from wandering too close to military bases and research stations and things like that. Be foolish to think that doesn't happen here. I mean, Google Earth already has been manipulated to move things around from their original spots and locations and covering things with other features, terrain features that don't exist there on purpose.
Yeah.
So,
but this raises an interesting question. Let's say, because we can take a directional dish antenna and point it at the claimed location or angle to satellite or to the GPS satellites, balloons, whatever, and we find that is the direction that the signal is coming from.
yeah. Well, yeah.
And so that kind of means, it has to be a balloon that's up there. And we know it's way up there because multiple people in different locations, triangulating to it, have a converging angles to it that show that it's way, way up there.
Could it just be a passive balloon like Echo? They claim to put those balloons up at 1,000, even 3,000 feet. I saw in this really interesting documentary. DJ clipped it. Feet,
Well,
I meant miles. Excuse me, I'm tired. 3,000 miles.
Oh, the inflated satellites, balloon satellites.
Yeah, massive reflecting disco balls. So you could ground station beam up to these, and then boom, it comes down from space. Who knows what they have in the 21st century now, huh?
The interesting thing is, though, that let's say we've got 3 people in a straight line on Earth, and they're all receiving, and there's a satellite balloon or a GPS balloon straight above the center guy. And these three people are, say, 20 miles spaced apart, so a 40-mile distance with a guy in the middle.
Hmm.
They're all receiving the same signal, but they're receiving it at slightly, the two outer guys are receiving it at a slightly delayed time as compared to the guy in the middle.
Hmm.
But it's the same signal because their antennas are all pointing at the same place. And compared to the height of the balloon, they're really, really close. So it doesn't seem feasible to actually be sending individual separate beams to each of the three ones, because the satellite or the balloon would need to know where they were to beam, specific time, different timings to them. So
Yeah, maybe they're not passive then. Yeah, powered, or I mean, who knows?
but what's interesting is with these three people in a straight line, they know their difference in distance from the satellite or balloon or whatever to themselves. And this allows them to tell whether they are on a flat surface, a concave, or a convex, because obviously if the guys on the two ends of the straight line are dropped down due to ball earth, or lifted up due to concave or whatever, that would change the distance and the time of flight of the signal to those two guys. So it raises the paradox: is how could the system trick those two guys into thinking they're further down than they really are? Does that make sense, or do you need a diagram?
No, I understand. I mean,
So,
maybe they're not passive. Maybe they're active.
but not only would they need to be active, but they would need to know where those guys were in order to give them a spoofed signal with a false time offset, and they'd have to have super tight antennas pointed, tight beam antennas pointed right at them, so that they could get separate signals to the three guys, even though the three guys were so close together compared to the height of the balloon. And since GPSs receive only and don't transmit, the satellite or the balloon wouldn't know who was where and how to fake their signal. So they would basically just have to have billions and billions of super high gain antennas pointing like at pixels all over the surface, providing time offsetted signals to simulate a curved surface. Does that make sense?
Hmm. No. Well, I mean, already the satellites are given an ephemeris, which are then broadcast to the receivers. Like, the satellites don't inherently know where they are. They're told where they are by the ground, so it's a closed loop. That's the problem, man. When it comes to like balloon tech, it, it sounds silly, and people have weather balloons in their minds, but you can find in the open source pretty easily that I'm not talking tethers. There's there's the balloon tech is really advanced. There's an old project. The A balloon is deployed by a rocket and filled with a gas. The gas expands inside, and when the shell of when the balloon material interacts with solar rays, it hardens and forms a really tough shell. And then the gas is evacuated out, and now you've got a large volume It's a vacuum inside. It's super buoyant, and it's a rigid body. They've been doing that for a while.
Wow.
Yeah.
It, what elevation? What altitude were they running those at?
Hundreds to thousands of miles up.
Oh, okay. Okay. So there really wouldn't be any significant gas pressure on the outside either. So they were just how high did you say?
Hundreds to thousands.
Wow, of miles? Wow.
Hmm.
So at that altitude, they would just be masses orbiting, basically,
I'm
not
gonna post
particularly
something.
buoyant balloons. What's that?
Yeah, I'll post something in the chat. Hold on. To back this up.
I think I read about that, but they weren't being held up by their displacement. They were moving very, very fast, and they were basically in orbit according to the documents, right?
Yeah. Here we go. I posted it to the wrong chat. Oh man, I'm exhausted. Here we go. There's a Wikipedia article on it. That's how you know it's true. Furthermore, they use forgot to mention the fun part. They can use a non-conductive dielectric material like mylar. Now they're stealth.
I thought they put enough aluminum in the mylars to make them radio reflective anyway.
Well, not for these other applications.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm not talking reflectors. Turns into a rigid body. Complete vacuum, really good vacuum inside. And they can maneuver pretty easily with along Earth's magnetic fields. There you go.
Speaking of balloons, that's another thought I had was if three people could simultaneously ping with radar, radio or laser or anything off of a balloon or really anything that was just up really high, but all three do it at the same time, but they'd be along a straight line on Earth. Once they know their distance from that point, whatever it is, and then they also know their distance from each other, then they could solve for how the three baselines of those three triangles lined up. Does that make sense?
Hmm. Yeah.
But that'd be kind of expensive, kind of a big project. Oh, hold on, I got company.
Well, I hope you picked up on that article I posted. gonna post another one. Gunther's space page. Hello, I'm Gunther. Here is my space page. There's another article. Check that out. I wonder where Josh Ingersoll is. Posting another resource. Womp womp.
X7. I'm sorry.
Hmm. Got SpaceX launching spy satellites. But they're just a private company. It's just a guy in his backyard with an ST's rocket, and he's just shooting that thing up in the sky, guys. What's so secretive about that? Or it's a globe. Oh, that's great. So Ethergress, I'm seeing in memes posting the. Oh, that's awesome. Somebody made an animation of a balloon deployed, a rocket deployed balloon. Basically it. The balloon tech is out of this world, though, based off of what I've been reading here on Wikipedia. I'm almost scared to read what AI is concluding about all this. Black helicopters might come hover over my house. This is fascinating shit. All right, let's.
I'm back.
All right. Launched in 1990 via STS-36. Satellite utilized deliberate debris shedding and orbital maneuvers to fake its own destruction, its own decay, and evade Soviet space surveillance network. The program relied on massive deployable conical shields, ultraviolet rigidized after inflation, designed to geometrically scatter radar and optical energy away from observers.
Why didn't they just send up a big shrink wrap machine and just shrink wrap all the enemy satellites?
Yeah.
Or wrap them up in aluminum foil?
I would be concerned that these things are probably booby trapped. Could you imagine like booby trap them with a nuke or something? Nobody wants to touch them for fear of an international incident because everybody knows they're booby trapped. That's what I think. What if the Chinese spy balloon was booby trapped? We got lucky. Wonder who is responsible for going to retrieve the wreckage. That'd be interesting. Anyway, we've got Pablo been chat skanking for like 2 hours. It's a bunch of what? Chat GPT copy pasta? Definitely acting like one of our biggest fans under an alt account. Let's see. Oh, he happened to join the server today.
Well, he
Just to
can, he
talk
can
to
come
us.
into the VC now.
Oh, good.
That's 2 hours is long enough. I think that's long enough in the side chat. That qualifies him for VC verification, right?
Yeah, it sure does. Is he in? Let's see. Is he on our VC roster right now, or is he? No.
No,
No.
he's there just copying, pasting some text from Facebook. Amateur Globers.
Well, hey, I'm gonna tell Pablo you can time for you to join VC. And you know, if he doesn't, then he gets text muted. So his option's either to join us in VC or leave. How about that? Copy user info, copy user ID. All right. Locked and loaded. I'm also going to make a note. Note. It's good when you take notes on people to take notes on basically everybody. You never know when some clown shows up again under an old sock account and you happen to take good notes on that sock account. And you can start linking them together once you figure them out. Be like, update your note with his main. So here we go. What's it? 5/2/26. Pablo. See, this is the name he was using on this date. English Hub. This is how I do it, guys. I'm giving you access to Yoder's methods behind the scenes. So I date it. I put his name that he used on that date, where it was, the English Hub, chat skanking for hours in text.
I probably have a pretty boring list all under one name.
Yeah,
Or does
you're
it?
not sus like these guys. See, Pablo English Hub, chat skanking for hours in text. What else to add? Oh yeah, server join date, same day as or just server join date is also 5/2. Just do that. Maybe he came just to talk to us. You think? There we go. So if he changes his name, I now have a record of his prior name. And I bet he's changed names many times before. Look at that. Member since 2019. But he just joined the English Hub on 2026. It's like somebody decided to dust off an old sock account, fire it up, and come talk to the crazy flurfs. All right. So if this guy shows up with like a new username, like on a Chungus67, be like, yo, hey Chungus, what's the name of your main account? No, what do you mean? I've always used this name. Oh, now I know you're a liar. Yeah, that's how this works. Oh, looks like Dagas. Yay, got him on text mute for 1 hour. Good. Oh, 1 hour, that's nice. I was about to give him 8. So
Speaking of,
annoying. Hmm?
speaking of 8, I'm getting hungry.
OU812.
Did you ever hear why there was no
You're always
Windows
hungry.
9?
No.
Well, because Windows 7, 8, 9.
Very good.
You win. That's probably real.
And 3 said, "Why'd you do that for?"
Windows 3.1. That was the operating system of the future. Windows 3.1, man, multimedia. Remember, it's like, oh man, multimedia. You got a double speed CD-ROM drive, 2x. Wow, man. Microsoft Encarta and Grolier's Encyclopedia on your Packard Bell. Great. You could listen to bird calls.
Remember the OLE embedding, or I don't know.
Yeah. Ole. I always looked at that and would say ole in my brain. Ole. Yeah. Those are the good old days, man. I kind of miss them. I really miss them. I wish I could go back in time and capture those days again. Do things differently too.
Hey guys, so we know why 6 was scared. Why was 10 scared?
Why?
Because it was in the middle of 9/11.
Too soon? Nah. Man, what do you think of that? Like Satelloons whose outer skin becomes hardened by UV light and now becomes a rigid body in space, and then they evacuate all the gas out, and now it's a super buoyant rigid body.
So
Super
did they
boy
actually?
ant. That sounds
Did
like
they
a super little child superhero. He's like Ant-Man, but he's super and he's a boy.
Did they actually describe a vacuum pump vacuuming them out?
I sure hope so after I said it. I'm sure I read it somewhere here. Yeah, they don't need it in there anymore. The gas is just to get the thing inflated.
Right, but according to their paradigm, if it was 1,000 miles up, they wouldn't need a vacuum pump anyway. They would just open a valve and it would escape.
I see what you mean, yeah. I mean they might need to force some more out. They want to make it ascend higher.
Although at 1,000 miles, the density of the air is going to be so low that the actual mass of air inside the balloon is still going to be very small compared to the balloon's mass itself, right?
Yeah, I'm
Because
not sure how
even
massive it is. I mean, it could be the size of like a stadium though.
it weighed hundreds of pounds or thousands, probably
Yeah, but it could
hundreds.
be the size of a stadium though.
Yeah, but still, like even at 20 miles up, the air is already 99.5% of a perfect vacuum.
Yeah, that's true.
It's only 0.5% of the actual density we have at sea level.
It's way
So
less massive than a space shuttle. And if you need something that's lightweight and nimble, if it does have a means to interact with Earth's magnetic field up there with the plasma environment, well, it wouldn't take much to get it going, move it around.
Do we know anything about the medium up there?
your mic's a little muffled there, Judge.
Yeah.
Say that again. We couldn't quite make it out.
Hello?
if it's floating around in like a soup of plasma of all these ions, then I think traditional like Archimedean buoyancy is only part of the equation. Because you could probably achieve, like some kind of like, I don't know. Have you heard of like magnetohydrodynamics? There's also like electrohydrodynamics, ionic wind, like a Dyson freaking hand dryer at McDonald's. Yeah, like that. Sure, you could use something like that.
I'm sorry, a friend called on the ham radio. I deafened myself briefly. I do apologize.
I was just saying, like, I mean, up there, the environment's key, I think, and it's been described as, I don't know, it's like plasma up there, double layers in astrophysics, right? Bunch of soupy ions. And so the traditional like Archimedean buoyancy and density principles are only part of the equation, because now you can use like some kind of electromagneto-hydrodynamics. You can basically create lift by moving ions like a Dyson freaking hand dryer at McDonald's.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Isn't that
that
still
is real.
Yeah, but isn't that, are we talking about ion thrusters?
I'm not like the Krypton whatever thruster thing that Josh was working on, but yeah, a dielectric sheet. Oh no, just like the B-2 bomber, right? Can charge the leading tip and then somehow maneuver blow ions out the back, and you create a huge differential between the front and the back of the sheath. Millions and millions of voltage potential. Maybe you'll be able to maneuver.
I need to get them to take a low flying pass over the swamp next door and zap all the mosquitoes.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
Hey, let me rent your B-2 to do a nap of the earth. Got a mosquito infestation out here.
Yep.
Zap, 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 zap. Not sure if you heard me talk, but so Jesse, I was researching electrodynamic tethers in space for space operations. Like there have been shuttle experiments with these. Got some feedback coming from someone, Lewis. I'm putting you on mute. But Google's Notebook LM, through the research process and turning over information to me and creating connections, was absolutely convinced for some reason, and I got the reason, that the B-2 bomber's propulsion mechanism isn't just conventional thrust, but utilizes the exact kind of dynamics I was describing earlier.
Wow, a bomber?
The B-2. And then it linked it to an Aviation Week article from 1992 that looks like it was redacted. And the original had naughty words in it describing this exact effect.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm like, well, guess the cat's out of the bag here. Like, these large language models are a problem.
I always thought it'd be fun to build a relatively large scale model B-2, but as a hollow full of helium, so that it was basically neutrally buoyant. So then you could have really quiet motors flying it along pretty slow, and because it was self-supporting with its buoyancy, it could be going slow enough to match the speed that it would, the scale speed, the right speed, the angular speed through the sky, as if it was much, much higher. So it would look like a real one going its normal speed, but it would be smaller and closer and slower. Just as a prank on people. Oh, I see it. It was subsonic. Just barely. What do you think of the idea of using a laser ring gyro and seeing if it shows an angular rate change when driving along, say, an east-west road or a north-south road?
I mean, there'd have to be a way to make sure that the horizontal reference plane that's first established from your point of departure never rotates.
Well, how about like Lake Pontchartrain or something? So you know that you're always, so you know you're not changing altitude, for example.
That's fine. That horizontal reference plane at any altitude needs to just remain where it was when you first spun it up, your point of departure. And then if you go at theoretically, like 1,000 miles, then you should see a 15-degree tilt relative to it.
Yeah, and they read in like arc seconds. So you wouldn't even have to go 1,000 miles. You could go even 30 or 40 miles would be ample.
I wouldn't. I would still be wary over those small distances.
Oh, okay.
Because I mean, I need to see if the error scales and for
Right. Yeah.
So there's that. Is it a linear scale? Is it a non-linear scale? Is it a non-relational scale? Is there a geoidal effect? Like seriously, I mean, flat or globe, or there's some kind of relativistic factors at play. Is it possible that the next evolution of the globe Earth argument is that we would not detect a rotation because relativity is causing the curvature?
But I suppose even on a flat Earth, whatever invisible rotating essence causes apparent drift in gyroscopes and causes the Eötvös effect could also possibly drag the laser ring gyro standing wave pattern too, huh? Although the laser ring gyro could be first tested stationary to see what its drift rate was by itself, and then accelerated to 60 miles an hour and driven along the causeway or something to see if that drift changed, and then turn around and come back and see if the drift changed the other way.
Do
Well,
ring laser gyros actually drift in the manner that people think? I don't think they do. Like the whole Sagnac effect only manifests when that table is spun like Wheel of Fortune by Pat Sajak. If you don't spin it, no friends shift. Kind of weird, right?
I don't actually own a laser ring gyro yet. I hope to change that someday. But from the manuals on them, they do seem to claim that they do show apparent drift, depending on their orientation to the north-south axis. In fact, they give instructions on how to basically test the unit by using what they call Earth's rotation, just setting it up and then logging its apparent drift rate. And they quantify, what its, drift, what its error is based on that.
Right.
By using that as a known constant.
Right. Well, it's not. I mean, I've never seen that ever.
Have you ever tried with one? I've never tried with one myself either, so I'm just going on what the manual says. Although it does seem odd that the manufacturer would give a test procedure that would fail every time, lead their customers to expect this 15 degrees an hour apparent drift, and when their customers performed that test, it failed. That seems odd.
It's affirming the consequent.
Sure.
It works
Yeah,
because it works.
I've not seen that manifest the way that they describe ever. And these systems are usually hooked up to all kinds of other systems as well. Like in an aircraft, the 777 has 3 ring laser gyros and 3 accelerometers built onto the airframe, and they don't detect crap until you start feeding it your latitude and longitude. It's also hooked up to a black box that has all kinds of software filtering going on.
Yeah, that's why I'm interested in just getting the single laser ring gyro module that just, has the laser in there and just simply puts out a single axis angle.
Yeah. If you read the original Sagnac effect with the light table, where they'd beam lights orthogonal to each other and recombine and measure the phase, how much they overlap or don't. The Sagnac effect only manifested when they moved and rotated it. When they turn it on and just leave it alone, there's no phase shift at all.
Well, so their setup was obviously suffering from lock-in, and so it wouldn't create a beat frequency. It would create just a relative phase shift. But there actually was a test done. I think Mickelson was involved, but I don't remember, where they built a large ring interferometer. They were not using a laser. This was back in the dark ages, but they set up these, I think they were 12-inch concrete pipe sections, sealed them with tar at the joints, and they created this large ring with these mirrors and the recombiner mirror and stuff, and they had a like an arc lamp lighting in one port, and then they had a telescope looking in the other, and then they were looking at the fringes of the recombined beams, and they actually claimed a displacement of the fringes that was proportional to 15 degrees an hour. I wonder if I think I have some stuff on that somewhere. You'll recognize the name of it when I think of it.
They have to move it.
What's that?
But they have to move it to produce any difference. That's the weird thing.
Well,
If they
the
leave it
amount
alone, they don't cause the fringe shift, you know?
the amount of shift is proportional to not only the rotation rate but also the enclosed area of the loop. So this one was built out in multiple acres, and it was huge. So it was large enough that it had a large enough enclosed area that they claimed that it still produced a fringe shift. Let me see if I can find some information on it. Man, my memory's getting bad. A really nice flat earther from Reddit put me on to it. I'm gonna rummage through some files here. Oh, Michelson Gales. I found it already. Let's see if I can put this in the side chat. I have a couple more black and white pictures in my collection here. I tagged you in the side chat. They actually used a giant engine-driven vacuum pump to pump as much air as they could out of the tubes because otherwise they had too much turbulence. A 50 horsepower motor.
I mean, you're aware that, like, for them to conclude that any fringe shift is attributed to rotation of a certain number of degrees, that they have to arbitrarily select reference frames and then select a topology, and then come up with a conversion factor that affirms the consequent. It's not a raw measurement at all. The fringes themselves aren't like measurements of degrees of arc minute or second.
Now, what I want to know, Yoda, seeing his image that he's provided in the PDF on page 141, it shows a ground plan. One side of the rectangle where the light travels is larger than the other. If they were both the same size, would that alter the reading?
Say what?
Okay, so the light gets shot in at mirror A, goes straight through to mirror D, where it gets bounced upwards, and then it hits mirror C, where it gets reflected off to the right-hand side, and then continues travelling up to mirror E also. So that's where it splits at mirror C, goes up to E, across to F, back down to B, and that's where it comes across from, which is mirror C. And it joins back together at mirror B, where on the offside of mirror A is where the reading's done. Now, the first rectangle, ADCB, as opposed to CEFB, are different sizes. That's what I was just thinking. If they were the same size, that would also alter the readings. But that's just my take on it. That's not putting into consideration any other would-be effects. That's just straight up light travelling from point A to point B. But on a cool note, I went back, took more pictures, and this time I actually got a reasonably clear shot. One of those hills has a radio tower on it. Yay! Radio towers means accurate distance readings. So, yeah, 28.72 kilometers, or in freedom units, 17.85 miles. It's not a bad shot for today. So just to give you an idea of the awesome views I get, this is with my wide-angle lens on the full spectrum camera, so that's why the colours look a bit funny. So that there is just nearly a 10-minute trip out of town. And that's me looking southwest, sorry. Facing the wrong way. And there's a set of hills there, and as you can see, 1, 2, 3. On the third one, on the right-hand side, there's a radio tower. But you probably won't see it on that image there. But you can understand why I like living out here. Yeah.
Those hills far away or mountain?
Those
The
mountains are 17.8 miles.
Wow.
And that was the first shot. When I put my... That's before I changed my white balance. So that's the white balance that's used when I've got my filter on. That's why the green things sort of look yellow and weird. When I put my white balance back to what it should be, because I've realised I stuffed up, you get this more painful view when it loads up. And this will hurt your eyes when you first look at it, because it's like, holy. So that is what my camera sees when I set the white balance to automatic. So the camera just thinks this is what white is, and it just adjusts everything else around that. So that's why I have to adjust it myself when I'm doing IR shots. You zoomed in but couldn't spot the radio? Yeah. How about we help you with that? Is it that one there that's got it? Yep. So let's go back to IR, and here's your radio tower, Yaga.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's amazing what it shows up. But interestingly, if it's poor light, you're actually better off with the full color as opposed to the IR. So middle of the daytime, IR is at its peak, does its best stuff. But yeah, early mornings, unless you're doing trick shots, and late afternoons aren't that crash hot, unless of course you're deliberately, like in the afternoon, facing east, so you've got the western side of things illuminated. If you're after very specific things like that, then yes, afternoons are good. But in the middle of the day, when you've got full sunlight on top of everything, then yeah, that's the best time. Which normally contradicts what you normally do with photography. So middle of the day, the lighting sunlight normally flattens everything, makes everything look really two-dimensional, and it's no good for taking photos. So a lot of people will avoid it.
So hey guys, what's up guys? So I wanna
Hey.
know, does anybody here think the Earth is really flat?
Yeah, you betcha.
So I wanna ask you about something like, do you think that the Earth is really flat and all the physics we take and all the algorithm stuff like speed laws and all these things are crap?
Well, we accept anything from physics that's purely demonstrable. That would be, observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable, right? Empiricists. Anything that falls outside of that criteria, doesn't meet that criteria, is pseudoscience if it's claimed to be science. So
Okay,
no,
so
we don't deny physics.
if you tell me that, if you tell me that, you also ignore like quantum physics, because quantum physics is,
Practical physics. Yep.
yeah, it is practical, but we actually do things with like quantum physics right now, like microchips and all the supercomputers right now.
Excellent. So can you tell me, Em, how microchips and supercomputers prove that there is curvature of the Earth?
Okay, that's a great question. Yeah, I think you're a smart man, and you're supposed to ask that for yourself before you think.
No. You're the
Like
one saying about quantum physics and microchips and supercomputers and things like that. I want to know how those particular items or devices necessitate a spherical surface.
Yeah, so that's a good question. You can't ask ChatGPT for that, but I will tell you like I really will tell you. But that's easy question. You're supposed to think about how everything like little things work and how big things work to know
Yeah, we are
what
thinking about it. That's why I'm asking you. You said about these quantum physics and supercomputers and microchips. I want to know how those particular items necessitate a spherical surface.
sparkle surface
Yeah,
like
sphere, ball.
yeah. So what does like really do with my point?
Okay, I don't think you understand. What we're trying to establish here is a cause and effect relationship. We've got the effect, computer chips, supercomputers, quantum physics. Now, the cause you are claiming is the curvature of the Earth. I'm trying to link how curvature of Earth equals computer chips and quantum computing and so on and so forth.
Yeah, because I think that's like all depend on each other. Because science is depends on each other. If you tell me like that truth or like actually a science based or science thing like it's already everybody know is garbage. You also make all everything the science based on like garbage too. You know what I mean?
Well, you still haven't told me how those things equal curved surface.
Okay, so I tell you if things built in each other, if you take a one particular thing like the earth is flat, so
No,
the
no, we're going to take one
universe.
particular thing. That one particular
Yeah,
thing is a computer chip. So you said to us that
yeah.
these
I
things.
said I said to you if you take like major thing like the earth is not like round, just flat. You take all the science we know in the garbage right now and we make like build it from the zero. You know what I mean? So if you take
Okay,
all the science we know, build in a zero, so how we make all of these things? You know what I mean?
okay. I don't think you know what you mean. So let's get this straight. You believe the curvature of the Earth is something to do with science. And because we deny the curvature of the Earth, we deny all science. Is that your thinking?
Yeah, I think you like take
Okay, that's wrong. That is
major
that is
thing like that, and you
that is
tell
wrong
me that's
thinking.
not true.
Letter M, that is
Okay,
the wrong thinking, my friend. This is false. Okay? So let's just see how
uh,
much this science is. So, which
okay,
field
I
of
will listen to
science?
you. I will listen to
Yeah,
you, but
it's
I
just a
want
question.
you
Really quick
make me
question.
like
Which
yeah
field of science deals with shapes?
deal with what?
Which field of science deals with shapes? You know, squares, circles, triangles, spheres, cubes, that kind of thing.
Math. I think I think math.
Math.
Yeah.
Math is not a field of science, but at least you got the right area.
Okay, so what
So,
is that?
what I'm trying to get to is the shape of the ground is most not a scientific inquiry. It is a question of geometry, which is a subfield of mathematics. Okay?
Okay.
Excellent. So when you say to me, you don't trust science or you deny science, it's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground. So this is another conversation. So whether I like or dislike science has nothing to do with the shape of the ground. Okay?
Okay, so I want to ask you about something.
Excellent.
If I like, I actually, the Earth is flat. You are. If I tell you that, and how we like live in the Earth and how the Earth like make it like how the actually universe work. You know what I mean?
How does the
Everything is
universe
major.
work? My friend,
Yeah.
a lot of people I know struggle to tie their shoelaces up. I don't think they're going to comprehend how the universe works. You've been
Yeah,
told a
actually that's
story. You believe a story. So now I'm just going to ask you something very simple to think about. You don't have to answer. The story you've
yeah.
been told, how would you verify if that story is true or false? That's just something for you to think about, okay?
Okay, but we actually have like a footage of Earth.
Really?
We have a
Yet again,
satellite and have all
the
those
same
things.
question. The same question. How would you verify that footage is true or false?
Because
Exactly.
actually we
It,
have
it,
looking of
it's
not a
no, it's not.
competitive area.
Can I stop you for a minute,
Everybody
bro?
knows.
I need to stop you for a moment and correct you. It's not we have, it's they have. Somebody else has. Not you. Not That's not yours. You had nothing to do with it. You don't get to just join in just because somebody else claims they did it. It's now you're inclusive of it. No, not we have footage. Someone else claims to have footage, right? That
Okay,
footage,
okay,
if there's a story, hey, listen, if there's a story that goes along with the footage, it needs to be proven. One of those things does not prove the other. The story doesn't prove the footage, and the footage doesn't prove the story. They both require evidence. They are both the same story, just in different
okay.
form. One's in word form, one's in image form.
I agree with you. I believe you. Keep going. But I want to ask you about another something like why every country in the world and every billionaire and every ha- someone have the authority to see the earth from like a long distance away. All like all agree the earth is not flat, it's round. You know what I mean? Every like North Korea and South Korea, America and Saudi Arabia, Egypt and Somali, all like know and they agree to the earth is not flat, it's like round. What the benefits? Why not Elon Musk tell us like the earth is not round, it's flat? And Elon Musk have already like he have a company make rockets, you know.
That's a lot of all over the place.
Yeah, rockets, eh? Yeah, what do they
So
do?
because a company makes rockets, therefore
Okay, so why China and USA and every why China and Taiwan tell us the same story and they enemies, you know what I mean?
are they? You've been told a story that they are enemies. Isn't it interesting how all these space companies seem to do everything in lockstep? They can't really be enemies if they're all doing the same shit. I want you to think about it sensibly. Every
Okay,
single one of these countries is doing things from their own perspective. They should all have their own methodologies, their own way of thinking, because they are all separate individual countries. But yet, they all do the same thing. And I'll give you an analogy. Let's just say there's a car accident, okay? 10
okay,
different news reporters all turn up and they all stand around the car in different spots filming the car, and then it's on the news. Blah, 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 car accident. Now, every single news report should show a different angle of the car. The problem is when we watch the news, we see the exact same angle on every single station. This is the exact same thing that's happening with all these so-called space companies. We see the exact same angle on every single station. They are all
okay, so
working in unison. They are all in lockstep. They are not enemies.
So, okay, you tell me now, the all Earths are united on this theory for a reason. What the reason is?
I don't understand your question. What reason that they're all united?
So you tell me right now, all countries have like satellites.
I don't
All
understand.
like big
Stop.
countries.
Stop. I don't understand your question. Please reword it.
I wanna try to word this, but so you tell me there's a different perspective from every country. There's a different opinion for countries. You know what I mean? There's our countries love others and are hate
Yep,
others.
they should have a different opinion, but they don't. That's the problem.
Why? Yeah, why they all have agreed on this?
Why? Why do they all agree on the Antarctic Treaty? Why
Sorry,
is the
what?
problem? Why is what we're not getting told? There's a lot of whys.
Yeah, I tell you why they all agree on that.
But guess what? This has absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
How?
How what?
How does actually if big thing like that till like in the news or something like that, or North Korea tell the earth is not round, it's flat. That's a big thing. Why every country believe in that the earth is round? Why?
Why can't I believe the earth is round? I'll make it very simple
What?
for you. Because when you measure the ground, there's no curvature. So I'm not going to believe in something that's not factually measured or proven.
Okay, I believe you. Okay, I believe you. The earth is flat. Why every country agree the earth is round? There's a big conspiracy theory that
Because they haven't
all
looked
was
into it.
together. All the countries, not a single country, look at the earth and they think maybe they not round, they flat. Maybe
Oh,
maybe we see it with our satellites.
yeah.
All ignore it like they never happened. Even Russia.
They have wide angle lenses.
You know what I mean? So I think that's not a logic thing to
Never
say.
mind.
No, bro. It doesn't matter what they think, right? It's what they can prove. Mm. So they
Okay,
say that the
so
Earth. No, listen. They say the Earth is a globe with a specific size, radius, diameter, circumference, right? That means the surface of the water, right, has to curve at a specific rate, approximately 8 inches per mile squared. Close enough, right? That's good enough so that over 10 miles, if we look across a body of water, at the end of that 10 miles, the water's surface should be 66 feet below a straight line extending out from your point as a tangent plane, right? So at the end of 10
alright,
miles, there's a distance of 66 feet between the Earth's surface and that straight line because it's curving down and away from that straight line, right? But what we find is
right.
that straight line just meets the other side. There's no 66 foot. There's no feet. There's no curvature. It just we shoot a light across the water and it just hits the other side, reaches the target on the other side. So that's how we know that there's no curvature, right? So what they're saying about the Earth is incorrect. It's not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. It would have to be a sphere of in orders of magnitude larger based on our observations and measurements that have been taken over the last decade or so. right? All these observations and measurements are piling up.
Hey, I
The
believe you,
evidence is very
man.
conclusive, right? So it really doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what they say, right, and what the majority think. It's what they can prove, right?
Right, I believe you. I think you're right. I think the Earth is flat, but not. That's not my point. I think there's a big question, bigger than why it's flat or round or diamond. Why every country like have a same opinion in something like that, and they do not. Every country have a different opinion in everything in the world. But in the Earth, all agree in the Earth is round. There's a conspiracy or there's a
Yeah.
man who have a high authority to tell all the countries in the world do not tell the earth is flat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, for the most part they just believe it. They believe it is. It's not like they it's not like they realized it's flat and then went, well, we can't tell anyone, so we got to keep it a secret and just keep telling people it's a ball. No, they've never thought it was flat. They've always
Okay,
thought it was a ball.
okay, I will do that. Like, there's there's a small country like in Africa, in North America, I think. Maybe they believe, but I think I talk like about a big machines, a big like a high
Yeah,
intelligent
yeah,
people in Russia, in China,
yeah.
in
They
Taiwan.
believe it's a ball. Yeah, they believe it's a globe
Wow, I think there are intelligent people that they can make all the things. They already like
because they were
make
told.
houses
They're
and
just
make things.
just because they're intelligent doesn't mean that they're not susceptible to being manipulated and conditioned,
Okay,
brainwashed.
there's like 30 or 40 country can make a clean decision what it is earth is flat or round, like a big
And
head like in Europe there's
yeah,
about
yeah,
30 countries.
we're breaking it. We're breaking the cycle, right? It's disbanding right now as we speak, right? More and more people are looking into this and realizing the Earth is flat. All right, it's going to take some time for that information to filter out through the entire population, and and for it to destroy the incredulity that exists within people and the cognitive dissonance that they'll face when facing conflicting evidence, right, that flies in the face of their well-established worldview, right? It's going to be hard
Right.
and they're going to be asking these questions just like you, right? Because it's so hard to believe that no, not this many people could be wrong for so long, right? Yeah, they could, and the evidence is here. We've
Yeah,
presented the
I
evidence
think
that they
like
are wrong, right?
okay, I'm with you with that. I think a majority of people are dumps, but I think like I trust in like a big science piece or big science like have a at least like have a high IQ. I think they
None of
also
Have you looked
like
into
ask
any of
us
it?
questions.
Have you looked into any of that so-called science? Do you understand what's claimed? Do you understand what's done, what's performed, what measurements are done, what observations are done? How are they applying this information, this so-called knowledge of the Earth being a spinning ball in outer space? How are they applying that knowledge to achieve something practical?
Okay, so
Like, have you
you
seen the
know,
application of their knowledge in action? Like, not just seen it on TV, like, watched them do all the work, see how it all works, watch them right to the end of the production, right? Like, no, you probably haven't.
actually no, I never see that before.
Right.
I'll tell you the truth. I never see it, but I think
None of
Right.
these
like
appeals to authority or any of this consensus or bandwagon stuff is going to matter. What matters here, dude, is measurements. If there are no measurements for curvature, it's flat.
okay, so
You
do you
can
think
go and check for
do you
yourself.
think America know about this
I
kind?
don't
Do you
care.
think
I don't
America
care
know?
what any. Dude, I care about what we're talking about, like the people here right now, not what some other mysterious hypothetical dude believes or cares about. And I know that you yourself can go out and test this. You can apply the official steelman of the Earth, the official claim about the radius and circumference, all that stuff. You can go and apply that. You can
Yeah.
go find out for yourself. You don't have to say it. This is not a trust me, bro place. None of us are going to say, yeah, just trust me, blow yours for that, man. No, screw that. We want you to go check for yourself, dude.
Yeah, I always want to know the truth, but I want to know it from other perspective, because I don't know what my child is telling me. Like, I want to know the others what you tell me, But there's there's a one problem for me to make sure the earth is flat. So if the earth is flat or round, what that affect me as a like a normal person, like NBC? What does affect on me, like, if I know that earth is flat or round?
Let me ask you this question: if for example, your family did lie your entire life that, for example, your father is not your father, and you found out the truth, does that affect you or not?
Yeah, this will be actually
Okay,
affect me.
so yeah, lies. There's a difference between living a lie and living, or knowing the truth. So there's a big difference right there.
And I'll tell you what, if you think that it won't make a difference whether you understand the Earth to be a globe or flat, right? That it won't change anything in your life right now, that's just an admission that your life does not involve any activities which require an understanding of the Earth's geometry. You just
No,
go
I never
about
tell
your
you.
day.
No, no, no.
Yeah,
I
I
never
know.
tell you
You
about
just
me.
go right. No,
I
I'm
tell
just
you like
telling you, right?
a regular God.
You're admitting that's an admission, right? If you come to the conclusion that it doesn't make a difference, that's just an admission that that the way you treat physical reality, the Earth's surface, is as if it is just flat, right? And you never have to account for any Earth curvature or Earth motion, right? You just go about your day as if that doesn't even exist. So it wouldn't make a difference in that manner anyway, right?
Yeah. So I get it now. I get it. But what do you think? Like majority of the people will know the Earth is flat, not round. When?
When what?
Absolutely.
Sorry.
When the majority will know the Earth is not round or flat.
Oh, I think at the rate we're going, it won't be long. Every day, more and more people are waking up to the truth.
Once it reaches the tipping point, it's inevitable.
So do you think like in that 10 years, like 2030, 2040?
No. It's to do with percentage. It's an exponential rate, and it explodes once it gets to a certain number. And that number is something like it's only 6 or 7%, and then it jumps massively after that.
Okay, so you think the percentage is multiplied.
What's interesting is if you look at the percentages based on the likes of surveys done in Twitter and things like that, the percentages are allegedly up around 11, 12%, somewhere around there. But I think that's high considering the type of people that would be reading those channels are more open-minded and are more likely to be flat earthers in the first place. So those surveys, even though they weren't deliberately set up to be biased and put in places where they would be stacked, and that wasn't the intent, they still were unintentionally. So yeah, I think their survey or the demographics were slightly askew just due to the place where the poll was put. But we do know that within any situation, once that percentage hits basically critical mass or something, that it just explodes. It gets to a certain number and then it just goes off its head. and everyone will just be most of them will jump on because they don't want to be the last man standing looking like an idiot. They won't believe it, they won't understand it, but they just want to join the party.
Yeah.
So
No.
the basics for you, my friend, is how do you know we're not just telling you a really cool story? This is why we tell people to go and check things out for themselves. So once you've seen it firsthand and you understand what's going on, then you will understand that we're not just telling you a really cool story. Then you'll understand that, oh wow, these guys were speaking the truth. So that's why we tell people to go and check it out for yourself.
Yeah. You know, thing, I not believe the Earth is flat, but I really, really respect your courage, guys. You like tell to everybody like you're wrong, I'm right, and you don't think you like a fool, something like that. I really like respect this kind of courage. But I really, for me, I think I will take more time to consider all this thing. But I really think it's not bad. So have a good day, guys, and really respect you all.
Not a problem, man. If you've
Hey,
got any more questions, don't be scared to come back and ask them, okay?
Yeah, I will
go
really
look into
get
it, man.
yeah, I will really like make more researches, and I will tell you guys.
Hey, if you find out who measured for curvature, come back and let us know.
Okay. Actually, I will really search on that. Like for
Thank you.
now. Excellent, guys. Bye. Good no baby time. When you know I this is
You hot micing, bro.
what?
Your mic is open.
What the fuck? Oh, that's yeah. Oh, what the fuck is that?
And your bed is flat, so sleep well.
Yeah. I never leave Discord. That's weird. Okay, bye guys. What
Bye
the
bye.
fuck is that? Okay. Bye guys.
Funny how people can suspend disbelief, about such, monumental, megalithic, conspiracies, right? Things being hidden from all of the population of the whole world. They're all oblivious to this thing. They're all being fooled by this grand conspiracy, rah rah rah. Like with the Matrix, right? And movies like this, where the entire world's population is wandering around oblivious to the reality that's really going on, right? And yeah, so people love it when it's in movies and they can suspend their disbelief about it then. But when it comes to like realizing that their entire idea of the universe is incorrect, they struggle. No, no, no. And
Most
they don't
people are
care if
so
they haven't.
inert, so hopelessly
Yeah,
dependent on the system, they will fight for its very existence.
yeah, exactly. And a lot of them don't care that, they don't observe or experience it, or that they don't know any of the details behind what the so-called scientists, quote, say. You know, they don't care about any of that, right? It's just too incredible for them to accept. Like I said, that many people for that long could have been mistaken or fooled, right? Unfortunately, like the results of observations and tests is doesn't give a crap. The evidence isn't going to go, oh, sorry, I'll just go hide in the corner, right? Like, stuff that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you feel that way. I didn't mean to, like, shatter your entire paradigm. I'll go away now. Nah, ain't happening, bro. And that guy was like, but I respect you though. Like, yeah, I respect you for, like, going against, like, the norm. Right? like, what does he think we are? Like, rainbow flag bearers? That's going against the narrative, right? This is just simple empiricism,
Yeah, but they don't understand that though. I don't know how or why, but yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, how can someone like that they unless they're willing to like start going, well, okay, I know nothing about this. I should learn what you guys are saying, and I should learn what my own side's saying. He's not there. He doesn't even know what his own side's saying. Just that they say something, so it must be correct, right? They say it. I don't know how they came to that conclusion, but they seem pretty authoritative and smart, so I'm going to just go with them, right? And stuff like you guys say, but I respect you, right? I respect you, little flat earthers, for like holding up that rainbow flag. No, that's not what we're doing, bro. We're here, but we're not queer.
Wonder if anyone's got any rainbow-coloured dunny paper. That'd upset a few.
They're probably shit rainbows anyway. The shit's probably rainbow coloured, so that they wouldn't know
That
they had
doesn't
rainbow
matter.
coloured. Indio's just like, he's listening to his head's in his palm right now. He's going, "Oh, guys, man." A bit of brown, a bit of white, a bit of red in there. Yeah, nice colours of the rainbow.
Yeah. Skittles, taste the rainbow. Oh, that's so. Oh, we got a visitor. Welcome. I heard the doorbell. I don't know who it was though. Probably one of the regulars.
I think it was hang on, I can only see the
Ibarra.
Ibarra. Yeah, listener. Ibarra is a listener. No listening. You hear me? You just don't learn, do you? That was one of the funniest episodes, man.
I haven't sat down and watched an episode of The Simpsons for years.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get the son to get some more for me because he got from 1 to I think season 9,
Oh shit!
and like from so like the first couple of seasons they're good, but then it starts getting really funny, like, and they they tweaked their style and everything, and the writers got a little bit better, and you can just see the improvement from there on out until about season 18 or something, and then
Do you know why I
the
think that is?
writers went weird.
I think the reason that they tweaked their stuff is that's about when South Park kicked in. Was when The Simpsons was up to about season 5, season 6, somewhere around there. And that's when South Park started.
Right.
And they saw how far and how much you could push on South Park.
Yeah, just with simple animation, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, not with the animation side of it, just with the comedy side of it and what you're actually allowed to
Comedy
get away
side.
with.
Well, right. They set a boundary. Yeah. They tested the boundaries and went, "Oh, I didn't realize we could go this far." Yeah, okay. And it opened the gateway for all the others. And Seinfeld too, believe it or not. A lot of people, love it or hate it, right? They actually had
I'm not a fan.
Jerry, what's his face from Curb Your Enthusiasm. He was Jerry Seinfeld's right hand man, right? He was basically they were like considered both the geniuses behind that show, right? And some say that his old mate Jerry was the actual genius behind it all. But he made a rule, right? Was it no hugging, no no hugging, no lessons. So like where all the other sitcoms of that era were like about like life lessons and
Yeah.
and morality, and then they hug it out at the end, and everything's happy ever after till the next episode, and a new like fucking dilemma occurs, right? Theirs was just dilemma the whole time. Nobody learned a fucking lesson. Nobody hugs it out in the end. Like it's it's just chaos and and irony the whole way through, right? Yeah, like, and he just wanted it to be like he didn't want to like follow that path of freaking Full House and shit, right? He made him sick. He wanted to vomit when he watched that shit. He wanted something different, and that kind of like set the stage for. That also pushed some boundaries. It was like a test run to see how is the audience going to respond to this, having been like so conditioned by all these other ones. Like how is it going to be received? And it sort of started off a bit shaky, but in the end it became a cult classic. So like it pushed the boundaries even more in the beginning for like other things like The Simpsons and then South Park. And that sort of they adopted that rule, like no hugs, no lessons, right?
The only thing I'm not a fan of, and this is what really tweaks me with most of these shows, is the canned laughter. Like, I've got a pretty twisted sense of humour, and I find quite a lot of things very funny, and I enjoy having a good laugh, especially at dumb shit. But when I get something telling me what's funny, that's just an instant fail.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Seinfeld kind of prided themselves in their they claim right they had a live audience which weren't prompted. So I don't know, like that could be bullshit, but how they usually hold up the fucking placard to laugh, when to laugh, when to applaud, and all that shit. Yeah, like apparently they just had a live audience and just let it play out, and whatever they recorded from the audience. Like it was real. But I don't know how true that is.
Yeah, don't know.
Because I actually feel like at the start, like when he's like, they actually got rid of that. In the end, they got rid of his intro where he's on stage doing stand up because he sucks. Like it wasn't funny, right? Like none of that material that he says at the start of those shows, like when he's on stage or halfway through it or at the end, none of it fucking makes me laugh, right? But some of his writing, like, because he writes some of the scripts, and some of the show, like what he's written into the show, makes me laugh. Jerry Seinfeld is actually responsible for some of that humor that's written into the storyline, right? And some of it's funny, makes me laugh, But I think that a lot of that is the actors pulling off the scene, right? Like it's their prowess to actually give it character and give it humor, right? So yeah, so he was a better writer than he was a stand-up comic. But then, having said that, there's an argument to be made that he actually
Tune in Tokyo.
apparently said that he wanted his that segment of the show to be dry and just boring, right? I don't know why. Like I can't remember the justification behind that, but yeah, like that's the sort of like character he wanted to like portray, like a struggling stand-up comedian that wasn't really funny. I don't know, something like that.
That's understandable to make the show look better. I get that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have an average show, but if you put something really shit beside it, what's average now looks awesome.
Right.
So you've got something to compare to. So. Yeah, I never got into a lot of that stuff, and the fact that working and things like that.
Hey,
too,
gentlemen.
Hey, Toby. How's it going, man?
What was the name of the
how's it
guy?
going?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing? So, what's the name of the guy that was going? You guys would break down information for him, and then he would just go, "Well, to be honest, that was with word salad," and he would just say that. And this was just sometime in the last
other night
24
over at
hours,
home base. Yeah, Smilk.
He was in here.
Yeah.
But I think it was Matrix talking to him, and
Yeah.
that was very emotionally mature how you handled that, and I just wanted to give you props. Nice work. The dude was a demon.
He was over in the home base. Someone explained it to him. I think it was DJ. Explained it to him super clean, and he just didn't want to get it. Oh, it's all about scale. It's all about the waves, and it was just excuses so he could hold on to his hopes and dreams. That's all it was. And now he got yeeted from there, and then he came over here and tried to pull exactly the same shit, as if the conversation never even stopped. It just continued on. But yeah, it's just he was being a clown, and yeah, he just needed to vent. That's what I was hoping. He just when he was given the floor, we would have just went for it, but he didn't. So, anyways,
Was it one of the regular anti-flat earthers, or was it like Debate Daddy, or?
I don't know. His name's
That's the only name I
Smilk.
think it might be.
But he came back with these. What was it? Debate something or other name. Wasn't Debate Daddy. But yeah, it's just a clown. So I'm not going to lose any sleep. That's for sure.
I apologize if I just massacred the server with that random question.
No, you didn't, mate. We were
it's
just
all
talking
right.
shit about comedy shows or lack
Yeah,
thereof.
yeah, you brought it back on topic. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you guys were flowing. All right, the ball will roll. Just not the globe.
Is it an open floor right now?
I believe so.
Have you guys? I'm sure you probably have, but have you guys tried the approach of where you just ask a globe believer a bunch of questions, where you like have a punch list, and like can you explain to me how does a train stick to the underside of the earth and it is able to roll around freely? Just just random questions that are like, explain to me, how is that possible? How does such and such possible? And then just shoot down each one of their
I'll just say
responses.
gravity for that one.
Well, but how much gravity does it take to hold a train down? That's what I would say.
Well, takes the Earth's mass, whatever that is.
So is there different
I can't
gravity
remember the
for
value.
is there different gravity
Hey?
for a train versus a human?
No, they both fall at the same rate, apparently, in a vacuum.
How do you yeah, but wouldn't stuff would have to be mounted fixed to the earth for it to stay there on the underside of it, or even to the the bottom third of it, if there is a bottom third of it.
Well, it's because it's all inward, not just essentially just all down, right? It's not like the globe even has a top and a bottom, right?
That's what I was saying. If there's even a bottom third, yeah. But it would take more gravity, you would think, to be pulled versus from the underside versus the top. Or even if it's equal, it would
Yeah,
not.
it is just all
I
equal.
mean, yeah.
Well, they say it's a little less at the equator because of the rotation of the Earth, right? It's got that centrifugal force trying to throw you off. The gravity's trying to pull you back from that. That's why they say you weigh a little less at the equator and a little more at the poles, right?
But what is this gravity? Because it has no effect on anything with wings. I don't know how people can believe that there's no Santa Claus, no Easter Bunny, but they can't believe that there's no globe.
They'll argue it does affect things with wings, that that winged creature is fighting against that, right? And because if it was to like cark it in midair, it's just going to fall just like anything else, right?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean,
you don't think a bird's going to fall if it's like dies in midair?
I've never seen anything fall upwards.
Well, I have. Helium balloon.
That's not with wings, though. You know what I mean? Birds. You tie a balloon to a bird, maybe.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how they don't understand. How they just think everything is possible.
Yeah, man, the globe has an excuse for everything, right?
But if they're being
how do you explain this
intellectually honest
gravity?
with
How do you explain
themselves-
that? Refraction.
No. I don't want to hear anything about refraction. I don't even know how you guys entertain that, but I mean, everyday real world experience is what I'm talking about. All day, every day.
They only just have to be not, able to explain the long distance stuff. That's it. It's over right there. Like, I mean, that's a done deal right there. And that's when they cope. That's when they cope with coming at us with things like, well, then how do you explain eclipses? How do you explain night and day? How do you explain seasons, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah. Well, how do they explain water with zero shear strength sticking to the sphere? It can't support itself without sides and a bottom, Water's a fluid that lies flat on the surface. You just can't pour it on the side of something and expect it to stay there and build up on it.
Well, they have a whole law for that. They have a whole storyline that works all that into it. It's all figured out, man. That's why we just show them the flat water and just let them cope. Let them cope.
Show me a swimming pool with two sides. that's about. I want to see that, right? A swimming pool with two sides.
Yeah, it's that they're going to say that's not how it works, right?
A bottom and
They're
one
going to say
side. Yeah.
it's still going to seek the lowest point, being all equally drawn to the center of the mass, right? That it's on the exterior of.
Drawn by what?
So there's an equipotential. Well, the mass, of course, the mass just has this inherent property to want to tug on other mass, right? So it's always pulling down towards the center, right? Inwards, pulling inwards. But that's if you go with Newtonian. Otherwise, the mere presence of the mass alone can distort space-time, right? Redirecting anything that wants to go any other direction towards the surface of the other thing in an equipotential manner. But while Einstein and gravity actually gets into lumpy potato Earth, right? It's not all perfectly like equipotential, because there's disproportional distribution of mass, meaning that there's it's not just like the Earth is just one continuous like uniform distribution of mass from its center to the outside. It's all over the place. Like there is a big solid, one big liquid core, spinning and lava, magma, whatever, and then that has an outer solid crust which is made of iron and nickel, and then there's more on top of that, right? And then they're like coming up like halfway, between, like 2,000 miles away from the center. There's this on one side. There's this huge dense mass inside the Earth, but on the other side, it's a really light conglomeration, right? And then some other place, towards the surface, it's another big dense mass, right? And so that's going to throw off the whole, gravity equilibrium thing. So it's going to be a wibbly wonkly Earth, and even the water's surface will conform to that. Literally, so you've got like these mountains and valleys of ocean.
Yeah.
This is the shit that they claim, right? And they talk about. It's not my rhetoric, it's theirs, right?
I just figured out how we could prove that the Earth is flat. Well, for them, we need to build giant sidewalks from each continent. That would be great. That'd be funny as heck. A road and a sidewalk.
Yeah, that's one heck of a ambition, because you're gonna need
China would do it.
7-mile long freaking
Pilings.
supports. Yeah, pilings. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's all good.
Pylons. Yeah.
China would do it, no problem. You seen
Uh,
that?
What?
Sorry,
go on.
That's a lot of work, all that concrete and whatnot. If you just acknowledge the existence of water, I think that it would shortcut to understanding how all this is working.
Right, that's what I
believe
said.
that-
We just show the globe as the flat water, and then they just cope, and then watch them cope after that. And it's a big cope session.
I believe that
after
people
that.
need to get out more and run and be more free on big sidewalks.
Be more free.
We need sidewalks that never end, like through the highways and everything.
Burn that bra, burn that bra.
I'd be like, let me know when you get to the hill. Let me know when it's all downhill. It never comes. Oh. I like a skateboard, just riding it. That'd be hilarious.
Have a good night.
You too, man.
Yeah,
Cheers.
you do.
Uh, whenever I see that clip of the astronaut with the wobbly port covering there, like I hear Timey Kangaroo Down Sport with that creep playing his board. Rolf Harris, that's what he did. Get this board, like a bit of metal or a bit of ply, like wobble it back and forward and make the sound. You know, he'd sing Timey Kangaroo Down to it.
Mic check.
Hey,
Yeah,
we
man,
hear
you
you
good?
okay?
Roger that. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, what sort of camera is that they use for Nikola Tesla there? It's not one of those old ones where you had to like put the cloak over you for like 10 minutes and get everyone to stand still, right? Wasn't one of them cameras, because if so, how'd they get that lightning in there like that? That wasn't going to hang around for very long, right? I don't know how it all works anyway. Actually, I'm surprised at some of the imagery that was produced. You know, like late 19th, early 20th century. How clear it is. Because as a kid, I don't remember like looking at photos from that era and them being so good, right? So detailed, so resolved. Like I'd look through, my family's photo album, and they're blurry as shit. Even the color ones were crap. Maybe they were just bad photographers, but I mean, just like even like see pictures in books at school. None of it seemed like it does now. Like they release all this imagery from back then, from the advent of photography, right? And it's all like clear, like not all of it, but I mean like a lot of it. I'd never seen it before like that. I'd just been shown like all this crappy quality imagery. Like they painted a picture like, yeah, look how crappy it was when it started out and look how good it is now. Like that was the thing. Like you'd see an evolution. But it seems like just from the outset it's producing beautiful, crystal clear black and white imagery from the start. It's like, what the heck? Did anyone has anyone else like felt that way since like the last few decades, like since the internet blew up? People were posting old imagery online. Yeah, maybe Platter, maybe. Right, and apparently in the 30s, Germany, right, had a video phone service. So you could book your booth, and you pay your fee, and you go to your booth, and I guess you connect to the exchange, and then blah blah blah, and they hook you up. Next minute, the person's on a screen in front of you, talking to you live, right, real time, and they can see you, you can see them. Apparently, this was a thing in Germany in the 1930s. Come on, guys. I don't want to be the only one trying to keep conversation going.
Okay. I mean, I'd be happy to spew my nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, like, that conversation's been had over and over, you know what I mean? Like, even just what, you know, any thoughts on what I just said? Like, oh, wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Like, are you sure it's true? Like, something.
What about the video calls in Germany? I've actually heard something like
Yeah.
that myself too, or I've read about it. So I
Yeah, it
think it
seems to me.
definitely was a thing.
Yeah, I can't imagine that it was like, you know, like really good quality, but
Mhm.
apparently they were doing it. It just makes you wonder
I
too, like,
can't
why
remember
didn't,
where I
you
read
know,
it.
you read it? Yeah, I saw it online,
I
like
think
on
I read
YouTube
it
or
or
something like that.
saw it. I'm not sure, but I can't remember where. But I do recall it. It sounds familiar. Mm.
Yeah, Germany
And you
was
was
really
talking.
innovative, right? With a lot of things before the World War, and then, you know, they sort of went backwards. Sorry, go on. What you were going to say?
No, it's okay. I was just thinking about you was talking about the photographs, innit? Like how the old photographs look. I came in on the end of the conversation of it, so I wasn't sure what you was actually saying.
Right, I'm growing up, right? I'm seeing, like, I'm growing up in the 70s and the 80s, right? And I'm
Mm.
seeing photography, right? In old books, photo albums, school books, right? Like this evolution that took place with photography, where it started out, they realized, you know, they could do this. Their equipment wasn't the greatest, you know, they didn't have the best technology to implement, you know, the principles, but they had an idea, and then and you know, so it started off really poor, and then slowly became better and better and better, you know, with advancement in technology. But
Yeah.
right, you know, like you see all these old, like, really poor quality black and white images. You still do see some of them, right? But then amongst them is
Mm.
these really clear ones, crystal clear, beautiful,
I
detailed
do know what you
imagery in black
mean.
and white.
When I was
Right?
a kid,
It's like, where did
my
that come
parents
from?
had some. Yeah, when I was a kid, my parents had like some Victorian photographs. I don't know where they'd got them from, but it was like Victorian portraits of different people. And it weren't nobody that anyone knew. They just had like a bunch of them in the drawer. I don't know where they'd come from. But they was like some of them was in that sepia tone, but they was really clear. Really clear. Even when I've got pictures from like when my kids were younger, which was like nearly 25 years ago, those pictures look blurry now today when I look back at them. But there's some of the pictures in the Victorian times, what I saw that my parents had in the drawer, they was very clear.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, like, yeah, I didn't realize that, you know, the photography back then could be like that.
Mhm.
I'd never really come across much of that. Like, thought they, you know, like, once they, you know, they got to the 60s, you know, the 50s and 60s, and they, you know, like, they were transitioning into color, like, film, and you know, and they were improving the hardware, you know, the cameras and
Mhm.
lenses and everything. And that's when I thought, like, yeah, that's when we started getting good at, like, you know, taking nice clear pictures. But like you said, you know, there's a Victorian era sort of style pictures that just look too clear to be like have come from that era, you know. Maybe they've
Mhm.
been touched up or something, you know.
Maybe.
And I mean, like, yeah, I never got taught as a kid that there was literally an explosion of electricity industrial revolution, an electrical industrial revolution, right? Everything was electricity. Like suddenly everything was electricity, street lights and house lights and cars and scooters and bikes, and buses and trams and trains and everything. Everything was electric. I didn't know that till recently.
Well, back in the past, you mean?
Yeah. Before Rockefeller or whatever his name is decided that he'd start his smear campaigns and his misinformation about precious resources, limited scarcity, limited resources like oil, right? Oh, this is good fuel, but it's there's only so much of it, right? So this is why we got to charge you, like. And then, that seemed like electricity took a back seat after that. It's like, why?
I've seen videos online, like in the past, they had some like amazing electrical technology, like proper buildings like lit up, like before we really like taught that they had it. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Yep. Like whole sections, massive sections of cities, like blocks and blocks, right, of city lit up with fairy lights and shit, right? Like, you seen those
Yeah,
photos?
that's what I've seen videos of and people talking about. It's crazy. There's a lot of things though that they had that like have been taken away. When where the area where I live in England, there was an underground tram system in the 1870s, I think it was. Like only on a small part of the city. It was more like a town back then, but it was a horse-drawn thing. Like they called it a horse-drawn tram that went in a tunnel under the ground. I've forgotten the details of where it ran from and where to, but it was when I was like researching the area, the neighborhood that I used to live in, and I was just like, right, like you would never know. And it was just on like there was a park space, and there was like an information board in the middle of the park, and it told you the history of the area. But I'd never heard any of that before, and it's like it's all gone. You would never know that even existed. There was like there was lots of structures and buildings that was really ornate and elaborate that they spent time putting up, and then they've removed them and taken them down, and you never would even know they'd been there. It's really strange. I don't know if I'm just waffling and talking
Right.
trash,
No,
but
that's right. And like,
I'm
why
a little
couldn't that
mean.
have been sustained, right? And preserved and sustained and like it's still used today? Why? Like, what's the justification for, ceasing to utilize that sort of technology? And the infrastructure's already there. The equipment, the hardware's already there. You got people to run it. Like, why not just keep it going?
I think sometimes it's economics and sometimes it's competing interests. Like we used to have a large light rail system here in Los Angeles County, but the car and tire rubber industries bought it up and put them out of business so they could sell more cars.
Yeah, see, that sort of thing happens. Yeah, that's
Okay.
disgusting. Yeah, they've done it. They've done that sort of thing like all over the place, and like I've seen it happen. Like where I live in this town, it has a rail line that runs through it, and it hasn't been used for like maybe going on 30 years, right? And it got shut down because the state government at the time said that it wasn't, they couldn't justify pumping any more funding into it and nobody wanted to privatize it, right? They couldn't sell it, right? So, and to keep it running either. So, so that I think that they were lying that it wasn't profitable, because when they did that, our timber industry suffered and eventually died, right? And so everything, when they did that, all transport had to be trucks. That was it. Like any, mass produce that was, from this area had to be shipped by truck. Like you said, the tires and that. So I'd say that the government big boys had a pocket full of bills from like the trucking companies, the road, the road cargo industry. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't just the timber too. Like farmers with wool and meat and cattle, livestock, grain, right? Farming area, right? All that stuff. It relied on the rail for a large part, of it. And that when they closed that down, all that industry suffered, and eventually, like some of it eventually just died out. It doesn't. There's no timber mills here anymore. There was like 3, and it's a small town. They were fully staffed, fully operational, fully producing, right, all the time. That railway line closed down. That died. Like it was almost like a living organ that kept the town going. And this town has died since too. Like, and that's not just that's contributed to that, but it played a large part. That industry died. Those people didn't have any jobs. They were skilled in that area, so they had to leave. They had to go find another mill that wasn't this town, and they were generating income and they were investing back into the town. Their pay went to the town. They spent in town. They didn't spend it outside of the town. So it fully sustained this tiny rural town's economy. I mean, it helped pay for like wages and profits from all the corner shops. Like there was all these little convenience stores in a tiny little town like this. There was like 7 of them, and some of them with fuel bowsers out the front, right? So they're like a service station as well. And there was like 3 clubs and like 6 pubs, and there was like 5 butchers. There was like 2 to 3 greengrocers. There was jewelers and all these little businesses that were thriving. Like, right, they're gone. They're gone. We do not have a greengrocer here. We have 2 large chain supermarkets. And people have tried to set up shop for like greengrocers here, and they can't compete. They just can't compete, and they end up shutting after like 6 months.
I
Struggle to
think
pay the
that's the way the
bills, make a
government
profit.
wants it to be.
Yeah,
I
it's
think that's the way
sad.
that they want it to be, yeah, because that way we're dependent. Before, if you're like in a small town or you're able to be more self-sufficient and the town is able to cater for itself and it doesn't benefit the economy of the big corporations and supermarket chains and things like that, they're not getting the money. We're more dependent on them, isn't it? I
Right.
don't know.
No, it's absolutely true. And you can tell that because they didn't do anything to stop it. They encouraged it. Like that state government closed that railway line down, knowing what it would do to this town's economy and any other little town that's that's along that stretch of rail. Like other towns would have suffered the same. And and then what happens is, and it's really topsy turvy because like the rural areas like maintain the cities, right? There is no cities without the places that produce the meat and the wheat and all the other grains and the fruit and veg and the milk and all of it. Those supermarkets in those towns don't get stocked unless they import, right? But
Yeah.
and then so what happens then, right? Because it suffered, farmers started finding it hard to like keep afloat, right? To produce enough to pay the bills and survive and live, right, themselves, right? And so what happens then is they look for a buyer. They realize they can't run the farm anymore, so they'll sell it out to this the biggest bidder, and that'll be some multinational corporation that's just going to run it like it's a factory, like a business. They don't care about quality that much. They just want mass produce, right? That's what those big companies want to do. Instead of like the small farmer, if the family is working a farm and they're producing a lot, but not as much as what like a factory setting, right, with hundreds of employees, right? Hundreds, not just a family of a few people. There's as many as maybe
Yeah,
10 at the most, right?
yeah. Mhm.
So and then so we lose that. So that's what's feeding the machine now. The city machine is just this like sterile, dead, no culture, no pride, like produce, like that's it. And then and what's even like more ironic is like now when we go to the supermarket, we're not buying local fresh food produce, right? That all gets taken away. You don't see that. Anything that is still produced here doesn't go back to the town. The town doesn't see it unless there's private little sales, right? And that happens. There's a
Yeah, or like
farmer's market.
yeah, I was gonna say
But
farmers market or something like that.
yeah, but they're like
Yeah.
once a week, maybe. I think maybe even it's once every 2 weeks that they set up camp with another bunch of stalls, like, and have a market, and they're there for that period. And it's just not all the time, right? Like it's not. You can just go down to your local greengrocer who has bought local produce, right? Has local produce in his shop, and it was so much better food too. Everything had more flavor. Everything was bigger. Like it's crap now. I can barely get a bag of potatoes from a supermarket now, and not and every single one have like a significant amount of brown or darkening or rot
Oh, they
inside it.
do. Even in England, it's the same. They're all, or they got sprouts coming out of them, or got green on them, or they got black
Right.
parts inside. Yeah. Same
Yep.
here.
There you go. There you go. Yep. They're running the same sort of machine thing in over there too, by the sound of it. And it makes and these government officials, they get rich off that shit, right? Because they say if you're going to do this, we're going to take a nice cut, right? Personally, like if you want my advocacy in Parliament, then you're gonna have to fill my pocket. Then I'll speak on your behalf. Big multinational corporation that's crying because this country won't let them set up shop. Yeah, sorry for the rant about that. It's just sad to see because like I've sort of watched it happen real time.
No, it's okay. It's true. What you're saying is right. I do agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't really lean towards any kind of particular political party or view, right?
Yeah, no,
But
me
if I
neither.
was to choose one, yeah. But if I was to choose one, like
Mhm.
I'd probably say that I would be more like resemble a socialist.
What's a socialist? I don't know really much about politics or anything at all, so I don't know if that's like a thing where you're from or if they have it here too. I don't actually know. I don't really know anything about politics or like political parties. Here, I think we have Labour
Right.
and the Conservatives, but I don't know
Yeah,
which
it's
one.
basically taken over the whole Western world. That model, yeah, it's everywhere. Socialism is actually probably at the heart of America's Constitution. I mean, but it's like it's slotted in there and and presented as if it's part of the democratic machine or the the independent machine. But is for the people by the people, right?
Right.
That's like a core tenet of socialism. It's like it's the people running the country, basically, not the government. The government are working for the
But it's
people,
not
not the
really, is it?
people working for the
Is it?
government.
But is it really? Oh no.
Yeah, that's why they hate it. That's why they don't want socialism to ever like freaking arise,
Oh, I see.
because
Okay, I understand. I get you now. Yeah, I get it. I
it
get it. Sorry.
works. Countries get really strong and independent, and yeah, when they adopt a model like that. It can have its downsides as well, but I mean, like economically and in other ways, and socially, it strengthens it strengthens that society, because its main its main purpose is to like maintain self-sustain that society instead of having to be too dependent.
Mhm.
That promotes individual independence, right? As well.
Okay. I wonder what in England our equivalent of that party is.
But independents are actually like they're like a fresh start of of that model,
Yeah.
and it's a breakaway. Independents are really good if if you agree with their core principles and values, right? And and policies that they want to implement. You should support them, right? Because they're not representative of an actual, like, they don't have a business machine incentive. They're not like a corporation. They're like an independent, like the greengrocer, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And that's the sort of campaigns that independents will run too, where they'll be saying, "Look, I will be working for you. I'll be your employee, right? In a government setting, not the other way around, where I'll be." They say that they're representing the people, right? But really, their intention is to rule the people, to tell them what to do, the way they think, and run things the way they think things should be run, not the way the people think it should be run.
Hmm. So is that like a dictatorship?
Yeah, that's what people say about socialism is ends up becoming a dictatorship. Yeah,
Okay.
but that doesn't even have to
Oh,
be
is
a bad thing.
socialism
I
like
mean,
communism?
yeah, like I don't know, maybe they share some principles, but
Do you know, I do see posters up, thinking about it, around near where the university is and stuff, I see posters sometimes saying like, come to the socialist club or the,
yeah, right, yeah.
yeah, I've seen it. I have seen posters. They have some society or something at the university.
Yeah, I mean, socialism has pulled countries like out of poverty after world wars faster than countries that didn't implement those principles and model. Like
Okay.
they suffered for longer. Like other countries recovered faster using socialism style models. Yeah. Yeah, like our government after the World War II, we had a guy get into power who decided that he was going to protect the people's monies from the central banking system, so that and insure them, so that if anything if the banks claim bankruptcy or anything like that, the people's money was protected.
Mm-hmm.
And it cost the banks, right? Banks didn't like that. And then they would smear campaign against that sort of leader, like calling them like making insinuations about socialism and dictatorship, right? So
Right.
yeah, to like sully that leader's character, but they actually were doing good. I mean, that's like something you would want a leader to make sure happens, right? That you don't end up broke because a bank fucked up,
Yeah, and you lost all your money.
Yeah, yeah, because that was happening, to people, and it was, and this leader saw how that right was destroying the country and would actually, slow down the recovery of poverty from war, right? So yeah, because when that happened, like these were people like farmers and that with the heart of the machine, right? You can't have like them breaking down. You got to replace them or fix them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or just let it go and just work without that extra leg, right? Or extra cog. You can't. You're not going to be as efficient and productive if you've lost cogs in your wheels. So he, protected them to make sure that the machine stayed going nice and cleanly. This was a good move, and he got, pretty much ridiculed for it by his peers, but it worked.
Oh.
It was like the government basically took over and said, okay, we'll be a bank for this period or whatever. Like, we'll safeguard your money. That's not in the hands of private people, like strangers. And that's then that's when like you saw the creation of what are they called? Society banks, right? So they're like a co-op, like a bank co-op, basically, right? So you're not a customer of the bank, you're a member of a like a fund, a trust fund thing, So and it's like basically the people's own bank. They run the bank, and that those banks give you high return interest rates and less and lower, if to nil, sometimes nil administration fees and banking fees.
I think we had them here called building societies, possibly.
Yeah, there you go, building
And
societies. Yeah. Brilliant, brilliant thing to have. And when you support them, you're sticking it to the big ones. The ones that are trying to like take out, that are running the economy basically. You're
yeah,
sticking it to them. They're not making any money off your money while ever you're in one of those societal banks. And like then they'll even have board meetings and votes and stuff about how to spend money, right? Like if they've profited, right? What do you want, like they say to their members, what would you like this invested in, right? We can maybe turn over, right? And feed that into your accounts. And we just take a cut because we're handling the process, right? So the members are actually making money off the investment, right? Whereas the bigger banks, they're giving you this tiny little trickle, right, from the investments that they're making with your money, right? And charging you higher fees on top of it. So your interest basically that you've earned just goes into like paying them what the money that they want for handling your money while they make money out of it. It's just insane. Yeah, building societies, way to go.
Do you think everyone else went to sleep?
Yeah, probably bored them to tears. But like it's good just to have like, even if there's a conversation going on, if there's people talking and somebody comes in, they don't think, oh, this place is dead, nobody's talking, I'm going to leave, right?
Yeah.
Like, because that happens so much.
Yeah, it does go quite a bit. When I first found it on YouTube the other week or the other day, I can't remember when it was, and I would listen to people talking for a while, and then it went quiet for like a while, and then people start talking again, and then it just goes like silent again. Because I guess there's people from
Yeah.
all different time zones here, isn't there?
Yeah, from all over the place. Yep.
Mm.
Yeah, like it's 3:45 in the afternoon for me.
Oh, really? It's 5:45 in the morning here for me, and I don't know why, but I couldn't sleep all night. I tried to sleep, but I just couldn't sleep, so that's why I'm
Same time
still
here.
up.
Same time as you here in Portugal.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, Miguel.
So I'm sharing the same, let's say, time zone. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, really?
You are at the UK?
Yeah, I'm in England, yeah.
Okay. So
It must
are
be
you a
fairly
flat
close
earther?
to the same, on the same longitude, same meridian, maybe. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fairly
It's
close.
a Greenwich meridian.
Greenwich Mean Time.
Yeah, exactly. There's a controversy, who did invent the time zones. There's one from UK and there was one from America, I think.
I'm surprised I didn't trigger India to join in, like talking about all that shit. Hang on, man. Did you consider this or something? But he might be. I don't know what time it is for those guys in the States.
I think
He might
some
be out
parts of
for.
America are 5 hours behind England, and places like California are 8 hours behind.
Right. Yeah. So they're sleep. They're in sleep mode. Yeah.
Yeah, because I used to have pen friends. Well, I still do have pen friends that I write to, like snail mail through the post. And sometimes I would speak to them online. And I think, yeah, California was 8 hours behind England. And then places like New York, Texas are like 5 hours behind.
Well, it's not unusual that I'd hear Gemsy talking. He's in here, but I don't know if he's awake. But I think I've heard him on the mic around this time. You there, Gemsy? No. Yeah, he's probably asleep too then.
I fell asleep on this, listening to this radio. I'll call it the radio. It's like the radio, isn't it? It's like one of those old-fashioned talk
Pretty
phone-in
much.
shows, or just a modern version.
Right, yeah. Basically the same thing, yeah.
I'm here, just keeping it quiet and listening to you guys. Lovely talk. Thank you very much. Hope everybody doing okay.
Cheers, Gemsy.
Kiss and hugs
Nice,
for everyone. Love you all. Good night.
Night.
I'm up too. I'm not sleeping.
I
And
am.
Awesome.
it's 6 hours behind here in Texas.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. We're on Central Time.
So it's just about to be midnight.
Yep. I thought Gemsy was gonna do like some ASMR, performance to help everyone go to sleep.
I love ASMR. I always listen to ASMR on YouTube.
That's usually you, T-Dub, isn't it? When you when you whisper.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Exactly. Even then I'm like told I'm still a bit too loud, so I don't know. I might just have to shut up during those periods. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Amo. Just wondering if Amo's gonna say hello. No, opened his mic and left. Okay, never mind. Yeah, you need to do it. Vince's just smashing it. The home server, man. Awesome. It's easy listening. People joining us. Alice and Ruby. Ruby's gone.
People come and go like all the time, don't they? I find it hard to figure out how to get onto the Discord. I don't know if I'm just dumb, but when I was listening to the YouTube, and at first I was like thinking, where was the people coming on to be able to talk from? I didn't get it, and then I was like looking at it, it was like join the conversation at Discord or something, and I was like, what? It took me a while to figure out there was 3 links on the bottom, and then once I'd actually got on the Discord, like, I'm on Discord for other things, but when I'd finally got on the Discord for this, it still took me another minute to figure out how to actually join the call.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Discord can be a bit confusing sometimes.
There's a lot of different channels on it in each group. I don't know what they're called. They're called subs, groups, whatever. Like, there's a lot of different
Yeah. Channels. Yep.
topics and channels in each one.
Yep. Yeah, I remember I didn't know how Discord worked. Barely. Like when I first joined, I was so confused. It was weird trying to find where to go and stuff.
Welcome to the room. Anyone who's come in, feel free to ask any questions you might have.
How is the Earth flat?
How? What do you mean by how?
Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Well, I know the Earth is flat because there is no measurable surface curvature. We measure the
Okay,
surface of the Earth
let,
as flat.
okay, let's say if the Earth is really flat, um, can there be night and day if the surface is flat?
Well, we
Let's say
measure the
if you take a,
we
let's
measure
say
the
if you have a,
surface as Okay, go ahead.
Well,
Finish your
let's say
question.
let's say you have a piece of paper, and above the piece of paper you put a lamp, or
Okay.
basically a bulb.
Right.
Let's say a bulb. It is now glowing and it is fully covering the uh, surface of the paper, and the
What
paper
if
is
the paper's
flat.
100 miles
So,
across?
no, the light travels way more
Okay.
than that.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
We are million kilometers away from the sun.
I'm
well,
So
talking
wait.
about
it is a very
in I was talking about in your
so
situation, right? In your situation with
the
the
earth
lamp and the
if the
paper.
yeah if the
What if
earth
the
if the
paper was 100 miles squared?
it doesn't matter. Light can travel even further than that. You know,
With your lamp? No, with the lamp.
Mars is
With your
even
lamp.
further than the Earth.
You were talking about a lamp.
He's not gonna.
No,
No.
I'm
Well,
talking
wait.
about the
Can you just
magnitude.
slow
If you're
down?
taking the
Can you
magnitude,
stop
if you're
talking
taking the
so fast? Can you just pull it back a little bit so we can discuss things one at a time?
okay, okay,
You're
okay.
not you're not going to
I'm
convince
just gonna
anyone.
clear.
You're not going to
I'm
convince
just
anyone of your claims by talking really fast and talking over them,
okay,
right?
okay. Okay, you
Yeah.
do know my stance, so kindly answer
Okay,
that.
that's fine, but that's not a valid comparison by any means. As
How?
T-Dub said, you're comparing a large bulb to a piece of paper, right? But what if the light is tiny, right, in comparison to the piece of paper? What if it's not so much bigger than the piece of paper? If you're in a
The
warehouse, a huge warehouse, is the entire thing lit by one bulb?
Can it be lit up by one bulb?
An entire warehouse is lit by one bulb. That's your contention.
Can it be? Is
Wait,
the sun capable? Is the sun
wait.
capable
You're
of
not
hitting
answering
the
my
whole Earth?
question. It's okay. This is not an emotional topic, I promise.
No,
Can
you're
a
saying the sun
single
doesn't have the ability.
Can you please listen to my question and answer it? Can an entire warehouse be lit by one singular bulb?
No. Can
Okay.
it
So,
lit up
wait,
the
let
whole
me
paper?
continue. Just hold it in, please. So, if the sun is not 93 million miles away, as is claimed, and instead is smaller than the Earth as it appears and moves in the sky as it appears, then it is only going to light up a portion of the Earth at a time. And that's what we observe.
No.
And
No. You're
the
saying the sun
surface,
is you're saying the
no,
sun is shorter than the Earth.
no, I'm saying, what do you see when you look outside and you look at the sun? Does the sun appear bigger or smaller than the Earth?
If the object is away from us, it
No.
appears
I didn't
shorter.
ask you.
But
I
when
didn't
it
ask you
comes
for the
near
story.
us,
I
it is
asked you
bigger.
how it appears. Are you able to separate your beliefs from what you actually
So
observe?
science doesn't work on the appearance. You
Okay,
need
you
to
know what?
have the basic.
You've kind of lost the plot here,
Science
dude.
doesn't science
You know,
doesn't work
It's but
on the
okay.
appearance.
Okay,
yes, it
listen.
does. Drug free. It
Okay,
does.
yeah, take
Yes,
over,
it
No.
T-Dub.
does.
Do you see a mirage? If you see a mirage, do you think it is water there?
Yes.
When you go near, it is
What is
not
the
there.
basis? What
Appearance
is the
can be
basis for what is
deceiving.
the basis for understanding a mirage?
Basically, it's a reflection of the light
What
on the ground.
is the
It appears. It
basis?
appears.
What's the basis? The
It
basis. I'm
appears.
asking you, where do you start? When it comes, hey, listen, when it comes to understanding what a mirage is, what do you have to start with?
No, I don't know what is the mechanism on behind
The
it, but
observation,
the
the
main,
answer. Hey, listen, I'll
but
give
the
you the
main
answer.
thing is the
I'll give you the
appearance.
answer. Since you don't know the answer, I'll give you the answer. Right? The answer is with an observation. You're going. That's going to be the very beginning of your analyzing the information. Right?
Okay.
That's going to be the starting point of your investigation. The observation
Yeah.
that you're trying to figure out. Right? That you're trying to understand. It's always going. So when you say that science isn't based on the way things appear, yes, it is. That's called the observation. What's appearing to our senses,
Can it
and
be
then
deceiving?
right,
Is it always
right.
right?
So
It is
yeah.
always.
So don't say science
Is it always right?
doesn't have anything to do with that. It does. It's the
Is
basis
the
of it.
appearance always right?
No, not necessarily. I was just correcting
So
you on that single
okay,
point.
we're
That's all.
gonna stick on that. So we have established that observing something is not always something right. It appears it is big, but it is actually big. We have to figure that out. So we established this. Okay.
Okay.
So let's
All
say,
right. So
let,
how?
let me continue. Wait.
No, no, no. You're taking
So
this way
so
onto the weeds.
so
It
so you
doesn't
so you take
matter.
so
It
you take a
doesn't
football.
matter,
So you take a football on your hand. It
dude.
appears it is big, but when you walk
We
2-3
understand
kilometers away, can you
perspective.
even
I
see the
don't
ball?
need art
No.
from second grade. Okay. I understand
So
perspective. My point is
you are
that
saying
the
sun is
sun,
shorter than the earth.
no, you aren't. Just the sun appears smaller than the earth, right? And as the sun approaches an area of the earth, that area lights up, and as it moves away, that area grows dark. That is what we all observe. Okay? That's the baseline. Now, if you want to claim that something isn't possible over a flat earth, then you will have to prove to me that the surface of the earth is curving.
There's a horizon. You see a horizon. There's a
Okay,
curvature.
that's not a measurement of surface curvature. You can have a
Okay,
horizon on
and
a flat plane.
there's also day and night. If
Okay,
the earth
that's
is
not a
flat,
measurement either.
no, it's an observation.
It's
You
not a
say
measurement of surface
no,
curvature.
it's an
Day and
observation.
night
It's an
is not
observation.
proof that the surface is curving. Can you try again?
How can the surface be flat and lit and dark at the same time? No.
You don't
I
make
did
any
post.
sense.
I did post a GIF
Prove
of
me.
that.
Yeah,
The sun
you
is
don't make
Prove
any sense.
no.
You're just talking nonsense. Are
Give
you
me a
going to
model.
provide? Are you going to provide a measurement of surface curvature, or are you just going to keep deflecting to all these things that have
I
nothing
don't
to
need
do
to
with it?
prove that. I don't need to prove that. I don't need
Well,
to prove
yes, you
that.
do, because if you don't, we
Why?
have tons of evidence
Wait. Okay.
that
Okay.
shows that the Earth
Okay.
is flat and stationary. We have
No. If
tons
the
of measurements,
no,
and you have none. So
if there is a night and day sequence, if there is a mechanism, then the Earth has to be
do you not
sphere. It has
see
to be
the
have a
sun
curvature.
move
On the flat
overhead?
surface, it doesn't work. Why
That's
can't you
bullshit,
understand?
dude.
On the flat
Yeah,
surface,
that's
the
ridiculous.
night and day doesn't work.
I
The
did post
sun
in the
Seeing
live
a
moves.
night
stream.
Do you
and day
not?
on a
Okay,
Yesterday.
same
listen,
flat
you're
surface.
bricked. You're totally bricked.
No, I'm not
Do
rigged.
you
You
see
are
the
rigged.
sun? You see
You
the
don't
sun
know a
move,
basic science.
and the
You
Earth's
don't know
surface
basic
measures
science.
flat.
I'm
This
saying put.
You're saying
I'm saying
nothing.
put a flat
You're saying
surface.
lots
Put
of
a
things
flat
that aren't the Earth's surface is curving.
Earth. Okay. Wait.
Okay, listen.
What
Get a
I'm
hold of
saying.
yourself and post in the
What
side
I'm
chat.
saying.
No, listen.
What I'm saying.
Post in the
No, wait.
side chat, or I'm gonna have to mute you so you can listen because you don't seem capable of controlling yourself. You're gonna post in the side chat a measurement of Earth's surface curvature. And then if you prove to me that the surface is curving, then we can entertain all of your other fantasies. But until you prove that, you just have claims. And you're wasting our time.
Can I prove the surface of the Earth or the curvature of the Earth in another way?
No, you have to prove it with a measurement of the surface. Why would
No, can I prove it some other way? Can I prove it
No,
in
you
some other
can't.
way?
No, you
Why?
can't. Because that's not valid.
No,
You have to
I'm proving it in from another perspective. Can I do that?
No, you're not. You're proving
Why?
you're making a lot of claims
Why?
about what can and cannot
Why?
happen.
Why?
Okay,
Why?
because you know
Why
what,
are
I'm
you
just
not allowing me?
because you aren't going to prove your claim because you are
No, that's
avoiding your
my
claim.
problem. That's my problem. You don't.
You are okay. Well, listen, we have
You don't
nothing
have
to
to worry
talk
about
about
that.
here.
That's my problem. How I'm gonna solve it?
Listen, you're
Give
very,
me the
very rude.
flexibility.
You're very rude. Can you stop
no,
talking, please?
you're
Okay, I'm just gonna have to mute you because you don't seem capable of stop talking.
Pass him around, maybe.
Now listen, I'm going to tell you this once. Nothing besides a measurement of Earth's surface curvature is sufficient to prove that the Earth is curving. So all these other things you want to talk about and deflect from just show that you don't have any evidence for your claims. And that's why you insist on talking over me and talking about other things. You're just revealing the absolute weakness of your position. So I would like you to go out and find a cited measurement of Earth's surface curvature and post it in the side chat. And I hope you understand that because I feel like that's as clear as I can be with you.
Okay. Um. Okay. Wait. Where were we? Yes. Okay. Can you give me a model? I'm
Okay,
proving
are
it,
you
by the
gonna
way.
do what I
The Earth.
asked, or are you
The
just gonna
Earth is.
keep talking?
No.
Just
I'm.
you can
I'm doing it. I'm
concede.
doing
You
it.
can
I'm doing it.
concede that you don't have a he can concede that he
I'm
doesn't have
pro.
a
No,
measurement.
no,
I'm
he just
proving
wants
the
to keep
Earth
Yeah,
has
talking.
a
That's not.
yeah,
curvature.
he can
Drive.
concede.
No,
You
no.
can
I'm
concede you
proving
don't
the
have
Earth
it.
has a curvature. It has.
What
No, you're
she's
not.
asking for, you can concede that you don't have it. You can say, I don't have a measurement of curvature. You can concede to that.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Listen, drug free. I don't know if you've noticed or not, but we run the show here, right? You don't run the show. So there's a question on the table for you. Do you want a good faith conversation? You want a back and forth? You want a bit? You want a bit of take? Then you got to give and take, right?
Also concede. That's an available option.
No. What I'm saying, I'm going to prove it to you that the service,
Also, you're
that
not
the
conceding,
measurement
so
of the
show
surface
the
of that.
measurement.
I'm going
If
to
you're
prove
not
it to you.
conceding, so show the
I'm
measurement
going
that
to
she's
prove it to
asking
you.
for.
What she's asking, she is giving me a tunnel vision that this is the way. Either prove it through this way or not, or through this way. We can agree. If else, not.
Do the
That's not
first,
how it
listen,
works.
page one,
You have to give
do the
flexibility.
first
You
step.
have to give flexibility in the conversation. You can't stay
I don't
in a
have to
narrow
give
path.
anything. I don't have to
No,
do what you
you're giving
say.
no.
If I
No.
want to know
How?
how tall you are, if you want to tell me you're 6 feet tall, then you have to show me a measurement to prove that you're 6 feet tall. You can't talk about other things in the room or other things around you. I'm not accepting any of that as proof. So you can either provide what I've asked for, or like Jemsy said, you could admit you don't have that. Those are your
No,
options.
I have that.
Okay,
I'm
well,
going to prove it to you.
okay, you're going to post it in the side chat then.
I'm gonna prove it to you in the conversation. We're gonna
No, you're
debate.
not.
I'm going
No,
to
you're
prove
not.
it to you.
You're going to cite
You
a measurement of
you're just.
curvature in the side chat, or you're going to stay on mute.
I'm going to
I'm not playing
prove it
this
to you.
game.
For
I'm not playing this
for
game. Yeah, I have no tolerance for extremely rude people like that.
Play a little bit before we fall asleep.
Yeah, we'll let him back in. He won't stop talking for the next half hour, I think, if you let him. Oh, he's asking me why I'm scared.
He's really wound up, isn't he?
Yeah. I know. Oh, did he leave? No, he's still here. Okay, I'm gonna unmute him. Okay. I don't see anything in the side chat except you saying a bunch of
No,
nonsense.
I'm going to do. Why you're not allowing me? Okay,
Why
so
are you scared?
we're gonna.
Dude,
We are
you
going to
think we're
start. We are
scared of
going to
you?
start again.
We're
No,
scared of your
I'm going to start.
non-evidence. We're scared of your lack
No,
of
you're not allowing
supporting
me. You're
evidence. You're
basically not allowing me.
terrifying.
No, you're
Okay.
not allowing me.
No, you have
You're
fingers.
shaking
I'm
right
not
now. You are
preventing your
shaking right.
hands from
You are
typing.
shaking. You are shaking right now. You're not allowing me to even
What?
debate. Constantly muting me and running away and saying,
Oh, okay, you're just gonna stay on mute. Yeah, you've got issues.
"Come
Yeah.
on, you're not allowing me." You're shaking right.
Oh my gosh, what a piece of work.
So let's see.
We'll give him a couple minutes and see if he comes up with anything or if he just wants to claim we're terrified of his, undeniable evidence.
Just pass it to T-Dub or to Matrix. Let's see how he handled those. Since he wants to play the word game, he doesn't want to text his evidence.
He says I'm shacking right now.
Yeah, checking on your boots.
Not
And
shaking, checking.
checking, yeah. Do you have any evidence that she's checking on her boots? Can you provide the evidence for that? You can also concede that you don't have evidence for that. Neither. Let's see. Oh, drug-free life. Wow.
Do you want to talk to him, Jamesy? I'm too busy being terrified.
Why talking to a guy that doesn't want to even pay
Let
attention?
Miguel,
what
Miguel,
I know Jamesy likes to have fun with these people, but he's not going to present anything, and he's been in here before. It's not his first time, and he's always like this, just like incredibly rude. So, you want him?
Miguel or 20 Cups wants to
All
do
right,
something.
you guys can have him. Have fun.
Oh shit! Go for it. All right, goofball.
Okay.
Going on.
Okay. Before she said measurement of the Earth, even before that, I asked her that can a flat surface have a night and a day side
Yes,
by
and
side?
I did post a gif of the sun is
And
going away. It's getting
and
darker. Are you paying
wait,
attention?
let me finish even my question.
Yeah,
You're
go
constantly
see that.
interrupting me.
Yeah,
You
go
are
see
going
what I did
against your
post
own
first.
rules. You are going against your own rules, and then
No,
when
no.
I do it, you mute me. And when you are
Yeah,
doing,
go.
then nobody has the authority to mute you. And then you say that I
First,
don't
pay
have the
attention.
manners and all.
Go,
I'm not
watch
looking
Let me
at anything that
finish.
is being
We're gonna
posted
have
for
it.
you.
We're gonna very befitting manner. We're not gonna we're not gonna make it a fish
Oi?
market.
Não,
There's
eu
no
vi
we
que
here,
Let's
fala.
buddy.
debate.
Stop
Ô,
saying we.
Let's debate.
Google, como é que fala
Cabin.
japonês? Não, desculpa.
So okay. So you first of all, you have to prove me that can there be a night and
Kita,
day
Pablo,
sequence on a flat surface,
Pablo.
and you're saying the light cannot travel past
Yeah.
a certain point. That's why it is night.
Okay,
So
Greg, pay attention
also
now.
you
Now
know
it's my
Mars,
time.
Saturn,
Greg,
Uranus,
Greg
Neptune,
boy.
Pluto. There are also planets there, and the light is
Wait a
also
second.
traveling
One
past
topic,
there.
one thing
So the
at
argument.
one time.
No, it's not gonna happen like that, dude.
Okay.
You gotta shut the fuck up, man.
You did said one thing. I did post in the side chat right there. The
You
sun
said-
is going
you
the
said, like-
way. It's getting darker. It's simple. It's the sun is
He
above
said
the
like
horizon.
20 things.
So yeah, it's pointless stuff to this guy.
All I heard was words, bro. Like, can you make it coherent, please? Like, we don't need like a novel summarizing things that happened before we got here, dude. Like, can you stick to the last bit that got you muted in the first place? Right.
And he did said he was going to demonstrate to us, but he didn't demonstrate. You know, he just did talk, but he demonstrate. He has to show something. But did he show something? Nothing.
Yeah, you know, one thing I am curious about, right? So earlier, Over Fences was asking you for a direct measurement of curvature, right? Now you're saying, from what I gathered before, that's not necessary. We can basically do an indirect, like we can gather that measurement in an indirect way, effectively, right? I'm curious what that would even be. Would you be able to provide that? Whatever you had in mind.
Sorry.
So just to recap the last bit of the conversation, right before you got muted, you were
No,
asked for a direct.
I was typing, so I didn't get your question. Can you
Yeah,
kindly
yeah,
repeat it?
I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it. Yeah. So earlier, right before you were muted, you were asked for a direct measurement of the curvature, right? And you were
Yes.
arguing that you don't need to provide a direct measurement. You could basically infer it or provide an indirect measurement by some way, right? Now, I don't agree that that's actually a valid way to go about this. but I would, like to hear what you had to say just to entertain it. Would you be able to provide what you had in mind, just for sake of argument?
Before she asked me about the measurement, even before that, I asked, can there be a night and day sequence? Even before that, I first asked her
I don't
to
care.
prove it.
I
And
don't care
then
about that.
then
And
she
I did
said,
answer
prove
that.
this.
I did answer that.
No,
He
you
just
didn't.
ignored
You
it.
didn't. You didn't. You didn't. You
But here's,
asked a question
yeah.
from a
So
question. You didn't
here's the thing.
answer my question.
Yeah. So here's the thing, dude.
I asked a
I don't
question.
actually.
She countered with another question
Dude,
without even answering my first
here's the
question,
thing.
and then she muted.
That's a lie.
Dude,
Yeah,
I don't care. I don't fucking care. I'm asking you. Let's move forward. What do you have as an indirect measurement? Right? Because that's what you were trying to
You're
argue
saying
that
there
you could
can't be a
have.
night and day sequence. So
Why
you're
not?
jumping from another question. You are jumping from one question to another.
No,
That's what
I'm
you're
not.
saying.
I was asking
Yes, you
I was
are.
asking you. No, dude.
That's
I was
not a
asking.
measurement.
I'm asking for an indirect measurement, not an inference about what's going on in the sky. Right? So that's not a measurement. You're just measuring of, at least not the ground. You're measuring angles, maybe.
Okay, if we have the capacity
what?
To measure
Or
it,
duration.
what is your point? If we have the measurement, then what?
You're measuring drop over distance. Okay, this is basically what
No,
curvature
so
is.
what? So what?
Rate
If
of
we don't
change
have the
of slope.
measurement, if we don't
The
have the
rate.
measurement, what is going to prove? What are you trying to get from all this?
If you can't prove that there's actually a curve, then you can't claim that there's a curve.
Says
You
who?
understand?
Who says who? Who says there is not a curve? Says who?
No. You
Apart
guys
from
are saying
flat,
that.
apart from flat
Dude,
earthers,
dude,
who is
you're,
saying
dude.
there is a flat?
No,
There is
you
no
no.
curvature.
Listen. You guys are claiming there is curvature. We're
No,
asking,
no,
how
no,
do you know that?
we are not claiming. The majority says the Earth has a
Excuse me?
curvature. The flat earthers are saying, so you have to prove it.
No, dude, you're not getting it. If you think you're on a ball, balls have curvature. We're asking you, where's the curvature? It's simple. I don't get why you don't get this.
Everybody sees the curvature. Everyone has seen the curvature. If you go to the top of the
Everybody
Burj Khalifa, you
besides
can
me.
see the
I don't
curvature.
see it. I don't see it.
Okay.
Achha, okay. If you have a telescope, that can see from even, it has unlimited range. Can you see the the Twin
It has
Tower
unlimited
building?
range.
If you're on China, do you
No,
have
is
the
this
ability? Can the
hypothetical?
telescope
Is
Can the
this a
telescope
hypothetical?
able to see the Twin Towers?
No.
Does that telescope? How? Why?
No. Well, good question.
Why?
Right? Let's investigate that. Okay, so which telescope?
Let's say
Right?
let's say you have a telescope which has
Hang on. Let
unlimited
me set you up,
ability to see
fella.
even from
Let me
from
set
furthest
you
object.
up. Stop. Let's set it up. Okay. So we're at point A. How far is point B that we're trying to look? One number. One distance. Let's
10,000 kilometers.
10,000 kilometers. Fantastic. Okay. How high are you off the ground?
Let's say, for the sake of argument, let's say 50 meters.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay. How much curvature is there over 10,000 miles theoretically?
I don't know. Let's
shit
say
ton. Whatever, right? And more curvature than would be the height of the thing we're trying to look at. Okay, so therefore you could argue that could be one possibility. Okay, now let's examine the rest. Okay.
Wait.
You're looking at something.
Can you repeat again? Can you repeat that again? I have a connection
What I'm
error. Your voice just lagged.
the amount of curvature between you and the thing in question, okay, on the surface of the Earth, would be orders of magnitude higher than the thing that you want to observe in the first place. So if you can't see the thing, you could argue that it's because the curvature is in the way. I see how you can reason that. But here's the problem. There's a lot more at play to that. Number one, you're inferring that there would be a curvature in the way. So you need to confirm that by some other means. Now, before we go there, though, just for the sake of argument, maybe we can entertain some other possibilities why you couldn't actually see the thing, right? Because if it's not the curvature, then it must be something else. Okay, just for this, just
So
to entertain.
either way,
Okay,
if
so check
if it is not the
hang on, let
curvature,
me.
either way, the Earth is a sphere. You have to accept it
Oh my
because
god, dude,
the
you're
flat
jumping
surface.
you're jumping too far, bro. You're jumping too
Okay,
far. You're affirming the consequent at the moment.
okay.
Don't be
Go
stupid.
go.
Okay, so check this out. You're 10,000 miles away. You want to see a building. Okay, what would be the angular resolution of the object from your point of view at that distance? Do you even know how to? Would you even know how to calculate that?
No, I don't. But let's
Okay,
say for the sake of argument, there is a zero pollution, zero anything.
that's not true though.
The telescope the telescope has the ability to see the farthest objects. It has all the ability. Let's, for the sake of argument, let's say that. And there is no air pollution. Everything is crystal clear.
Okay, but
Then
that
can
happen though.
and
It's like you're
if you're
stripping
on
away
China,
all the
if
necessary
you're on
variables.
China,
If
can you see
there's
the
no
twin
air,
towers
then you
of
cannot breathe. If there's no air, that you cannot breathe, and you cannot use the telescope, bro. You need air so you can breathe and use the telescopes.
Yeah,
I
You cannot
said
have
there
the
is no
telescope
pollution.
without
There is no
breathing, without
pollution.
air.
There is
You
no
need air to
pollution. I
breathe,
didn't say
so you
air.
need
I
all of
said
those.
pollution. I said pollution.
Yeah, but here's the problem, dude, right? It's not just pollution, little particulates flying around that can obscure your vision. The sheer fact that there is air there has an impact on the distance that you can see. Okay, think of it like a series of panes of glass. You ever see like 10 windows stacked on top of each other and try to look through it? Like it's a little foggy, right?
Let's
Ever
say
notice
for the
that?
sake of argument, there is nothing. There is only the
I
air.
know.
There is no air pollution. You can see the crystal
You
clear
didn't you didn't
each
you
and
didn't hear
everything.
me. You didn't hear me, dude. The sheer fact that you're looking through air alone is enough to obstruct. Okay? It's like looking through stacks of panes of glass. You ever notice that? If you look through one, you look through one.
Let's say the telescope has the night
Let me
vision
finish.
goggles. The heat, there's a heat. Each and every technology you have,
Dude,
can it see?
listen. Okay, now we're getting into like super hypothetical land here. Okay?
No,
The
it's
angular
not a super
look, the problem is,
hypothetical
dude.
idea.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, the listen, yeah.
I'm just
Let
taking
me
you
tell
to
you,
that
dude.
point. But you
I
are
know.
trying each and everything for not
Dude, you're not
going there.
even letting me articulate
Each and
some key
everything.
things.
Each and everything.
Yeah, dude, you're not even letting me like articulate two of the key
It's
things
a
that
super telescope.
you can't get around.
It has all the abilities. Let's say.
What all of the
Can it
abilities?
see?
What does that even
Can
mean?
it That means it can sense the thermal signature from even 1 million kilometers away. It is
It's
able to
it's
see
it's it's max
from each
level.
and every
All
point
the
of view.
abilities max level. All the skills,
Yes,
all the abilities
yes,
max
it has
level
all the
Shit,
abilities.
dude.
level 100.
I gotta get
Can
me one of those.
can it can it see from a straight path? If the person is on China, can it see the twin towers in the US?
Well, if with that type of thing, I'm sure it would, because there's no curvature, right?
No, it
So of
can't.
course you would.
There's a straight path. There's a straight path. You are looking straight. You're not bending the
Exactly.
look.
Exactly. So here's
You're
the thing,
seeing
right?
straight.
Here's the thing. You want to go into fantasy land and make up all sorts of unreasonable hypotheticals. We can just jump to the conclusion, just like what you did earlier. And like, yeah, you would see it because it's flat.
No. The curvature won't let you.
No. Of course you
You're
would.
seeing straight. You're seeing
Dude,
straight.
this is the thing.
Looking
Yes,
in a curve.
yes, you're
reducing
seeing
it to
straight, and there's
infinity.
no straights on a sphere. There's no straights on a sphere. So if you see straight, welcome, you made it. Welcome.
Yeah, dude. You see, we can argue the same absurdity level as you did earlier by saying, "Oh, we don't see it because it's curving away." Therefore,
No,
the Earth is
you can't.
curvable.
You can't.
It's the same
You
type of
can't.
argument, dude. Well, you're right, and
No.
neither can you. This is why this type of
No.
argumentation
The
is stupid.
telescope
Speaking is
is
stupid.
looking straight. It is not looking in a curvature. It is looking straight. You won't see.
I understand that.
After a few 100 kilometers, you would
Yeah,
apparently
dude.
look in the sky. You won't
Dude,
be able to looking at the
dude, check this
ground.
out. Check this out. We acknowledge, right, that you can't see forever. What we're talking about here is why might you not be able to see a certain thing at a certain distance? Your claim is you can't see it because the ground is curving and that thing is basically going below your line of sight. Therefore, you can't see it. We're saying it's going beyond your ability to see.
Okay. It will. You can see. Like you said, we can see. We can see it. If we
No,
allow it to see, we can see it, right?
it
Okay,
depends.
let's say
Well,
that.
here's the thing. It
Okay,
depends on what you're talking about, right? The same phenomena or lack of phenomena, being able to see something, different reasons, right? Earlier, you jumped right ahead and said, "Oh, it was because the ground was curving away." Oh, are you back? You there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Dempsey.
Each and everything. We're here.
Druggy. You there? No shit, eh? Right when we're getting to it, he craps out.
I mean, this guy has a very lack, observations, because I'm there in a watchtower looking at
okay.
Spain,
Wait.
and sometimes I
Wait.
don't see those mountains. So explain to me why I don't see those mountains.
There he is. Okay, he's back.
Okay. Wait. You
Yeah.
said
Answer me.
you said no. You said we can see. Like you from my example, you said like if we look at that way, like we can see, and I said we can't. Okay. For the sake of argument, let's say
What?
you can
Hold
see.
on. Wait,
You
wait,
can see
wait, wait,
from
wait,
the
wait.
telescope.
Dude, wait. Hold on. Are you talking to me or are you talking to Miguel?
Yeah, he's talking to you.
Whoever's was asking, whoever's was agreeing with me.
No,
Nobody was
never.
agreeing with you, dude. We were talking.
No,
I was
no.
talking to you before.
Yes. You someone said that we can see, and I said we cannot see because of the curvature. You said like we can see from that perspective.
No,
Like okay,
no.
okay,
Again, we're talking
so
about something 10,000 miles away, right?
okay. So
A
the Earth
building.
is flat. You can so the Earth is flat. We can see if we have the telescope, which has a super telescope. We can see each and
No, you
everything.
can't.
And
No, you can't. No, you
No,
can't.
no.
I use the.
You
I use.
completely misunderstood what I was saying, dude. What I was getting at
no,
before is you cannot see a building 10,000 miles away if the angular resolution is too low,
no,
too
no. Let's say
small.
the
How would it
angular
actually? What
resolution
would
is
it actually
unlimited.
be?
Let's say it's
What?
unlimited. Let's say it's unlimited. Can we see
No,
then?
No, let me answer this
not
guy. No,
even,
you
man.
can't.
There's
No, you can't.
No,
other
no.
issues.
Why?
No,
Why?
yeah, why? I explain to you. In a hot day, the sun is hotting the ground and it's raising hot air, and because of that, and the vegetation, it's releasing volatile organic compounds, and the light is scattering. So you see what I did post in the side chat. Mountains,
So,
they appear.
oh,
You see
oh,
this? Shut the fuck up and listen. You see those mountains there? Explain to me what is that white haze going on? You
no, no.
imbecile.
Wait.
Yeah, no, wait,
For the
just
for the
listen.
sake of
Listen
argument,
us. Shut
it
up
has
and listen
neither of
us
it.
first.
There is
Okay?
there is no
Ignorant.
pollution. There is
You
no
are
air.
ignorant.
There is
There's
nothing.
always
No.
weather factors. You
Yeah,
ignorant.
Miguel,
tricky,
there is no
tricky.
No.
pollution, there is
Let's
no
ignore.
air, there is no telescope, there is no you, there is
Wait.
no earth, no sky, there is
Wait.
nothing, Miguel, nothing.
Yeah,
Wait.
drug. If you want to reduce the argument to
Let's say
absurdity, you can
there is
extend
no
that
pollution. There
hypothetical
is
too,
nothing.
dude. This is the
There is
problem
nothing.
with it,
You see,
No,
dude.
there is
no.
nothing,
Let's
there is
for
nothing,
the
nothing at all,
for
nothing
the
is
sake of
happening.
argument, there is no
Yeah,
pollution. There is no air, and each we are just observing.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
not reality.
So
But
and the
anyway,
angular
this is the
resolution is
problem.
unlimited. You can see for the furthest. So let's say, can you see from 10,000 kilometers away? Can you see it then?
Dude, in your crazy hypothetical, yeah, but not even
Okay.
because, as
Yes.
Dempsey said, we wouldn't be here because we would have to have no air. We would have to have
Okay.
no air, right? So I just
So
want what I want to do, dude.
no,
Hold on a second. What I
no,
want to
no.
do here,
So
what I
we
want
can
to
see.
bro,
So we can see. You
good,
said we can see. Okay.
dude.
If
In
you're
this
looking
crazy
at those
hypothetical,
towers,
yeah.
okay. If
But
you're
here's the
if
problem, right?
when
So
I'm
here's the problem with this. Dude, you're gonna have to shut the fuck up for a minute, man. Calista tabarnak. My God, man. Dude,
There is
listen.
nothing, but there is diarrhea of the mouth, okay?
Yeah. It's like we can extend your hypothetical to absurdity all we want, just like you wanted to. Okay. Problem is we can't actually do what you're talking about for many reasons. Okay. Angular resolution problem. The error is not completely transparent, slightly opaque. Okay, all sorts of variabilities. Oh, but let's just imagine our way through this, and all these problems go away. I mean, like, nah, man, come on. This is why over fences was, or one of the reasons why I would suspect why over fences was um, asserting the need to actually have a direct measurement, because all this shit that we just went over, right? You can argue until the fucking cows come home about it, and it's inconclusive anyway. There's no point. Okay, come on, dude. Go get your curvature measurement, and it'll be done. Okay.
Bro, if I'm looking from China and there is daytime in China, and I'm looking at the Twin Towers, you said, like, from your perspective, okay, yes, you can see. So
No,
will
no,
it
you
be
cannot see
day
it.
or night?
I'm gonna
Will
show it to
will
you
it
because
will it be
listen,
day or night in
drag
the
boy,
US?
listen, drag boy, shut up. I'm showing to you. Since you cannot show anything to us, just talking. I'm showing to you. You cannot see it
Bro, you have
even with the
you
telescope.
have to you have to prove it.
Just shut up and go watch what I did post.
Okay.
Shut up first. Shut up and go watch what I did post. Okay.
Fake.
Yeah,
It's
I'd
fake.
encourage you
What
to
is
check
fake?
it.
The video is fake. You
It is
ignorant.
fake. It is
Yeah, I'd
fake.
encourage
Fake.
you.
What
I'd
is
encourage
fake?
you.
That video is fake. You are the
No, it's
fake one.
fake. So majority don't agree with that. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
so
stick
you
with that.
cannot see it because there's perspective,
No, it's fake. It's fake. It's
convergence.
fake.
Okay,
It's fake.
shut
It's
up,
fake.
ignorant. Shut up, drug boy. Shut up. You are ignorant.
Okay.
With it, even
Get
with
him,
the
get him,
telescope
Miguel,
in
get him, get him.
the ground, with the telescope in the ground, you cannot see it.
No, it's
Okay.
fake. Fake. Majority don't agree with that. 99%
What is
don't agree
fake?
with
A
that.
video
So
is fake. Are you retarded now?
it's fake. It's fake, bro. It's fake.
No, you are the fake one here, not
You
showing us
fucked up now,
anything.
dude. You fucked up now, Miguel is here.
So what are you trying to prove? It the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat from this
No, I
video.
just answered to
Are
you.
you
You
dumb?
cannot even with the telescope
Are you
at the
dumb?
ground see forever, man.
No. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? You're gonna show it to
No,
some scientist. He's
no,
gonna
you
slap
are
Yes,
going
you.
to
yes,
He's
yes.
gonna
shut up.
slap
Listen. I am dumb, but the Earth is flat.
you.
I am dumb, but the Earth is
No,
flat. Yes.
if you post this
Drake
video
boy, you
online
are the
and say
one.
Earth is
Shut up.
flat,
You are the one
the
that did
scientist
said.
gonna slap you. Bro. They're
Listen,
gonna beat
Drake
you
boy.
with
You
this
did
video.
said that you're gonna show something to us.
Are you
Show
a
it.
child?
No,
Yes,
no,
Are
yes,
you a
not
child?
correct.
showing.
You
Show it.
broke him,
Listen.
Miguel. You broke him.
Listen, I'm
No,
dumb. The
are you a child?
scientists
From this
laugh,
video, you're gonna
and the Earth is
from
flat.
this
Yeah,
video, you're
yeah.
gonna prove.
I'm dumb.
From this
The
video, you're
Earth.
gonna prove.
I'm
Are you
dumb.
dumb?
The scientists laugh, and the Earth is flat. You got it. You got it. You're welcome.
No, it's not flat. Flat is a
Show the
curvature.
channel.
Oh
The day
shit.
night sequence. Flat surface is no day night sequence. You said
Show the
yes.
channel.
Then if
What
I'm
are
from
you
China, if
talking
I'm from
about, bro?
China and 10,000 kilometers away, will there be a night or day? If there is night, then there has to be a curvature because there can't be
What?
day in US and
Why?
China at the same time.
Why?
Even though
Why?
you know that.
Why? Why?
Why?
Why?
Why?
Why?
What? Why?
Why can't it be?
Because the Earth has a curvature,
That's
and also
circular reasoning.
no.
Stop. Stop.
Can
I
can there
said
be a
stop.
day? Can
I
there be
said
day in the US
stop.
and the China at the same?
I told you to stop. When I say stop, you stop. That was circular reasoning. Now I want you to address your circular reasoning. It'll be in the form of this, right? We know there's curvature because there's day and night, and that can't work on a flat Earth. Why can't it work on a flat Earth? Because there's day and night, and because there's curvature. It's circular reasoning. You can't use that as an argument. I want to know why it can't work on flat Earth. Go.
You have to prove me that. You have to prove me.
No, you said it can't work. That means you possess the information which makes it possible for you to draw that conclusion.
Okay. If you take a piece of paper and say this is flat, which is all obviously the piece of paper is flat. If you put a bulb on top of it, what will
We
the whole
already
surface
went
will
through
be
this. We already went
no.
through
I'm
this. All right,
proving
you
it to you.
okay? Listen,
You
you're still
didn't
using
answer. She didn't answer.
you.
She didn't answer
Yes,
that question.
I did.
She was
I
babbling.
did. Don't you lie now. Now listen. If you didn't change the light, just keep the same light for your little piece of paper. Yeah. See you later. Not here in good faith.
God damn, man. I'd rather listen to Jesse than that.
He was saying the video that I did post is fake. Just found it. What is Zonet guy?
Miguel really broke him there because he started saying, "You know what? The scientists are going to come and get you. They're going to beat you."
So he was claiming that we cannot have, let's say, day and night on flat Earth. When I did post, let's say, sunsetting, but the sun is above the horizon, it's getting darker. So, yeah, very
Well,
interesting.
if he's in China, maybe that is what the scientists do, is they come and beat you.
Why do they say always China, not Mexico, or other city, or the other country?
It's
They
hilarious
always
how these
point China.
characters have been popping in, and then after they're done with their performance, Jesse opened his mics to rate it. It's hilarious.
Actually, I was just working on
Uh-huh.
some dimmable underwater lights for my next planned fish tank refraction experiment.
The
Yeah, that's
peculiar
what you
thing
say. But you're really Did you major in acting? Sorry, James. Go on.
No, the character from yesterday was doing something similar to this guy, and he mentioned Jesse. He learned from Jesse, and when he was done, Jesse kind of like rated his performance, and tonight as well. Like, this guy is done, and now Jesse rates the performance. Good job, Jesse. How do you rate this one, like from 1 out of 10?
I didn't rate anything. I just found it comical that he kept talking about China and then the scientists coming and beating him up or beating someone up, and I wondered if maybe that's what they do there in the Communistic Republic of China or whatever.
He wasn't Chinese.
Oh, okay.
So this one was a comical one. What about your student from yesterday that mentioned you as almost like a teacher? He learned from you.
I vaguely remember someone mentioning
You
me.
spoke right after he left.
I don't remember even what his argument was or how good or bad it was.
The problem is 20 Cups said it was like almost better to listen to Jesse, and Jesse's listening on the stream, and then he pops in because he's obsessed with us.
No, I was listening right in here in BC when he said that. I hope it's okay to just kind of listen while I work on stuff. I like learning
Definitely
things.
fine. Yeah, that's
Oh,
fine.
good.
You like learning things. That's funny.
But it is true that I try to not add to the audio chaos when there's an intense discussion going on between other people, and then when it's calm, then I might say something. Seems reasonable to me.
It is definitely reasonable. You rating their performances is, I mean, yeah, makes sense.
Well, okay, if you want me to rate his performance, give me his best argument and his worst argument, and I'll rate him on that.
All right, so this one is the one. There is no air. There is nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing. There's nothing. Each and everything. Nothing. Go ahead. How do you rate it?
Okay, was that his best one or his worst one?
I mean, you tell me.
I was kind of in and out of the house and in and out of the office, and so I really didn't track a lot of what he said, actually. But if he said there was no air in or atmosphere in reality, then that would be a very bad argument.
Yeah, so he was saying that with a telescope, why you cannot see, for example, China on a flat Earth. But anyway, he was trying to remove what is there in reality, weather factors. But anyway, I did post one video. The guy is raising up his camera from the ground, so you cannot see the end of that hallway. But he was saying that video is fake. Anyway.
Well, you know, the P1000 has a mode just for the moon, looking for the moon. It's specifically optimized for filming the moon.
It's with a low exposure option.
I'm not sure what all it tweaks. For all I know, it's got some AI in there that enhances it, but who knows? But I suspect that the P12000, when it comes out, it's going to have a zoom into your ass feature.
I can see the moon on focus in my binoculars. But when it's, let's say, a few hours after the moon did appear at east, let's say. But sometimes I did watch at the night the moon at when it was at east, and it was like orange, yellow, red, and a few hours has appearing like 35 degrees vertical. It was not appearing, with those colors. So there's a lot of things, factors, weather factors, dust, a lot of factors going on when you are looking at long distance horizon. But yeah, with my binoculars, I could see the staying in focus, looking at the moon. But with my cell phone, it doesn't allow me to to take some pictures of the moon at night.
Yeah.
It's not clear.
Are you able to hold your cell phone up to your binoculars?
Um, I did saw that there's some clips that you can attach. So I did buy this last year. I did buy let's say binoculars with more large lenses. But I saw some clips. There's some clips to attach the smartphone there. So because I did try to take a photo with the just one of those, let's say one of the side of the binoculars, so one monocle, and it's not, I cannot take it. So I saw there's some clips that you can attach it to put your smartphone and take a good pictures. I will try it.
I'm gonna step outside and see if the moon's shining, and if it is, I'm gonna see if I can get it in my phone through my binoculars.
Yeah, so mine, let me see if I remember. I don't remember the magnification, so it was 10 times 50, I think. And the other one, 10, I can make it until 75. So it's more, I can, but I have to use a tripod, even a little one, because and that those binoculars are very how you say it's hard to hold because it has weight, a lot of weight, and but I did use it, with the window glass, holding there to make it steady because when you have huge lenses, when you are watching far away, it appears shaking a little bit. So I don't know if that happens with your monocle and your tail light. Looking far away, sometimes you see like shaking a little bit. I don't know, but I have to use a tripod to make it steady. Because I did use it with my two hands, but it was harder to stay in, let's say, to maintain steady. So I had to
Y'all think they went to Uranus or whatever?
Oh, we have Mr. P Drinker.
Yes, because when they made it there, it smells like farts, so it was definitely Uranus. Uranus.
You really think they landed on Uranus?
Is the troll P drinking stuff. Anyway, Mr. Troll.
He means your butt. If you didn't know, he means your butt.
I don't think they went to Uranus.
Man.
Oh, the moon's not in my sky right now.
Hold on, Jesse. Hold up. I just want to point out that don't you think that PD should use the other pronunciation because he's more fond of it? If you know what I'm saying.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I was just outside looking for the moon.
Like you don't know that there's two pronunciations of Uranus and they both sound bad. Like one is Uranus and the
Uranus?
other is Uranus. Right? So if you know PD, he's very fond of the P and the D.
I don't know PD. Unless it stands for police department.
No, it's speed drinking. The guy is a troll. He used to do multiple accounts just to stalking us.
I have no idea what we're talking about here.
It's a troll. He just left. It's a troll.
Jesse, what we're talking about is throughout the years of 24/7 Planet Discord, we've had people that we kicked out, and they came back incessantly on numerous socket accounts. We kick them out, they come back. We kick them out, they come back. We got guys that have over 400 accounts that we've banned.
Wow, that's a lot.
gonna
What's up?
post one of
This
them, dude.
just made it to class. What's up?
What's up, brother?
I had a really good conversation earlier in psychology. It was awesome. We spoke over some things and had a really good session with them after I left this Discord server. Having a lot to do with matter, the inner conscience and internal being you have going out alone in this world. Just a share topic.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hey.
What time is it in your country? Because it's 6 a.m. in my country. No, 7 a.m. in my country.
It's 1:53 a.m. in mine.
Mine is 6:52 Portugal.
I'm going to work to make Tesla parts and BMW parts. And all of you on watch, so be good to your internal desires. Be careful with your moral.
So, guys, could any one of you tell me what's the topic of this room? Because it is written flat Earth Discord.
do we get camera privileges here, or is that just something that doesn't happen?
I don't know if you can do a stream here.
What's
Maybe
that?
one. I don't know if you can do like a stream.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the camera and the screen share options are grayed out. So I didn't know if it was something a role I could get if I was well behaved, or if it was just something that isn't done.
I mean, it wouldn't be like good behavior because you behave well and you don't have it, so that wouldn't be the case. Just behaving well, huh?
Well, but in other words, somebody who is naughty all the time, if they asked for it, wouldn't be given it. But maybe if somebody who behaved themselves asked for it, then they might. But I was just asking. It doesn't matter. I was just going to show you all my little project that I'm building for my next aquarium fish tank refraction experiment.
Amazing. I'm waiting. Yeah, I'll be looking at it whenever you're done.
Didn't you did that already? I saw
Just
one.
gotta make a video or something.
What's that, Miguel?
I think I saw one of your videos. You had a fish tank
Uh-huh.
with a hot. It was a glass or a, how you say? It was a glass fish tank, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you did put some aluminium and hot air going on, right? It was that one, I think, that I saw it. And then you move the camera sideways. I think is that the one I saw it a long time ago.
Oh, that would be the hot air, cold air one inside the fish tank. It sounds
Okay.
like. Yeah, I've done it with hot and cold air gradient, a hot and cold water gradient, and then of course a fresh and salt water gradient.
So this time it will be with which factors?
Yeah, this time it's a saltwater gradient, but the difference is I'm putting the camera and the light bulbs inside the fish tank, because a lot of people were like, well, yeah, you showed all this, but you had the camera outside the fish tank, and so I had to look through the wall of the fish tank, and that was an unknown influence, and so they wanted me to put the camera inside the fish tank. So I'm gonna try and redo it again, but with the camera inside the fish tank, a little waterproof GoPro.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys didn't know Jesse was a fish tank earther, did you? Now you know. There's cube earthers and then there's rectangular fish tank earthers, of which Jesse is the latter.
I'm definitely a fish tank earther. Well, I think it's high time I heated up some cottage pie here for dinner.
See, I told you, you're always hungry. You're always eating. You're always going for like a meal. What are you, Mormon?
Am I what?
I don't know. That was stupid. I
You
don't know.
sure?
Like you just say, go on.
Oh, I was
What?
just gonna tell Jesse he sure does eat late.
Yeah. Huh. Well, I got carried away on some projects and stuff.
How much of that cottage pie have you got? You've been working on it for days.
Yeah, it was a nice little, like, probably a 10 by 12 aluminum baking dish full.
Wow. Don't you share? What's
Well, if I had company, I would, but it's just me and the cat eats kibble, so.
Sounds good.
Oh,
I
actually,
love I love making cottage pie or shepherd's pie. Speaking of
now,
which,
do you
I have a.
guys?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to ask. So, cottage pie, shepherd's pie. Okay, your shepherd's pie, is that just lamb?
Yeah, and cottage
Right.
is hamburger.
It's right. Yeah, yeah, your beef mince. Yeah, your beef ground beef. You call it. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
Or you could do it. You can do a combo, right?
Oh, you could. Yeah. What would you call that?
A shepherd's cottage pie. I don't know.
There we go. I think we have the answer. Yeah, I make both, and I just got a lamb this year in the freezer, so I've got some good lamb burger. I should make a
So
shepherd's
you grind
pie.
your own beef? Oh, you mince it yourself?
I do grow my own beef. Yeah, I bought my lamb, but
But
I do grow.
you grind it yourself?
No, I have a butcher do the butchering, but I raise it.
Right.
Hmm.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, we call the coarsely ground beef mince. You know, it goes for any meat, and then the really finely ground meat we call it sausage. That's sausage
Oh,
meat.
okay.
Yeah, that gets wrapped up in a organic or synthetic skin. A lot of the butchers use a synthetic skin now, which is edible.
Oh yeah.
And twist them around to make sections. And that's your big, like, big sausage link thing. Yeah, that they hang up on the hooks. You know. Yeah, that's how they make the sausages here. Yeah.
Sounds wonderful.
Is gut going out of style for sausages?
Yeah, it seems like I was talking to a butcher like probably going on 10 years ago, and he was saying that they opted for the synthetic stuff.
Probably because it's cheaper because you don't have to pay some guy to, wash the gut out and stuff.
Probably, yeah. There's some of that more of that mass production stuff, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the machine can just make the synthetic stuff 24 hours a day unattended, more or less.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the meat that's like commercially available over here, like in supermarkets, is very strange. Sometimes you get some of it's all right, and so like you learn to like pick the ones that like seem, they look, they feel, and they taste, and like the real thing. There's some really strange meat products now on the shelf, and like you think it's like what you want, and then you take it home, and it like is just weird. It doesn't seem right, you know.
Is it meat or is it vegetables?
Yeah, meat. Yeah, like it looks almost like it's been 3D printed or something. It's I don't know. A lot of like, I'm not the only one that's noticed it. It's all over, like, you know, Facebook and YouTube and TikTok. People finding meats like that.
They're
You might.
implementing that Impossible Burger technology that grew DNA in tumor cells, tumor burgers.
You might like this joke, Bill.
Uh-huh.
My doctor told me I should cut down from 3 to 2 slices of bacon with breakfast every morning. So I cut down to 2 slices, but I found a brand of bacon that was twice as thick.
Smart man. You better believe it.
Well, my doctor didn't actually say any such thing, but what made me think of it was, I've been getting the cheap bacon at Costco, and it's got really thin slices, but the price has been going up and up and up, and it's just not that much cheaper than the good stuff. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to try the good stuff. And it's twice as thick, and actually it has a lot more good flavor too.
Good choice. Always go with top shelf. It's worth the money. Tastes better, better quality.
Especially if it doesn't even cost much more.
Speaking of doctor stories, my neighbor, he just got he was telling me the story. He was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and
Oh.
he went into the doctor's office, and they broke it to him, and there's really no gentle way to tell him. And he said to the doctor, "Oh, doc, what do I do? I mean, how long have I got?" And he said, "You've got about 2 weeks." And of course, he broke down and said, "What am I going to do?" And the doctor said, "Well, uh, you could date a barrel racer with 2 Chihuahua dogs." And the guy, my neighbor, said, "Will that cure me?" And the doctor said, "No, but it'll make that last 2 weeks feel like an eternity." I should have warned you that it was a joke. I set it up and it sounded like my neighbor really has stage 4 cancer. I'm sorry. It's a joke.
Yeah, some
If
jokes just don't work though if you set them up as a joke.
yeah, yeah, that's a tough one. But anyway, if you don't know the context, in the horse world, barrel racers are known for being really demanding, temperamental, expensive, a total prima donna, pain in the ass. so, so that's why the doctor said, "Yeah, it'll make your last 2 weeks feel like an eternity." Hmm. Is it early morning for you, T Dub? Or has he been up all night? Have you been up all night, T Boogie?
Sorry, no, man. It's like afternoon.
Oh,
Yeah,
afternoon. Oh, wow.
yeah,
Really?
yeah. It's 20 to 5 p.m. Yeah, yep.
20 to 5. My goodness. So you are Uh, 14 hours ahead of me? No.
Something like that. Yeah, yeah. It should be.
Oh,
That's
okay.
about how much it should be. Yeah.
Okay. Dang, yeah. Okay, because I'm about 20 to 1 in the morning. So, dadgum. So it's evening for you. You're about to have supper, just like Jesse is at
Yeah.
11:40 at night.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yes, we're having. What are we having? Wait a sec. Oh, right. Homemade pizza. Yeah.
Ooh, nice. What toppings?
I bought some. Actually, bought some Kranksky. I'm gonna have some Kranksky on it. We got some pepperoni, cheese. I like to use a. Wait, I still I've got some. Oh no, did I use it all? Oh yeah, no, I've got some. I like to use some tomato-based pesto as on the base instead of like a sauce.
Delicious.
And yeah, and a bit of cheese and maybe a couple of slices of tomato on it. And yeah, son will probably he just likes pepperoni and cheese. And I use a 1 kilo nice brand of flour, baker's flour. 1 kilo. So after I'm making a couple of pizzas out of that, there's usually some left over. So I might actually, and I usually turn them into more pizzas when they get like eaten the next day or whatever, leftovers. But I'm thinking I might actually try making a garlic bread out of the
Oh,
leftovers. Yeah,
nice.
because it's wonderful bread recipe, and I just use a basic dough recipe, and I just do it by eye now. I don't even measure it out. I just like throw everything in, and it's like I have struggled for a long time trying to get like bread, particularly pizza bread down. Like I struggle like I still sometimes miss. It's hit and miss with me with the pizza dough. But when I get it right, it's just such a great bread. So it'd make a great garlic bread. No
Is it
reason.
leavened? Is pizza dough
Yeah,
leavened?
I just use a sachet of dry yeast. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good. I know around here some people put beer in their pizza dough. I don't know. I guess instead of water, they would use beer to mix the dough. It's pretty good dough. Pretty good bread.
There's a trick
That
for
actually
pie
sounds
crust.
really good. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would that aid in the rising, like, or
You
that
know,
yeast is already gone and used?
I don't know. I don't know anything how they produce it. I've just had it. They call it beer pizza dough, and I guess they put beer in it. I'm assuming, but I don't know. I've never made it. It does taste good. Oh, I was going to ask
It
you,
sounds delicious. Yeah.
what in the world is Kranksky?
I guess it's like is it a German sausage?
Oh, okay.
This one is made by Primo, and it's got cheese in it. And I guess it kind of looks something similar to what you guys would probably use as a hot dog.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually thought about like putting them in a bun and trying it as a hot dog. So it'd be a lot better than the hot dogs we use.
Oh, there's nothing.
It's inspired by a European tradition. This one's crafted with garlic and pepper, then finished with smooth, cheesy pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a bit of pork in it, and cheese.
Oh
I
man,
thought it
that's
might have had some. Yeah, it's a pork sausage. There you go.
beautiful. There's nothing
Yeah,
better than a good bratwurst with sauerkraut and spicy mustard.
yeah.
Dude, that spicy mustard though, like I didn't like it for a long time. It was because when I was a kid, I'd like open the jar and have a smell. It was like it's no wonder this mustard gas is so effective, right? Because you breathe that hot mustard air in, and it's like like it takes your breath away, you know. Like,
Yeah.
and I didn't want to. I thought if that does that to my lungs, I don't want to put it on my tongue, you know.
Yeah.
I warmed up to it eventually.
Kind of like a good horseradish or wasabi. It'll take your
Right.
breath away. But I love it.
Yeah.
Oh man, a good horseradish with some prime rib steak, or a good prime rib, cut of prime rib. Oh man, that's good.
Yeah, I did try that one day because I heard you guys like to put it on your steaks. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll give it a go. Yeah, it was nice. Had a good bite.
You bet. Hopefully Jesse's eating by now, because all this talk of food would be torture if he's not.
Not yet, but I'm sure thinking about it.
Yeah. I love to cook.
I like it when I get it right.
Yeah, there is that. I'll tell you that. So I cook in the Dutch ovens outdoors, and not all the time, but in the past I used to do a lot. And the final exam, the test, if you're a real Dutch oven master, is cooking a pie in the Dutch ovens outdoors. And I struggled for probably 2 years, just pie after pie after pie, trying to get it between getting my crust right. So I feel you know I had a common feeling with your pizza dough story, trying to get it right, and then getting the crust right, and then getting it cooked crisp enough, or getting the filling finished cooked right, or oh my gosh, I struggled, and I finally got it. I finally got it where I can get a consistent good pie. And it was the hardest thing I ever learned in the Dutch oven, was cooking a pie.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta know your equipment. Right. Yeah. I it's like with our house oven. I'd learned tricks over time with the pizza dough, what I should or shouldn't do, right? So, and I just turn it full crank right up. Like I used to only go to 220, 230. That's Celsius. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but now I've learnt since just crank it up, right? Full
Yeah.
ball.
Yep.
And
Yep.
yeah, that stuff that because you think it's not, it'll be in there for too short of a time. The bottom will burn, the top will burn, whatever. It'll cook unevenly, right? But then you learn little tricks like I'll take it out after 6 minutes and take it. Actually, it's solidified enough by then that I can just slide it onto the rack without the pan underneath, and then cook it the rest of the way like that. I do have a stone. I have tried it, but it gets a bit messy and that sometimes. And but yeah, so I just do it that way. Yeah, just take it off the pan after 6 minutes, put it back in for another 4. If it's depending on the topping and the thickness of the base. But yeah, 10 minutes for a thin pizza with a few topping, a little bit of topping on it is all it needs, and it's done.
Okay.
It's yeah, but I love the idea of the Dutch oven thing. Because I watched a guy on YouTube for a while. What's his name? He's a Tex. I think he's Texas. He's a cowboy.
Yeah.
So, do you know the one I'm talking? He's fairly old. And he's got the mustache.
Yes, I think I've seen him. I do not know his name, but
Right. Yeah.
yeah,
And he
that's
does
the
all
type
his
of.
cooking in one.
Yep, that's the type of cooking I like to do in the Dutch ovens, and pies and cobblers and breads and stews and chilies and lasagna is one of my favorite dish to do in the Dutch oven. But yeah, biscuits, making a good biscuit. Oh, that's an art. It's not hard though, but it's an art. But like you said, on the pies, when I do the pie crust, um, so I think that 220 would probably be in the neighborhood of 500 Fahrenheit ballpark. But that's where I put my pies in, I try to, and I take them out of the freezer, not frozen solid, but I put them in there for like half hour to get a good cold, firm crust, and it goes right in a 500 degree Dutch oven, or probably like your 220 Celsius, and I'll leave it like that for about 15-20 minutes, and then I start taking some of the coals off and knock it down to about 300 Fahrenheit, or maybe would that be like one something Celsius? But
Yep, 350 is about 180, I think.
About 180. Okay. And then the remainder of about 45 minutes, so the filling of the pie can cook. But getting that early crisp on the crust is critical with your pie, because there's so much butter and shortening. But I use butter with a little bit of shortening, and yeah, it's got to crisp up. It's got to hit that oven hot.
Right.
That's fun though. Do you guys do fruit pies? I know you guys do meat pies down there, don't you?
Yeah, yep. I'm not unfamiliar with the fruit pies, but yeah, meat pies is the main one.
Oh, really? But not much for fruit pies.
I mean, they do get, you know, sold, bought, or made and consumed. I'm not a big fan of like fruit mince pies. Like that's one of our Christmas time delicacies,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it, but a lot of people are. Yeah.
Like a mincemeat pie. Have some raisins and
No,
apples in it.
right. No, it's no meat in it. Just all fruit medley, right? Just
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I love a mincemeat pie.
Oh yeah, they're good over here. Like Australia has like a a version. Yeah. Yeah, people don't understand like what we mean by a meat pie until they actually come here and try one.
Yeah.
I'm sure yours are great too. I'd love to have like a nice old-fashioned American meat pie dinner setting. Like that would be awesome.
Yeah, I've made several. I've made several, whether it be a pot pie or a meat pie or um, what do they call that? Uh, Roast wrapped in a bread. It's a British name. Beef Wellington.
Oh yeah, beef Wellington. Yeah, that's good.
I've done those in the Dutch oven. Those are good. What else? I'm trying to think. Huh. Yeah, the pot pies are fun. Those are quite challenging. And then the meat pies are pretty easy. They're just like a turnover in the Dutch oven. But I do fruit turnovers for sweet dishes, pastry, and strudel. I was famous for my strudel. I cooked in the backcountry for guests in the wilderness area, and I was pretty famous for my strudel breakfasts, apple strudel breakfast.
Hey Bill, have you ever tried moose meat?
What's that?
Have you ever tried moose meat?
You know, I've never. I love to eat them. I've never made one.
I guess you guys don't have a lot of moose down there, right? You're in Texas, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, good stuff. I can barely hear you. 20
No,
cups.
sorry about that. I'm a little under the weather, so might not be coming across too well. Is that okay?
That's a little better. Yeah.
Yeah. I was asking if you have moose down there in Texas, assuming you're in Texas.
I am not in Texas. No, I'm up northern states. We do have
Oh,
moose where I. Yep.
there you go. Okay.
Yep.
Right on.
Yeah. Pretty good meat. It's got a pretty good meat. The tags are pretty rare. It's a lottery to get a tag for one. There's not a lot of moose, but
Oh yeah,
but
hey.
guys do
Up
hunt them
here,
though.
yeah, up here it's really bad, man. The tagging system. My uncle hunts, and he's telling me like the whole thing is all corrupt. Like guys go in there, you know, they'll be in one region, and you can only get tags for male moose, right? And then in another
Yeah.
region, only buck or female or whatnot, right? But they'll take one. They'll take one out. They'll bring it down. They'll bring it to the butcher, and they'll take the tag off. And the butcher's like, "All right, no, whatever." And then they just go reuse the tag.
Huh. That's crazy.
So it's like, oh yeah, because the way that it's surveilled, it's kind of like they don't anticipate people to do that, and it's just like if they see a moose with a tag on its ear in transit, they just assume it's legit. You know,
Yeah.
because the registry is not all anyway, whatever, right? But
Right.
yeah, it's it must be worth it if they're doing that, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's good meat. Moose is good. I've had a little bit of it. Elk is my favorite.
I found that tough.
It's pretty lean. It might have been overcooked, maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
It could be a little tougher if it's overdone. It's very lean. It's like buffalo, where you don't want to have it on the fire too long or cook it too long because it'll get a little rubbery.
Yeah.
Certainly not like beef. You know, that takes a little more heat than elk does.
I was told that the deer out here where I am, there are a lot of how do you call them? Pine trees where I live.
Uh-huh.
So the deer, they tend to taste more piney than those out west from here,
Yeah.
right? Even just one province over.
Yep.
I'm up in Canada, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I've noticed that in goat meat and what they eat. You can taste it in the meat, and I don't know if I've noticed it in beef, but all the beef I've had is always finished on the same thing. So I guess I have nothing to compare to, other than grass finished beef, which to me tastes like ditchweed. So I guess it's fitting. I finished one grass finished beef for a guy one time, and he requested that, and I told him, okay, but it's going to be lighter, it's going to be a smaller animal, it won't weigh as much. And sure enough, he gripes about the weight. I'll never do grass finished for anybody ever again.
Oh, you raised them, eh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, good for you, man.
Yep. Yeah, I finish them myself, and then send them to their people that buy them, the meat.
How big's your joint there?
I have an 80-acre piece right now, but I used to run 700 acres, about
Oh.
500 or 600 yearling steers I could run. but I downsized. So COVID inflation hit and got
Oh my
pretty
god, man.
got pretty tight. Got pretty tight to try and make ends meet. So I decided to just basically get out of it, other than a little small hobby bunch I've got that raise my own beef and pay for themselves.
Right on, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
even just itself, man. I imagine it's worth the effort there. The quality in that shit, man. Good
Oh
on you.
yeah. Yeah, the taste and the quality, you know what's in it. It's so much better, and it's about half the price of the grocery store or the supermarket. So there's lots
Yeah.
of advantages. And I feel like the animals are treated better than at a commercial feedlot. So that's important to me. Take care of them. You know, ultimately they're harvested for meat, but treat them right until they are.
What are the prices going on down there for a pound of beef?
A pound of burger. I haven't checked in the supermarket, but I think it's like $8 or something.
Really, American?
Yeah, it's pretty high.
Whoa.
It's getting expensive. Steaks are like just a good normal sized um ribeye. They're like 20 some dollars.
Wow.
Yeah, 25 bucks. So yeah, it's getting expensive.
And that's
I
for
know.
like class, right? Or is that just your average grocery chain?
Average grocery chain. Yeah.
Okay.
And then like my cost, if like say you would have beef for me, is about finished, cut and wrapped in the freezer, is about $7-8 a pound. So kind of expensive on the burger, or not a lot of savings compared to the store, but a lot cheaper steaks and roasts.
But it's grass fit, or it's finished. Grass fed
Yeah.
or whatever it
Grain
is?
grain
Compared
grain
to
finished. Grain
grain,
finished.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have a fattier meat, better flavor.
Compared to the store, God knows what they put in that shit,
Good.
right?
What's up, bro?
Yo,
Hey yo.
yo.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, they are probably grain finished, but you don't know what they have. I'll guarantee they have hormones, hormone injection, and my cattle do not. I don't use hormone, antibiotic,
Why not,
or
bro?
Yeah, good shit.
yeah, I don't want to eat it.
There you go. Because you'd be paying like double the price for something like that, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Um,
so
uh,
you're
not
okay.
double, not
No?
double. No.
What do you use for parasites?
Ivermectin.
Right, yep.
Yeah, I
Okay.
actually take it myself. Uh, it'll knock the hell out of a cold, or a fever. But yeah, I do worm
I've
my
heard.
cattle. I do worm my cattle, but
Yep.
especially like
That
keeping
sounds
liver flukes out. I like to save the liver, and liver flukes can be a problem around here if you don't worm them.
right. And all grass fed.
Now, I grain finish, but yeah, grass fed, but
Right.
I grain finish. Yeah. Yeah, it's
Sounds like
wild.
good meat.
Yeah, I do my best. I like to think it's high quality. Um, but it's wild what the industrial cattle get injected with. I mean, I used to work at a production place, and man alive, we stuck them with a lot of stuff, a lot of chemicals.
Yeah.
I sure don't want to eat it.
I've noticed with a lot of meat that you get these days, like from the supermarket, it's almost like I can taste what the cow was eating. You know what I mean?
Like,
oh, I believe it. Yeah,
yeah.
definitely.
Same with pork too.
I bet. Yeah.
And some of the conditions in the, the farms, I guess it's the same everywhere, but like over here, like just these like allocated small lots that they get stuck in, and they're wallowing in their own feces and urine and all day, and it's horrible.
Feedlot. Yep. They're
Yeah.
pretty rough. They're pretty rough. Yeah.
Yeah, you get some of that nice grass-fed meat, and you taste the difference.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but you pay up the neck for it.
Oh, I think it's cheaper than the grocery store still. I know mine is. Mine's about half price to the grocery store.
I tell you, I got the butcher to cut me a double rib, the tomahawk. There one day, it cost me $50, and I was like, "Oh, geez!" When I was handing over the money, I'm like, "This better be good."
I bet it was.
It was real good, yeah. Both the son and I really liked it.
Nice big old tomahawk. What is that? 32 ounces or something?
This one, I don't know. I don't know the conversion, but this was a little bit over a kilo. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
well, let's see. A kilo is 32
Yeah, it's
ounces.
30. Yeah, right on.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, those tomahawks are good.
To think, that like, because my uncle goes hunting, right? And he's told me stories that he and his buddies will go out and take down a fucking like 1,300 or 1,500 pound moose or something,
Uh-huh.
and at the end of it all, after butchering and everything, they're taking home 6 to 850 pounds of meat.
Yeah.
After
Yeah.
that. It's like, holy shit, dude.
It's
Like,
a lot of meat.
even if you split that amongst like three people, right? That's still like 250, 300 something pounds of meat, dude. Like
Yeah.
you walk down a pound a day for a year for
Yep.
to fire one bullet or arrow
Yep.
or whatever, fucking slingshot, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, god damn, dude.
Yep. A lot of meat.
What do you
Moose
think
are
about it?
huge. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's a good deal to hunt your own.
You don't catch them every time, though. That's the risk, right? It's a lot of
Right.
time and everything, and
Exactly. It's not like you're just gonna walk out in the woods and
yeah.
stumble onto one. That's what cracks me up about these doomsdayers that say, "Well, we'll just go to the mountains and live off wild game." It's like, do you realize that there's guys that have the entire Cabela's catalog, fancy guns, trailers, camp trailers? They're totally outfitted, and they'll go to the woods and never see an elk. And you think you're just gonna traipse up there and get one? It's not that
Yeah.
simple. It's hard work. It's hard work.
Yeah. I was told like months in advance, like what the one trick they do is they have like a trail or whatever. They know where they're at. They've been tracking them for years, and at one period of the year, what they do is they go out, go to a spot, and they plant what they call salt cubes.
Yeah,
Right?
right.
So they take like these posts, like these 4, 5, 6 foot posts, drive them into the ground so they stick out maybe 3, 4 feet out of the ground, chest height, and
Yeah.
they stick these blocks of salt on the top, right? And they've
Yep.
got these cameras, so just to like track everything. So from afar, he's got videos of like, you know, a mama fucking moose or whatever, with her two little cubs just standing there looking away at this random block, a white block, just, you know, standing there. They're just going at it for like a half hour.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. Oh my god.
People do that down here, but that's illegal to do that down here. But people do it.
Really?
I know people that do it, but yeah, it's illegal to either feed them or put salt licks out to, you know, change their their movement patterns and
Oh wow.
to hunt them. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's illegal to hunt them?
No,
Or
it's illegal to bait them for hunting.
okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you can't do it. You're not supposed to, but I know people that do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think up here it's okay. I think I've understood that there are in certain pockets, maybe because of migration patterns or whatnot, or just an overpopulation or what have you. I don't know the exact reason, but there are areas where there's a higher population per 100 kilometers or whatever than usual. So I don't think it's necessarily like their concern to befriend them a little bit,
Right.
But that's
Yeah.
funny. I cracked up when I heard that, dude. Like I can just picture it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Having a good salt source, they would just go right to it. Yeah.
But good shit, man. Good shit.
Oh yeah. Yep, you bet.
We have Alex that's joined us. I don't know if you've been here before, Alex, and spoken with us, but feel free to open your mic, say hi, ask any questions if you have any. Practicing English.
Anybody got any thoughts on what the next big flat Earth revelation's going to be? Something that an observation or a revelation or a realization. I've been wondering. Every once in a while, there's some big discovery that is pretty exciting. I'm wondering what the next one's going to be.
Not particularly, but I do find some of the ideas thrown around in here quite interesting over the last maybe six months to a year. I think AI mentioned it a few times there. This idea of rigging up some craft or vehicle of sorts, whether it be a train or a plane or something like that, or a series of them, with these contraptions full of various gyroscope devices of different kinds.
Oh,
you know what I mean? You never heard that?
I haven't. No, that's a good idea.
I think it's just a speculative thing. I don't know. I think part of me thinks he's just talking shit. Hypothetical, good idea type thing. I don't know if there's any plans for it. I doubt it, but because these things must be super expensive, dude, to build. You have a box, right? And in one corner you got a ring laser gyroscope. This other one you got maybe a mechanical one or something, just to be have some variety there, to account for any errors or be able to average stuff out. And then one of them using, I don't know if it's a hypothetical thing that may or may not exist yet, one that would account for any sort of rotation, right? Because a gyroscope now, they find their down wherever they're at, right? Like they recalibrate their down, so the negative y axis, right, where x is left to right, z is forward and back, and y is up and down, right? So they recalibrate that wherever you go. So there's no real reference from where you start what that orientation was at the beginning. You know what I mean? Like if you're going over a pole, right? You're at the North Pole. Okay, you establish your up down, and you go down, to the equator, something like that. You would expect a 90-degree change in your y, right? But traditional ones, I don't think that happens, right? Or if there is something out there that can at least reference what it was in the beginning to compare to where it is now, while keeping a local. Now, I don't know, right? But you follow. I think having something like that, a big contraption with all sorts of gadgets like this, right, and have them fly around or whatever, and then open source the data, let people look at it, let people repeat the thing, and open source the contraption so people can build it and do what they want, and test it out, that sort of thing. That would be a fantastic endeavor. I don't know if it's ever going to happen because it's a big project and we don't have the funds, right?
It's a great idea.
So, but that would be a bombshell, I think, on both sides, right? Because if it's a flop, like, oh, there is 90-degree rotation, from the initial reference point to where we are. Fine, right? But if there isn't, then also fine. So I'm looking forward to that.
I like that idea.
Did you guys hear my ultimate globe earther, flat earther test? It's to decide if you're truly a flat earther or a globe earther, right? So,
Okay.
so hypothetically, right? Not that this would, you know, come to fruition, but you'd have a big, you'd have a artillery, you know, missile launcher or something, right? Capable
Yeah.
of going like 20 miles, right? Now, you know, over 20 miles, it's going to have to account for that 260 foot of drop, right? So you're going to calculate it, right? You're not even going to worry. You're just going to like send it 20 miles. It's going to travel 20 miles regardless, right? So you set it up so that it does that. Now you calculate if the surface ahead of it is curving, right? That's where you stick the flat earther, right? And you calculate where it'd hit the surface if it was flat, and you stick the globe earther there.
I get it.
I missed that. What do you mean? Hang on. Repeat the last part.
So right, you're gonna have your trajectory. You know it's gonna do a certain trajectory. Now, the impact is gonna with the surface beneath it is gonna depend on whether the Earth's a globe or flat. So you calculate where it would hit if the surface was curving, and you stick the flat earther there, and you calculate where it'd hit if the Earth is flat, and you stick the globe earther there.
Okay.
No more globe earther.
Family show. Keep it PG-13. Yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah, it's like the ultimate game of chicken.
It's conviction test, eh? Yeah.
Are you really a glober? you want to stand
Right.
in the where the flat Earth prediction is because you know it's not going to hit there?
Right. Each should be confident, right? That yeah.
Oh yeah, the globers should be more than willing to not stand where the globe prediction is. Go stand where the flat Earth prediction is, because the missile won't hit there.
That should be like what do you guys do? What do you guys call it? A VC check-in type question.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Well, welcome to the room, Blask. Or Blaskivore. Yeah, there you go.
Getting to be a thin crowd in here. Only the cool kids are left. What are you doing up in the middle of the night, 20 cups?
Yeah, sorry, dude. My mic was locked. I've been up late lately because I haven't been doing so well, so it's hard to sleep. Stuffy nose and shit. Yeah, I went out last week and big crowds, not used to that. So okay, paying for it. It's the
Oh,
weekend,
really?
so yeah.
Big crowds. Like, do you live out in the middle of nowhere?
No, I just don't go out much. I don't go into the
Oh.
city much for any events and stuff, right? I'm not a big doer of things like that, right? So okay. So yeah, and I'm used to staying up late anyway. I'm kind of a night owl, but work schedule kind of realigned me a little bit.
Oh,
And
gotcha.
and then this thing kind of just threw me back into this. So I'm like, okay, I'll take a few days,
Yeah, I hear you, man. Last night I had an hour of sleep. Tonight I got 2 hours, but I had the English Hub Flat Earth Discord on in the background, so I'd kind of wake up and hear you guys talking a little bit, and then I'd fall asleep again. But then I woke up about an hour ago, so running on thin sleep.
What time is it where you're at now?
1:30 a.m.
Okay, it's 3:30 here.
Yep. I have an idea of your region where you're at.
Yeah. We speak French.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So, nothing new. But I get that, man. I pass out to this shit all the time. Yeah. I wake up, it's still going.
Yep. Pretty crazy. Yeah, it's really weird. I hardly had any sleep last night. Maybe an hour in the morning, and I didn't need a nap today at all. Usually I'll fall asleep midday, and I just went through all day long. Crazy how the sleep schedules work. I have a feeling I'm going to crash hard though in a day or two.
I can imagine during as we ease into the summer, it gets easier. Because they're not all bummed out by the snow and shit, right?
That's true.
Yeah. And diet's key, man. I learned recently how fucking under how do I put it? Basically my username comes from Miggy. At one point, he called me 20 cups because I was telling him how much coffee I drink. Right, so it just rolled off. It just rolled funny, right? I drink a lot of coffee, man. I used to drink almost between 12 and 15 cups of coffee a day. Yeah, no, it was bad. So I've been cutting back over the last few years. I managed to make it around 6 to 9, sometimes 12, but anywhere between 6 and 12, right? It's kind of common for me, right? And I realized, it dawned on me recently that I should try something. So I started fucking taking electrolytes
Oh yeah.
for my diet. Like midday instead of like immediately going to brew another pot of coffee, I just go down to the corner store, pick up some a couple of Powerades, Gatorade, all that shit, right?
Yeah.
And I'm finding my days are smoother.
Oh, that's true, man. I take an
Who did
electrolyte
that?
called, it's from a company called Trace electrolyte, and it's in a
Right.
dropper, and you like I'd get the concentrated one, but like 2-3 droppers from an eyedropper in your coffee or water or whatever, and it makes a huge difference in how your muscle soreness and aches and pains and energy level, and yeah, that's key.
Yeah, I totally completely neglected that for a long time, and I'm
Oh, me
realizing
too.
so this last few weeks it's been almost like a fucking miracle, dude. Like I picked up ordered one of those little jars of powdered electrolytes, and I just throw it into my water. And I've been kind of abusing it these last few days because I'm under the weather, right? I'm almost finished the
Mhm.
jar, halfway through already. But
Wow.
yeah. But I've only had 3 cups of coffee today. In the last couple of days, I've had 3, maybe 5, but with ease, right? Like I'm not like, oh my god, I need my fucking coffee, freaking out and shit. You know,
Right.
it's easy to kind of just wake up to okay, a pot of coffee or whatever, and then throughout the day, it's like not maybe later, maybe 2, okay, yeah, but it's I'm astonished how quickly that turned around for me. It's been a week, 2
Yeah.
weeks. Now whether I'm just fucking, making up in my head or I'm psyching myself into the even if that's the case, man, good.
Yeah.
Great. I'd rather that, but I don't know. I don't know if it's just that. I don't think it is.
Right.
You know.
Oh,
So
it's critical getting those electrolytes. I found that out the hard way.
really, yeah. Were you a big coffee drinker too, or what?
Oh, I still drink quite a bit of coffee, but not like you were, but I'll drink a pot a day, and then but no, I was carnivore, like strict for the better part of a year, and I was getting muscle cramping and heart palpitations, and I wasn't getting enough electrolytes. And I'm not strict carnivore anymore, but I'm, you know, 80 to 90%. But yeah, those electrolytes have made a huge difference with muscle fatigue and energy level and whatever.
Nice, yeah. One big thing for me was that kind of kicked into gear for me was recognizing that even though for a long time I knew it, I just never really did anything about it. Was a common pattern for me was and still is, as far as I know, if I do something physically strenuous within a certain period of time of having drank coffee, I get a migraine every time.
Oh,
Right?
interesting.
Yeah. So if I drink coffee and then I go work out, forget it. Like I'm out for 12 hours. You know,
Oh, damn.
I had or 9 hours, whatever, depending on when I catch it. You know. So I've just been holding back. It's like don't need to train it like I used to. I used to train a lot, but not anymore. I need to prioritize work, and prioritize work. I eat my coffee, right? That was the kind of trade off. And I don't want to live like that, man. I gotta fucking do something about it. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see if this actually changes it.
Yeah, man. Toby says he drinks Nescafé or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. Nescafe.
I don't know if I've. Oh, I think I have had that once. I think I have had it.
Okay.
Not
I don't drink
traditionally, just been going through a jar.
Yeah. I don't drink anything special. You know, just grocery store stuff. You know, it doesn't taste like shit, right? And it's like I don't know if you guys have it down there where you're at there, but Tim Hortons, it used to
We
actually
don't,
be good coffee.
we don't where I'm at, but I've heard about them from some Canadian friends.
Yeah, it used to be good.
Timmy's, is that what they call it?
There you go. It used to be okay, but I think in the last 5-10 years or so, something changed. I think they were bought out by like an American food conglomerate or something. And like I don't
American
know,
Israeli.
yeah, all that shit, right? But yeah, no, breakfasts don't taste the same anymore. Coffee's not the same. I don't know.
I hear you. A lot of stuff's changed like that, don't you think?
Yeah, that was a glaring one though.
Right. Yeah, I get good coffee and grind the beans every morning before I brew it, and
Yeah,
I don't use the whole press thing some of these people do, but just regular old coffee pot. But I use good coffee. It
yeah,
sure makes a difference.
yeah. I got a French press. You know, it's just a little cylinder with a mesh. You push it through. You know.
Uh-huh. I've used them. I don't have one, but
Because like I find you know, you got your filters and your machine, and you got to fill the tank, and then you got to change the filter. Like I don't know. You press a button and it does it for you. It's like, no, man, I want to get into it. My coffee, man. Let me do it. All right. I've had Bear Pelagic's coffee a few times.
I heard it's good.
Oh yeah, man. It's just the the duty to get it up here. It's like price of the coffee. It's like, nah, man. Like so.
Yep.
So they've been spraying a lot of that shit lately around in the airplanes as usual. And so tonight there's a very nice overcast sky with some chemicals, looks like, and the moon's just barely just burning through. It's kind of serene.
Yeah, it's wild watching them chemtrail at night. It kind of creeps me out.
Yeah, instantly gets rid of their argument. We're just blocking out the sun. It's like, well, where's the sun? Why are you still spraying it?
Yeah.
We've got Crystal in the house. Welcome.
Hello.
Good evening. Free to ask any questions if you have any. Got a panel full of cool people.
No questions. No questions.
Good shit.
English very bad.
That's okay. We're in the English hub, right? It's kind of normal. People are here for that, right?
Normal. Learn English. Serial Theory Big Bang. Theory Big Bang. Yes.
Oh, you've been
Theory
here
Big.
before?
Watch serial Big Bang.
Oh, no. Theory Big Bang. Got it.
Theory Big Bang. Yes. English. Learn English.
Did anybody catch that? I heard Theory Big Bang English.
Yes.
The Big Bang.
Big Bang. Yes.
You saying like you watched that TV show or something? You watch it in English?
YouTube channel in English content.
Okay. Right on.
Mm-hmm.
We also got Ghost in the house.
Sleeping. Maybe sleeping.
He just jumped in. I think he jumped in here by mistake while he's sleeping.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Do you know what room you're in?
Repeat, please.
Do you know which room you are in?
You said therapy?
Room. Repeat, please.
Oh, the Discord channel that we are in.
Discord channel.
Yeah, did you read the title?
Flat Earth Discord. Yes.
There we go. So you know you're in a flat Earth room, right?
Right. No. Yes.
Okay. What brought you to the room? Are you curious about the topic, or did you just want to listen to people talk?
Yeah,
Okay. Here you go. That's okay. Got Pyrogamy and Ghost. The newbies. What's going on?
Oh, what's up?
What's up? Been here before?
No.
No. Yeah, any questions for anybody? Question on the topic?
What is your stance?
We don't live on a ball, dude.
Regular.
But it's obvious now. We're on a ball.
Is it?
Yeah.
What made it obvious?
Your profile picture. It's a moon in the sky. That's a round ball.
Yeah, but that's the moon, though. Right?
You might have a case for the moon being that, based on its
Maybe.
appearance, and not the Earth.
Yeah. Well, what makes the gravity stand on a giant ball? Not looking up at the moon.
What?
What makes the ground be a giant ball if we look up and we see the moon, which looks, circular at best?
Yeah, by that logic, if you can stand on the moon and look back, it'll be around Earth. And it seems like you're staying on a ground if you're on the moon.
Okay. If you go to the moon and you look back, you might see a ball. Because we stand here and we look up and we see what looks like a ball. Right?
Yeah.
Very good. So how do you test that? Sounds like a
Just
fine
that.
idea.
Oh, I know. You go there.
Great.
Yeah,
Right,
you go
Ghost?
there.
Yeah, you
Space.
must have been. You must have done it.
Have you?
No.
Are you a former astronaut from the 60s?
No.
Okay.
So you're telling that they are lying?
I don't know. Sound like they might be.
If their
Problem is,
visuals are, yeah. Oh, go.
Go for it. Go for it.
I was just going to say, if their visuals are supposed to be like a representation of their experience, then that where it's depicting a globe Earth hanging in space. Yeah, I'd want some more evidence for that, particularly since when we measure the Earth's surface, it doesn't measure to have any curvature to it, so that's a problem.
What about satellites? Maps, how does that work?
Satellites, I'm not too well versed in, although I'm not in denial of there being technology in the sky, right, through various conventional forms of mode of transport like balloons, drones, conventional aircraft, etc. Right?
I'd be willing to accept your denial that sky technology couldn't work if it's over a plane. If you could explain why.
What can you repeat?
Is it because of the alleged orbit that they're in?
Yeah, you can see image from the satellite, and the satellite works. You can do it for practical things on a daily basis.
But you understand there could be other, I mean, no matter what shape the ground is, there could be technology in the sky, right? Even if the ground was, spaghetti shaped or, who cares, any shape, doesn't matter. There could be technology in the sky. So it's kind of a null argument. Doesn't really. So if you have anything else,
But you can't prove it's flat, right?
no, the water exists. So you just look at the surface of water. It's always going to seek a flattened level, horizontal equilibrium. Pretty simple.
But it's because of the gravity.
Either way, same results. Flat.
Mm-hmm.
We were just somewhere along the way taught not to see it, and it's been right in front of us the whole time.
Whoa. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, check it out, dude. Right. So if gravity pulls water to the ground, right, more or less uniformly across the entire surface of the Earth, you would expect the water to be the smoothest part of the surface, right? Follow?
Why? It's in liquid form. So
Right,
why
right, right,
should it be? Yeah.
right, right. So, right. So if you were to go up into space, you look down, see a giant ball. Most of it's covered in water. Yeah, the land is,
Yeah.
valleys and shit, but the rest is water. And you would expect the water to be, curving around on the sides, right, and at the top, and all that shit, right?
Yeah. That's what we
Problem is,
see.
well, we don't see that from down here, right?
Yeah, that's because you're down here.
Right, right. So supposedly, when you go high up, you would see that. Okay.
Yes.
Now the problem is, from down here, not only do we not see it, but we don't measure it either. Okay.
Well, you can go and stand in front of the sea, and you can see the curve happening when a ship moves in the opposite direction.
Are you sure about that?
It seems,
What do you, okay?
yeah.
What do you see? What do you see with a
that-
ship?
that-
Talk
I
about
saw that it just seems like it's going out of your sight. You know,
Does it just disappear? Like it gets too small so you can't see it anymore?
it disappears if you have like some instrument like binocular to look at, as
Okay, so
it's
you can.
curved. Just
How
this
far?
case, same case with when the sun sets in the
Right.
sea.
Okay, okay. So let's talk about the ship, right? So are you saying
Yeah.
that, and at the edge of a beach, and you look out and you see a boat, uh, you know, go, straight away from you, right? That it's
Yeah.
just going to get tall that you can't see it anymore? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you have something powerful to look that much distance, you'll see that it disappear as the Earth is curved.
So it's going down, is
But
what you're saying.
yeah, from your perspective, it's going down, and you can see the sky straight in front of you
Okay,
as
great.
it's
So if it
curved.
goes, so the question I would have to you is, does it go down consistently at the same spot, the same distance away from you, from where you're at, looking at it from the height that you are? So let's say you're 6 feet, right, and you look out, see the boat. If you do that 10 times, let's say, you're the same height, are you going to see the boat, quote unquote, bottom up consistently at the same distance?
I guess it depends on the water level and the uh, geographic specialties on different time, the climate and everything,
Okay, so you
water
may or
level.
so you wouldn't see it at the same time at the same place, right? Because
Yeah, it depends on the time.
temperature.
If all the
Right,
other situations are the same, you'll see
right.
it go from the exact same spot.
Okay. And there are also indications that sometimes you don't see that phenomena at all to begin with, right? So what does that tell you about the nature of what you're seeing? Say, for example,
No,
you don't.
all
If you don't see a boat disappear, quote unquote, disappear from the bottom up, even like sometimes, right? You just see it getting smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore, and your telescope or binoculars or whatever are not powerful enough to zoom in to see it again. It just keeps getting further and getting smaller and smaller, right? Sometimes that happens. Other times, it might appear like it's going down also. So what can we gather from that? Certainly the way that the light is reaching our eyes is giving us these different impressions, right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
how can we really tell what the ground is doing? Because in both kinds of situations, it's giving us a different kind of outlook on what's happening. It looks one time or two times or 10 times, it looks like it's just going straight out, away and away, like if it's on a flat surface. And another 5, 10 times, whatever, it doesn't. It looks like it's going down. So which one is it? What do we do to determine that?
No, it's all the time. It looks like it's going down. It's the curve. It's going.
Not all the time. That's what I was just pointing out to you. We have instances of that where it does not appear to go down. This is the interesting part of this whole discussion, at least
No,
for me.
it appears like that because the of the distance of the size of the ball that we are on. It's so huge compared to the size of us. It seems like that.
Okay, how far is far enough where it should go down?
I don't know. It's too far for our eyes to
Yeah.
exactly
Well, how far is
see
that, right?
the
Because
curve.
we're talking about this is a geometric question, right? You remember geometry class in like elementary school or whatnot, right?
Yeah.
That kind of a question. So there's math. Unfortunately, for a lot of people who don't like math, too bad. It's the nature of the subject, right? So we can math this out. Okay. So what we can draw from the information given to us about the nature of the alleged ball that we stand on. Okay, geometrically speaking, we can calculate the distance to the horizon, okay, from our perspective fairly easily. Okay. So the distance to the horizon would amount to be about 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in miles. Okay. So let's say you're 6 feet above the surface of the water and you look out. Okay. The edge of the ball from your vantage point should be at about 3 miles. Follow?
Yeah, I understand what you say, but I'm not sure that's true or not.
Okay. Do you want the math?
Yeah. You can continue.
Okay, I'll get to the math. But you understand in principle, right? So say,
Yeah.
for example, let's say, like, just to,
In
make
principle,
clear,
I understand what
yeah,
you're saying, but like measurements that you're saying,
like,
I'm not sure about that. That's what it is.
yeah. Let me get that for you. And just to clear the air, right, in case anyone missed it, because I'm all stuffed up and didn't understand what I'm saying. Say, for example, you have a basketball, and you have a little Lego guy standing on top of it, right? Take a ruler, put one end of the Lego on his head. Oh shit! Put one Lego on his head, and the other, my apologies, one end of the ruler on the Lego guy's head, and one end of the ruler on the basketball. Right? That distance is what we're talking about, so to speak. And forgive me, I'm just gonna delete this. I'll re-upload it. Put it in backwards. Okay. So that's what this would calculate. And here's the math for it. Hold on. Wait. There you go. Full derivation of distance to the horizon.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
There you go. Okay. So if you see a mistake in this, I mean, I'm more than happy to correct it. But this is what we're talking about. So the problem is people are able to see objects in full beyond this. Okay? A lot. You see where point B is, right? That would be the tipping point where, like, you know, the boat goes beyond that point from you, A, like your eyes are at point A. Boat would appear to go down beyond that point. You see?
You're telling that we can like see it beyond even the point B?
Exactly. Like a lot further.
How do you know?
Like, yeah, we're talking
is
like.
there any proof?
Yeah.
You can read that based on the like radius of the Earth, if you believe in that. You can find out the distance AB. And how can you prove that you passed B?
Right. So that's where a lot of the material that a lot of us have gathered can come into play. I don't know if anybody has anything on hand there, but this is the type of stuff that opens up the discussion. And a lot of us have shared many of these things amongst ourselves over a long period of time. That it's like, okay, something's odd about this. Okay. So the boats over the horizon thing opens up a can of worms. I don't know if anybody's got the black swan. This is another interesting one about this, which is specific because it's rather than a boat which is moving around, we're talking about large objects that are fixed into the ground, like on the water. Right? So we know the distance from these things, like it's official, right? And they, in those situations, also, we're able to see shit that we shouldn't. Now, some days it's very similar, like what you're talking about. Right? Some days it looks like the boat's going down, other days it doesn't. Which was what I was talking about, and the same thing here with these things. So what we can gather from that again is that there's some shit going on with how light works at these distances, at these shallow angles, that gives us these varying impressions depending on the conditions of the air and the day, the temperature, all that shit. This is the only thing that we can take away from that at this point, because it's so varied. Right? So to draw a conclusion that, it must be curving because it looks like it's curved and it looks like a thing's getting cut off, might be taking one step too far, too quick.
Can you share any example of this?
Yeah.
This thing someone can see past beyond this point.
Let me grab something for you.
Yeah.
Do you see the side chat there? Chat bubble?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put some stuff in there. Some other people are putting some stuff in there too, I think. Let me see if I can find some shit. My apologies, it's 4 a.m. and I'm kind of sick, so I might be slow on the trigger today. If anyone's got one hand, that would be helpful too. I can give you this for the time being there if you want to chew on something while I'm looking around there. Here's a set of laser tests. Tangential to what we're talking about, but a similar idea.
Oh.
If you want to look at that there, it's all I can really find at the moment, to be honest with you. I mean, there's more like this, but specifically what we were talking about before, boats over the horizon. If DJ was here, he'd be able to help you out with that very easily, but He's not right now. But Matrix also has the Black Swan on hand more often than not. But anyway,
So you're telling that the sun moves around the earth?
that's what we witness. Yeah, you look up and you see the sun, the moon, kind of arc around you, and then then you can't see them anymore. Now that too, it appears going down, right? So I'll grant you that. But to be sure, we want to measure it and be sure that's actually a thing to go down over, right? With respect to your
So
position.
yeah, the board thing that you explained it well, but how do you explain if someone just start the journey from towards east, end up the same time, same place after going in the same direction in a boat or in a ship through the sea? How do you
Right on.
explain that?
Right on. Well, the thing is, if you're under the impression that going east or west is like going in a straight line, then I can see where this can be a little bit confusing. But even on a ball, right, going east or west is effectively going around a circle around the North Pole. The only time where you would never have to steer left or right is if you're perfectly at the equator. Right? You just face forward and you walk. Right? And you never have to steer left or right. So if you're above, huh?
You can use a compass and just go the straight direction without moving here or there, and you'll end up at the same spot where you begin.
Yeah. But technically speaking, you're not actually going in a straight direction, right? You're always kind of readjusting and turning a little bit and recalibrating with respect to the compass relative to north, right? Now, if north is a point and you're going around it on a ball, you're going around in a circle. So let's say you're in North America, and you turn eastwards and you walk, and you're holding your compass in front of you. So north is, it's to your left. To maintain that, you're going to have to slightly nudge a little bit towards your left gradually over the entire journey for you to actually maintain that arrow pointing to your left. Right? So in either case, you're going around in a circle anyway. Okay? So if you're on a flat plane, you're going around in a circle, or you're on like the top part of a hemisphere of a sphere, like in the top hemisphere part, you're going around in a circle anyway. So neither which, you can really distinguish one from the other at our scale anyway. Follow?
Okay.
You know what I mean? The only way to prove this conclusively is if someone's got a measure or got a measurement of the ground dropping, curving away from us. What that measurement, how far that drop would be, by how much. Now we know what we can calculate what we would expect that to be. But has anybody gone and actually done the measurement to confirm, yeah, the ground is curving? Like over water, let's say. I'm not talking about mountains and valleys and what have you, right? I'm talking about the smoothest part of the surface. Is it curving at the, idealized, more or less, smoothest rate that we would expect? That's the big question. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I mean, dude, we can go on and on. If you want, I would encourage you take a few minutes. Look at this laser test I sent you. It's all I could really find at the moment. So take what I said before with a grain of salt. I wouldn't blame you if you did, right? But this stuff is really cool. The laser test shit. Remember the analogy I gave you before about the ruler on the man's head on the basketball, right? You take that analogy and apply it to this, right? Picture, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ruler, you picture it. If you put it on a basketball, there's going to be one point where the ruler kind of pivots, right? It's like a seesaw. You know what I mean? From the middle
Yes,
point
yes, yes.
outwards, right? From the middle point outwards, the distance is going to increase at a nonlinear rate on both sides. So at no 2 points, right, on one particular side of the ruler are the heights the same. So what these guys have done, they've gone out and emulated that with a laser. What they found is the distance between where they are, where the laser is being emitted. Let's say they're 10 feet off the ground, 20 feet off the ground, 5 feet off the ground, whatever. They shine a laser at a certain spot at a particular distance, and they've found that the distance between the laser at that point and the ground is more or less the same as the distances of where they shot it. Right? Or at the very least, it's orders of magnitude less high than they would expect it to be if we were on a giant ball of the said dimensions.
But it's just not, you can say that it's just exactly one, like in the figure you gave, the distance from A to B, it's not, you can't say it's a fixed one, as the size is so big, the point B can, like, we can see a little further or shorter than B.
Why? Because it's big, or because it's not perfect? What do you mean? Who cares if it's big?
Because it's big, the curvature at the point B, it's not 1 point, it's just feels like a straight line at that point. So
Well, it would be a curve, though. This is the thing. It would just be a very shallow curve, and that line would be very, 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 gradual. It wouldn't be a sharp angle from like the observer's head downwards. I'll grant you that, but it would still slope down and then touch, and then go back up on the other side. That's the nature of the geometry. It would just happen at a larger distance. Right. So the way that this is calculated is that would be the distance. Now, if you go in the chat at 16 minutes past the hour, Matrix and Logical have both shared with you some graphics that help break down this math. Right. The amount of drop. Well, this is actually more pertaining to the drop. Okay, less about the actual distance to your particular horizon, but they're intertwined. Okay. How much drop over a particular distance would we expect? Just, from a baseline, horizontal.
yeah.
If anyone's got any 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet material that could complement this, that would be great. But all this to say, dude, it's a big topic. Okay, I'd encourage you, take your time with it or not. It's your call. Stick around, ask any questions you might have. This shit takes time. I'll tell you that. So
Yeah, it's the first time that I'm hearing about this thing that you shared. So I'll look more into it. I'll do my research.
yeah. I'd say save some of the graphics and maybe some of the links there. Take a look at your leisure. While you're here, though, if you have anything that comes to mind, spit it out, man. There's a lot of good people in here.
Yeah, I will do my research and get back. It was nice talking to you.
Good stuff, man.
Yo, 20K ups. Yeah, hello.
Hey, sorry about that. You calling?
Yeah, how can you like trust this source?
How can I what?
Trust the source of this can you trust this YouTube channel?
Of the YouTube channel. Oh, for the laser test?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, here's an idea. You don't have to trust the YouTube channel. You don't have to trust the guys that did it. You can go and do the test yourself and see if it's true or false.
Yeah, I see. I know why he's asking that. It's taboo conspiracy. Yeah, it sounds all kind of creepy and weird and shit. Yeah, I understand that, dude. That's why you say, at least in in my case, I would say this. I would say I don't give a shit about the name of the YouTube channel. What are they saying, right? What's the material in this video, right? And there's even a publication on that. It's like you look at the publication, you read the shit, check out their math, make
Yeah.
sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, and see if it adds up. And that's what you gauge, its veracity from.
But there are other channels that says other things like going into the space and looking down and seeing the earth as round. Which
Right on.
source are you gonna trust?
Well, that's the
If you're
thing.
not trusting.
So here's the problem, right? It seems like the way you're weighing that is based on the credibility or like the social clout of the individuals making their statements. In this type of discussion, dude, I'd highly encourage you to set that methodology aside, because it becomes like a my source is better than your source. My daddy can beat up your daddy type of argument. It's like, nah. Look at what they're saying. How do you check what they're saying to be true? Can you? Are you being offered something that you have to, take their word at face value for it to have any kind of standing, or can you actually, test out what they're saying to be true from first principles? Let's say, like, do you even have that capacity? Right? Those types of questions are critical.
All right, right.
Fair. Yeah, thought so.
Why are we waiting? Slowly dehydrating. Why are we waiting for more glow proof?
Because there isn't any.
Yep, that's a trick question. You got it right. 10 points.
It's so crazy. We live in a bizarre alternate reality where everything we observe and measure we're told is the opposite. It's like a dystopian movie. I don't know what to compare it to, like a uh, uh, well, Matrix, I guess.
It does. It sounds like an episode of The Outer Limits. You remember that show?
Oh yeah, yep. Some of my favorite episodes, Outer Limits, are great material, psychological thrillers.
Yeah, some of them were really weird.
One that I'll never forget is the guy that he was like an outcast because everybody had like an implant and they were hooked to a World Wide Web. That was like in the 60s, right? And and
Wow.
and so you were instantly smart, like it was right to your brain. Everybody had Google to their brain, so anything you wanted to know, you already knew. Well, one day, this one guy, he was allergic to the thing. He couldn't have the implant, so he was just like a dummy. He was worthless. He couldn't have a job. He couldn't do nothing. He like lived with his brother or something, or his dad. I can't remember how the story went, but he was like a burden. Well, one day the internet went down, and then everybody that was used to having free knowledge had nothing, and they were all really, really dumb. He was used to living with his own real brain, and overnight, he became the only guy that could function.
Wow.
Yeah, it was wild. And I think it was the 50s or 60s that those episodes were done, and probably the 60s.
Foresight or predictive programming?
Right. Talk about predictive programming or something. Yeah. Yeah, that was a wild one. Mr. Ed Barrington, he comes in here. He knows the name of that episode. He looked it up, and I don't remember the name, but he looked up that episode because he remembered seeing it too. So he's got the name of it. Oh, actually, he might have messaged me.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch some of the older ones. Yeah, I might even get my son to download the old ones, and then when I finish watching them, I'll rewatch all the the newer one, like the '90s version, because I probably caught a lot of them on TV when they reran it right over in Australia here, but I probably didn't catch every episode, so it'd be good to see some of the old ones, like some of the ones I've already seen again, and the older ones that I haven't seen.
Oh yeah, yeah, they were good.
Isn't there one with it was either a Twilight Zone episode or an Outer Limits episode, I think, or maybe it was one of the other ones that I wasn't around to see. But I heard there was one with what's his name from Star Trek?
William Shatner in it, right? And he was like this pilot or something that just come back from like a really high profile mission, space mission or something. And they right at the start, he's like talking and he says something about like mockingly something about flat Earth or something like that. Like I'm sure that was in his lines. He mentions flat Earth.
I don't remember that one. I remember he was in one of the very early Twilight Zone episodes where he was a passenger on an airplane and there was like this creature out on the wing.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, he was in, but I don't remember. That would be interesting to get the reference to flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm sure there is, but now like it'll probably be harder to find it now because he's actually come out talking about flat Earth, right, in interviews after his Bezos thing, right? So he's come out, yeah. So he's pretty much said that the Earth is flat.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Yeah, it's like living in it. Once you learn about flat Earth, it's like you're living in a Twilight Zone episode. Like here's all these people, you're looking out over this horizontal plane and they're saying, "Look, it's curved." What?
Right. You feel like you're the only sane person in the world, right?
It's a spinning space ball. What? It's so
Maybe we
crazy.
should really start looking at them like, like, oh, you poor thing, like you got that
Are
disease.
you guys all Christian as well? Or?
Yeah.
I am, but there's many that aren't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird, eh?
I don't know. Yeah, Christian. I mean, there's. Yeah, I guess you could just say I'm Christian. Yeah. Sometimes I don't like the title, but whatever. It's all good. Because it kind of denotes something in people's minds. They have like an image in their head of what a Christian is, and yeah. That's
it's the
not
same as
necessarily
flat earther, though.
aligns with my image. Sorry, go on.
It's the same as like flat earther too. Like the minute you say you're a flat earther, people just like start laughing at you. Like, what?
Oh yeah.
How can you believe that the Earth is flat? That's crazy. They actually like laugh at you like you're below them. You know what I mean? Like it's weird.
Oh,
like,
totally.
Right, that's what I was just saying. It should be the other way around. Maybe we should start looking at them like, oh, you poor thing, you've got that mental illness, like go easy on them,
Yeah.
You poor thing, you're still under that spell, man. You're looking right at the flat water. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I had this. I had a really close friend. We were really close, like Christian friend, and we were working together and everything. And I told him I was a flat earther because I just thought, most Christians are flat Earth, because of what the Bible actually says. And he just like turned on me like we were best mates, and then all of a sudden he's like, "No, you're joking." And then like once he found out I was real, he was like talking to me like I was a kid, like. What the hell? Like,
wow.
It's just, yeah, really, really bad, man. Really bad.
Sorry to hear that, man. Oh yeah, I've got friends and family that know, and they either don't bring it up, they know, and don't purposely avoid the conversation, or they just don't care. Like they don't care. I haven't caught much flack at all for it. Just once, like my friend's ex-wife, but they were then husband and wife. She'd said something about, oh yeah, that's just like a flat earther or something, and I stopped and I turned and looked at her and I said, I'm a flat earther. She went, oh, she sort of put her hand up to her mouth, like I think she knew that I told him. He must have told her, and so she said it deliberately, kind of thing, like it was like a dig at me, which was just stupid. It was immature. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
Sucks, man. Really sucks.
And I wear shirts, and I've got a flat Earth cap I wear down the street all the time, and I forget it even says that. I just grab my cap, put it on, and go down the street, you know. And I forget like that I've got it on. So people are probably looking, and they read it, and then they're like, but I don't notice anything. I'm just paying attention to people most of the time, you know. But I bet I've had some looks that I didn't notice, you know, or didn't
That's pretty
realize I was
cool,
getting that.
Where'd you get the hat from?
That's Timu's special. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It just has words. It just says the Earth is flat. Didn't you know that? That's all it says on it. Yeah, no picture or anything. Just
Yeah. If you're like really honest, like scripturally, the Bible, like not only the Bible tells us, but you've also got like old Jewish old Jewish stuff from like I think it's the Targum or something like that. That tells us that their views were like the biblical view was that the earth was flat, but like for some reason there's Christians out there like Jehovah's Witnesses, you know, in particular, like that they do everything they can to try and prove that it's a globe. You know what I mean? But like for me, if the earth is a globe, I can't believe the Bible because the Bible says it's flat. You know what I mean? Like, how can I believe what the Bible says if we do live on a round Earth? You know, but like since I was young, I always had that feeling that like, how's it round? Like, it's like when I look at it, it looks all flat. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
yeah. I don't know. I always just assume that we're smart enough to at least know that, right? But having been like a Christian glober myself, right? When I like looked into flat Earth, it did resolve a lot of conflict that I had some cognitive dissonance about, like between what I'd read in the scripture versus what science says. You know, I always knew there was a disconnect, and people would like do, you know, mental gymnastics to try and make the two align, but they just simply do not. And you get people come in here, like Matthew Lones, that says like he resolves it by just saying that some of the descriptions of the earth are just metaphorical, right? It's not. It's just a metaphor for God's glory and what He's capable of doing. And that, you know, that those people were, you know, kind of simple-minded, and they didn't understand. They didn't understand their own words, apparently, right? Because they took it literally. But anyway, yeah. And it's interesting because I was talking about this the other day to some guys. It's interesting, right? If you think about it, the second commandment is like, do not make unto yourselves any graven images of anything that is in the earth or in the seas or in heaven, right? And they've taken that commandment and utterly thrashed it, right? They've fulfilled the transgression of that commandment to the utmost, not only by making an image of something that was in earth, but of the earth itself, and not only of something that's in heaven, well, and the waters on the earth, right? But not something that's in heaven, but of heaven itself, right? And what they did then was take that graven image they made of the earth and placed it in what they are told, like what they are telling us is heaven, is the heavens, right?
that is the epitome of the transgression of that commandment, right? It'd
Damn,
have to
bro.
be.
That was. I've never actually even thought of it like that. That's proper, bro. That's a good one. I'm taking that. No
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. I've never put
Yeah,
that forth to like another Christian before, but like if you get the opportunity to, like, yeah, pitch that to them and see what they say.
yeah.
Yeah, you gotta like those Jehovah's Witnesses, yeah, with their Watchtower, the cover of their Watchtower magazines, all like pretty with a pretty ball, pretty globe in it, and like and stars, and it's in outer space, and it's like got a big title like, heaven on earth forever or something.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's true. Like with the whole heaven on earth. Like I don't want to go too much into biblical chat about because I know it's the flat Earth channel, but that like to me that's biblical. That heaven comes down to earth, or at least the kingdom's coming down, right? Yeah, like I mean, if you look at the prayer that Jesus asks us to pray, he says, "Thy will be done, Thy kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven."
Right, right. Yeah, interesting too that city that comes down out of the sky is kind of described like it's got a pretty large area, right? If we're to take it literally, it's like a physical place that's going to literally land on Earth, right? It's got a nice big flat bottom as far as we can tell, because he says like that the length is the same as the width is the same as the height, right? So it's like
1,600 miles.
Right. Where's that place prepared? Where's the platform for that prepared for that to land? Like it would land on the earth and it'd be like wobbling to and fro if it was a globe. But God could do anything, I guess. But you know what I mean? It'd look funny, this thing that's trying to fit onto a ball that's it's like a
If
cube or pyramid.
I've done the calculations. If it was Earth was a ball, it would be the edges will be 3 miles up in the air.
What? There you go.
Yeah, it's impossible, bro.
Yeah. There's a lot of funny things that it would have to be weird if you to take the Bible literally and then apply it to the globe Earth. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
It really doesn't. Yeah, I'm currently trying to not convince, but like trying to bring like because I don't think it's a salvational issue to believe in like around Earth. But I still think like I'm not gonna not fellowship with people that believe in around Earth. Because I don't think that's what the gospel is about. But at the same
Yeah, but
time, like I
go
do
ahead. Sorry.
want I do want my congregation to kind of be on board with what the Bible actually says, like because it's just wild, because like there's two polarities in for lack of better words in the Bible, and that's like truth and like false. What's true and what's false. What's true is of God, and what's false is of the devil. So like round Earth is not biblical, so therefore it's false, which is of the devil.
I see it as it's the same thing happening over again, because the I want to say the devil uses the what God created to manipulate the people to like. It's not really like no, it's like it says or like he said, pretty much Adam and Eve, right? When the fruit, it's like he said that you're gonna die, and like, but it was the death wasn't instantly. They didn't die because it wasn't instantly, but they were cursed to death.
Well, technically, in the Hebrew, if you actually go to the Hebrew of that verse where the snake was talking to Eve, he says, like the literal translation is, "You won't die." So he says die twice, like you won't die. So
Huh,
like technically, like Satan, well, the snake wasn't really lying, um, to Eve in that moment. It's a weird one. I don't want to really.
Yeah,
Get
So
it's
they were
technically
cursed to
not
death.
lying to you, but
So something
but it
interesting,
is.
Elbow.
Go
They
ahead.
were cursed to death.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that mean that they were just given different bodies?
No, they because
Bodies that weren't there to last? Because
well,
one of the ideas that was put forward a while ago was Adam was created in the image of God.
Yeah.
But we are not in the image of God, but yet we're from Adam. So at some stage between day dot, when he was created in the image of God, and being yeeted out of the garden, he's ended up with a different body. Maybe that was his punishment. He is now cursed to death. So he's got a body that won't last forever.
I kind of don't think so because this is what I think about it. When they were cursed to death, they had to be removed from the garden, away from the tree of life. Therefore, if they would have ate from that tree of life, meaning that if their existence, I guess if they were to pass the test, was to eat of the tree of life and never die.
So, Adam and Eve, they had like that. They were perfect in the Garden of Eden. So they were pretty much like, they weren't going to die. They would have lived forever. But because they transgressed, they were kind of like given bodies that will die. So like that was technically the result, So they didn't die straight away, but
Right.
they will face death. Is basically what God was saying. So like,
If they weren't, if their bodies were not, let's say already, let's say God created them and the body was gonna live forever, there wouldn't be a reason to have the tree of life.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
The tree of life is the one that will make them live forever. That's why when
No,
they left,
no, it
they
wasn't.
said,
How do you know that?
because it says it.
So, what are you assuming, that the apple tree is the tree of life?
Apples are man-made. Apple is not a fruit that was actually back in the days. So there was two trees. One was of the knowledge of good and evil, and the other one was a tree of life.
Yeah, all in the same garden. They've just been yeeted from it.
Yeah. So when they ate of the tree of good and evil, they said, "Let us remove man from here, because if he eats of the tree of life, I'm paraphrasing, he will be like us and live forever."
Say
I'll
that
look it up
again.
real
He'll
quick.
be what, and
The,
live forever?
like us and live forever.
If he does what?
Well,
I missed the first bit.
eat of the tree of life.
I think they were going to live forever anyway, right? in the
Now, but
garden.
was in the garden they were gonna eat of the tree of life.
Well, wasn't it that they ate of the tree of life and then they covered themselves? And God said, "Why have you covered yourselves?" And they said, "We're naked." And he said, "How do you know you're naked?"
Yeah,
And
no,
discovered
that was a tree of knowledge
knowledge of
of
good
good
and
and
evil.
evil. Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, I get what you're saying now. Okay.
It's interesting when you go into like the Hebrew and the Greek within the Bible, you start to see things a little bit different than what Bible study in church would teach you. Like um, I personally find the Hebrew a lot more interesting. Even though the Greek's interesting too, but like yeah, some things you miss because like we've got like these ultra modern translations. Like the NIV says, "You will certainly not die," the serpent said to the woman. But if you look at like the literal, like 3 of the 4 literal translations on Bible Hub, it says something similar to, "And the serpent says to the woman, dying, you do not die." You know, so it's not saying you will not certainly die, but he's saying like you won't like die. Like technically, even though the serpent is a liar, the serpent didn't lie in that moment, like because they didn't die. And he said, "Well, you will die, but you won't die." You know what I mean? Like, not straight away, at least.
Yeah, here it is. I found it if you want me to read it real quick. I found it if you want me to read it.
Yeah, go for it.
It says, and after, this is after they ate the fruit and God damned them. It says, and the Lord said, and the Lord God said, "Behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever."
And who said that?
Oh,
That was a God to the angels.
interesting.
That was when they was first put in the garden, or
No, the angel told that to
after?
God.
Can you put that verse in the side chat, please? Sorry, I missed what you said.
Yeah, chuck it in.
It's Genesis 3:22. Now it says the Lord God said, "Behold, the man is become as one of us." So that's
Okay,
God.
as
Yeah,
one of us. I
yeah,
don't know
yeah.
why I thought that angel went and told the Lord that, but yeah, it said the Lord said that. Then yeah, so they had to remove him from the garden.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of peculiar things about that garden encounter. First of all, the punishments were weird. Like pain during childbirth was one of them, and then he told he told the serpent, I will put enmity between your offspring and her offspring. The seed of the man, the seed of the serpent, or seed of the woman, seed of the serpent. And then Cain and Abel, came afterward. And in First John, which is towards the end of the Bible, it talks about Cain, who was of or from the devil. And it's just a lot of weird things, And knowing, the knowledge of good and evil. Well, if you read the Bible, it talks about David knew not his servant, meaning that it just talking about in the end of his life, he had a female servant or whatever, and said he knew her not, which means that they never had intimate intercourse with one another. Knowing something was to become one with it. And in that case with David, it meant to not have he didn't have sex with her or anything. And there's a lot of weird things, there's a whole list of them I could pull up, but anyway.
I just
They
posted
knew they
the
were
verse.
naked. Knew they were naked. Why, of all things, after knowing good and evil, was it naked? Being naked of all things, I don't know. Don't you see a lot of weird things there?
Yeah, that one in particular is weird because how would they know what would that be shame or embarrassment or whatever? How would they know that?
And
It is
why were they embarrassed for being naked of all things? And then, yeah. Oh, and another thing was that the woman would long and desire her husband, and her husband would rule over her.
I was just about to say maybe it was lust.
Well, in the lineage of Cain, it never mentions that Cain's father is Adam. It never explicitly mentions that. Elbow, you're hot mic.
Hot mic elbow. Elbow, you're hot micing.
I think I can mute him. Oh, there we go. We good?
Yeah. These literal translations of Genesis 3:22. There's a few variations in where it says Adam became as one from us to know good and evil. It says, "Lo, the man was as one of us, as to the knowledge of good and evil." And another one says, "Behold, the man has become like one of us, and the man was as one of us, to the knowledge of good and evil." So I think it's also saying, and this is just my interpretation. It's I don't think it's entirely right because I don't know. I'll look into it, but I think it's in the sense that it's of the knowledge that they have.
Yeah, because if you read it, and the Lord God said, "Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil."
Yeah. So I don't think it's I don't know what you guys were kind of.
So they're talking about what their now understanding of good and evil is.
Yeah, that's right. And then also says he must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat. and live forever. Yeah, so therefore they became like
They got yeeted.
technically, yeah, well, not necessarily yeeted, but they had a timeline now. You know, their lives would end, so they can't live forever at that from that point onwards. So Adam, and that's where like Jesus becomes like the second Adam. I think in one of the epistles, Paul tells us, you know, that Jesus is now the second Adam or the final Adam. I can't remember what the wording was. You know, except now he lives forever because he completed what Adam couldn't. Adam failed and cursed all of humanity to bodies that will die, and Jesus has become the firstborn out of the dead, where he will live forever. He's eternal, therefore those who are in Christ Jesus become eternal as well. Because if Adam didn't fail the first time, we all would have lived forever. But yeah, that didn't happen, so. I don't know if my audio just went bad.
No, we heard you.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I can hear you. Sweet. Yeah, that friend of mine who I had a falling out with when I told him I was flat Earth, because we're you know we studied the Bible together and everything like in the Greek, and he was teaching me a bit of Koine Greek and stuff, and I basically told him like I couldn't imagine because it was becoming really tense our friendship, you know, like because he just couldn't believe that I could believe in a flat Earth, and I said to him, man, I can't believe that in the globe Earth model, you know, all that open space where there's planets, like all these like millions of light years away, you know, like that just us on this little Earth that we matter that much, you know, like in that model. Whereas on a flat Earth, it makes complete sense, you know, that this is what God's created. And he was just telling me, like, just imagine flying around space, like in heaven when you get a new body flying around space, like Superman. And I'm just like, I don't know, bro. Like, I just don't think that's it, you know? I think the waters are restricted for, you know, what's beyond the firmament, I think, is restricted for God and for the angels, and even in the in the kingdom to come, I don't even believe that we'll even get to experience what's beyond the firmament. I think that's just it's just for God, you know, like. Or maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe in the kingdom we will see beyond that.
Yo.
Yo.
Yep.
What up?
The firmament.
Right. We're gonna.
That's a good one.
That's like a. Wait, is Elon Musk like a liar? Is he like lying about sending the rockets out there?
Dude, he wore like Baphomet 666 and stuff on his like Halloween costume or whatever. It's so weird.
Oh, and dude
Yeah.
was like begging to go on the island as well. Like, no doubt.
But what
That
is that whole operation about SpaceX? Are they just like creating videos like just to like LARP, or what is it?
I think they're trying to break through the firmament.
Oh, damn.
That's what they're trying to do with Tower of Babel. Reach up to the heavens.
Mm. Damn.
was spoken about before. I think it was T Buggy. About space is like a breaking of the second commandment. That's actually kind of blown my mind. Like, that's proper. Like, the Earth and space is a graven image of the heavens, really. You know, and it's not even accurate. You know, according to what the biblical. I think stars and well, at least I have a friend who believes stars and the planets are, well, at least what we see the planets are, you know, are just like angels. But I don't know how accurate that is.
That's an interesting idea too. Would the transients that we watch moving in the night sky possibly be angels moving? I don't know.
Yeah.
They seem like an impossible technology, but I guess it could be technology.
Yeah, my friend has a pretty wild theory on all of that. He believes that even the sun has angel, or you know, like everything in like has like angels. You know what I mean? Like wind has angels, and the moon, sun. Sorry, my game's really loud.
Well, they said that the four angels of the winds, right? And did you know that there's four jet streams on Earth? Four major
Hmm.
jet streams.
Interesting.
I know, I found that
Yeah,
very interesting.
I've heard about the stars idea before, and that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because it says like like um it says like the righteous will shine like the stars in heaven, and like there's verses that attribute angels to stars, and then it talks about how like the angels like sing for the Lord and stuff. Well, guess what? If you look up sunluminescence like underwater, which it says the heavens are water, like the waters above. Okay, so if you have like if you have like a bubble, underwater collapse, it produces a burst of light that looks exactly like the stars. And
Wow.
they say that this even produces temperatures up to 20,000 degrees Kelvin. The guy that actually discovered this, that works on it now, said like they use it to study stars, and because it gets to similar temperatures. Some even say that they have like fusion occurring or whatever. But anyway, he said it looked identical to a star. If y'all want me to post videos of this and papers on it, just let me know.
That's amazing.
I have it on my Twitter. I posted the video for it. Might as well, yeah. It looks super identical to and then I also have star videos through a telescope. I'm telling you, they are identical.
It's amazing. It makes a lot of sense as far as relationship to angels, and um, some of the observations I make are with night vision, and it's wild. Like you look at the night sky with your naked eye, and there's all the constellations and stars, and then you put night vision on, and there's so many more, like 100 times more, and you lose sight of the constellations because they're just surrounded by more and more stars. Um, it's crazy.
Hello, hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, what's up, my friend?
Expectations. I was hoping you could be the one that could prove that we actually live on a ball. Seems everyone else has failed today. Are you the one at it?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. This is what we're after, boys. Grab your popcorn. Brace yourselves. Okay. How do you know that we live on a ball that you could sell to us?
Because since Aristotle and the old Greek is proof it, isn't it?
Because science.
Aristotle, you know Aristotle?
Never met him. Tell me about him.
Aristotle?
Oh, you said Aristotle.
Yeah, and I said I've never met him. Tell me all about him.
How did Aristotle know that we were on a ball?
He must have done some measurements.
Okay, I'm posting in the chat right now the sonoluminescence.
Really,
Finally
really long
found it.
measuring tape.
Yeah. Y'all should really check this out.
Well, no offense at it. It looks like you're not the one. But I will be downloading and copying that lesson stuff because that looks pretty cool.
Okay, I've also posted a lot of star videos from observatories, and you can compare the similarity with
Oh
identical.
man, my photo rips videos from X. Look at that. That's good.
So what's your argument that Earth is flat?
Oh, that's easy. It's measured flat. Pretty hard to argue with a measurement, eh? Wouldn't really call it an argument, I'd call it a measurement. You want to see how it's done?
Yeah.
Excellent. Let's chuck some laser tests up for you, mate.
You guys should make a side by side of this video from the sonoluminescence and the star videos that I've taken. Like some of them are nearly identical.
There you go.
I have a whole
Made it
thread of them.
in the side chat. Whole pile of laser tests just for you. Take your time, go through them.
Peer-to-peer is awesome.
So you don't believe in science, isn't it?
I don't believe
We
in
do believe it.
science. Well, how did you come to the conclusion that horrible old Matrix doesn't believe in science?
We do believe in science that's testable and repeatable.
Don't tell me you're just on the internet looking up silly things to say to flat earthers. Next, you're going to tell me I don't believe in the moon. So tell me, Adit, since you're all up on science and that, which field of science deals with shapes?
Science say that Earth is round, is ball, you know.
No, it doesn't.
What science says that? What is it? A
Which
repeatable, observable experiment to do to test that?
don't overload him with too much. This one's probably a level 1. Which field of science deals with shapes? You know, squares, circles, triangles, cubes, spheres. What field of science should we be studying to deal with shapes? As you can see, overloaded.
How can we test that Earth is a
And
ball?
Einstein already said it.
What? How can we test that Earth's a ball?
Step 1, natural observation. This is going to go south in Arian.
I feel like we get a lot of people in here that don't speak good English, and it's hard to talk to them.
Yes,
No
you're in the
offense.
English hub. They're here learning.
Okay. How does that happen? How do we get this space has more foreigners than any other one.
Yeah, well, they're here to learn
I've
English.
ever
That's
been.
why.
Nothing against them, but it's just hard to discuss things.
Captain, can you mute yourself, mate? We're getting feedback. All right, I'll help you out. Done. Yeah, you've probably already learnt, Taylor, that it doesn't matter where we go, you're going to spend half the conversation training the person to understand their own paradigm before you then break it down.
Can you clarify who is disgusting?
Can I clarify who is disgusting?
I think he's asking for your name. I think he's asking who he's talking to.
Oh, is that what you want to know? Who is talking? It makes it hard when he doesn't answer straight away, and then when he does answer, it's something non-related. That's what makes it hard.
Yo, that'd be the weirdest way to ask for somebody's name.
Yeah, can you respond a little bit quicker so we can have a follow conversation we can track, understand?
I'm doing my best, Taylor. Come on, don't be nasty.
No, I am trying. I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm just asking him, can you just try to respond quicker?
I know it wasn't directed at me.
Oh, not you. I was asking
The
other
other one.
gentleman. Yeah. I don't even know what his name was.
Adit.
Are they using, maybe they're using Google Translate. It takes a minute. I don't know.
I don't know. He's probably listening on YouTube and responding in here. We've had that before.
Do we wait or?
Yeah, Captain, you're giving us feedback, mate.
Oh, yeah.
You must
Can you
have
hear
your
me now?
headphones sitting near your mic. We can hear you, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. Are we live on YouTube?
Yeah. Why, are you scared?
Oh, okay. No, I just didn't know. I was trying to find it earlier, but I couldn't find it.
If you actually click on the bots, in their bio, I think it is, it's got all the channels.
Yeah, we're live on YouTube. So when you guys make up lies and nonsense, it's immortalized online forever.
You can also say hi to your mum. Hi, mum.
Hi,
See?
Mum.
Just like that.
No, the real reason why it's streamed online is because there's plenty of people who are sitting on the fence who don't have the courage to come in and ask questions. So the YouTube is a place for people to listen to conversations, to understand how these debates go. Because if you hang around long enough, these debates, you will begin to realize they only head in one direction, which is the more we hold you to account, and the more we expect you to have direct evidence for what you're saying, the more you'll realize that the Earth is measured and utilized as flat. So that's the reasoning behind it. Because if we're all honest, we measure the Earth to be flat. Simple as. Well, that was my best attempt to get a convo going. Come on, Audit, you've got to have something to say.
No, I don't think he's got that much to say. He's word out already. Who else we got? Gus? Did you stutter when you wrote that, or is that your actual name? Don't know. Oh, he's got a microphone.
Right.
Look. What's the go
Hello?
with the double G, Gus? Like, seriously.
Gus is cool.
I
What's
don't
up,
know.
dude?
Oh, is he?
Sorry.
Yeah,
I
he's a
haven't
flat
seen him
earther.
before. Oh, mad. What got you into flat Earth, Gus? You just woke up one Sunday morning and said, stuff it, I'm going to be a flat earther so I can be victimized, bullied, harassed, tortured, laughed at? Or did you actually check it out?
Yeah, I just want to be different. Just want to be different, you know. Just want to be cool.
You just want to be different. You want to be with the cool kids.
Yeah. No reasoning behind it. I didn't think about it. Just want to be different.
I can feel the sarcasm oozing off of you, my friend. It's a good start. I like him, Roots. We can keep this one. All right, who else we got?
Looks like you probably could have dyed your hair or something.
Yes. Roxana Faye. Latz is hot micing like normal. Oh, he's actually
damn, my
talking.
bad.
No,
Hey,
it's not.
sorry, bro.
Funny. Has anyone spoke to Roxana?
Yeah, she's a
No, she's a flat earther. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Now, didn't someone only say a couple of weeks ago that flat Earth was dead? And now, look, there's more people. There's people I don't even know.
Yeah, she says she's been in the topic for like 10 years, bro. Long time.
Holy.
That's what I'm saying.
That's mad.
That's just the thing that Toon says, Matrix. It's not really dead, it's green.
Well, it wasn't McToon. It was someone in here, someone in one of our channels. Oh, flat Earth is dead. Like
Dude,
the
I hear that
typical.
almost. Austin, I hear that almost every day. I go into politics. Like, hey, why is this room never open? Flat Earth is dead or what? I'm like, no, dude. We're in some other places. We're handling business elsewhere. Doesn't mean that it's dead. Relax.
Yeah, this happens every year. About the same time every year, Matrix. I don't know if you've realised, but spring starts to break in the Western Hemisphere, and everybody just goes mad and wants to go out and live their life for a few weeks, and then it goes back to normal midsummer.
All right, so I've got nothing to worry about.
Now, well, in the UK, we've just had our first spell of good weather, so as you can imagine, everybody's out and about.
All right, fair enough.
Although I went golf. I took my son because I play a lot of golf. I went golf yesterday. The bloody kid only ran in front of me while I was lifting my club up. Got a golf club into the face. Ended up in A&E for flipping 4 hours.
Holy shit!
His eyebrow was just bleeding everywhere. But he's fine. No stitches. I took him just to be sure, but ruined my day of golf, mate.
Wow.
I said I'm not taking him next time. I want to finish the course.
Yeah, what does A&E stand for?
Accident and emergency. I guess do you guys just call it the emergency department or something?
We call it the ER over here, emergency room.
Oh yeah, it's E&R for you and A&E for us. Yeah.
Interesting. Look at that, learn something new every day.
And you know what? Getting my son seen was not as easy as I thought because we don't go to hospital very much. We don't go to doctors very much. And I'm trying to get him seen. His eye's basically bleeding. And she's like, has he had his immunizations? I'm like, listen, lady, we don't need to discuss this right now. All I need to know is, does he need a
Stop the
stitch
bleeding.
or not? Yeah. But she wouldn't let it go, man.
Really?
Yeah, obviously they treated him, but for some reason that question had to be answered.
Because he's bleeding, they want to know if his tetanus shots and all that bullshit are up. Yeah.
Possibly. That's why I'm not saying too much because I don't know the reason why, but it was very frustrating in the moment.
Yeah, every time you bust yourself up, first thing, have you had your tetanus shot? I reckon I must have had about 15 of those bastards over my lifetime. Stepping on nails, getting cuts and shit up my arms and legs, climbing over barbed wire fences and other stupid shit.
Like every time I go to the doctors, I can go in with a bad foot and they'll be like, yeah, but do you smoke? And if you do, have you considered stopping? Like, leave me the fuck alone.
It's always amazing how they ask you totally non-related shit, eh? Like when you go in with ankle or knee problems, it's, yes, you're fat, lose some weight. That should be technically the first thing. But outside of that, if you're not, like, what's whether you smoke or not got to do with a busted ankle or a busted foot? Like, seriously.
Yeah, because I don't know about how it works in the US, but they get a kickback. So anybody who they can get to stop smoking through their program, they get a bonus. And anyone who has a flu shot, they have a bonus. So, this is a measure of how much your doctor doesn't give a shit about you. If he's focusing more on the flu shot and stopping smoking than your actual problem, he doesn't care about you.
Yeah.
He's after that KPI bonus, right?
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. Oh, someone new popped in. Actually, Celeron. No, Cinnabon and a Celeron. And all the rest of them were here already. Welcome to those two people. Please feel free. Click your microphone. What? Someone? Did you laugh, Roots? Are they not people? Did I miss the joke or something?
No, it's just in my head. Celeron sounds like a vegetable transformer or something.
Well, I'm
I don't know
thinking
what that
computer
means.
chips. Being a computer nerd, they're computer chips. So, I'm concerned that they're not very fast. That's what I'm concerned about. That's
yeah,
cruel.
I'm hoping I'm right and not you.
Yeah, and we also got was it M&A gone. Anyways, to Celeron and Cinnabon, welcome. Please feel free to click your microphone, ask us any flat Earth related questions. Yes, I know I'm loud. Please don't. You don't have to remind me. Everyone knows it. We're used to it, especially me. I do normally offer people nearby packets of earplugs so they can feel safe. So, yes, if you want to jump on and have a laugh at how over the top loud my voice is, or tell us all about how you're a flat earther, or maybe you don't like flat earthers, I don't know. I'm not a mind reader. I've been practicing, but I'm not very good at it. But, yeah, you're more than welcome to jump in and say good day.
Yeah, he's not a mind reader. He's not great at it. Just ask his missus.
Well, that was
Actually,
an
I
epic
don't know if you
fail.
have a missus.
I'm single.
Yeah, I just thought about that. I don't even know if you got a missus. It's a good joke if you did have one, but pointless if you don't.
So that just shows his mind reading skills. So there, that was an epic fail, wasn't it?
Derp, derp, derp.
Yeah, I've been out and about taking more photos, Roots, trying to check some stuff out. The ones I got today, what was it, 17 point something miles from one location across to these hill. Oh, my mate's ringing. Now, why would you ring now? All right, I'll be back later, guys.
All right, mate. No worries.
Have a good one, bro.
That's what time is it for you out there now?
It's 2:49 in the morning. Almost to work right now.
Jesus, I could tell by your voice, dude. You can tell when people are up later than they should be. You got a 2:49 a.m. voice on you today.
Yeah, I know. It hurts a little bit.
And you should be able to tell from my voice that I got up roughly an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I feel you, man. I feel you. You do have to head out soon as well. I just wanted to listen. Hope everybody's doing good. Hope you guys take care. See y'all in a bitty.
Yep. Catch you later, bro. Well, if anyone's got any questions on shape or geometry of the Earth, there's still a few of us here. Feel free.
What would be the best kind of way to speak to people who are skeptical about the flat Earth?
It depends on what you mean by skeptical. I mean, are they open to the convo, but just don't seem to be able to grasp the idea, or are they having a bad reaction to the topic?
Yeah, sure. Like those who are like open to it. Like what kind of direction? Like if they're convinced that the world is round, but they're open to believing to seeing evidence, and you know what I mean. Like I can tell there's people who are just ready to fire and debate, but then there's those people who are just like, all right, well, I want to see the evidence,
Well, the evidence requires them to understand, first of all, they should be in agreement that they observe and experience the Earth to be flat and motionless, right? That should be the common ground, pun intended.
So yeah, and then they're going to have to understand some theory about the globe, like the actual claimed geometry, the geometry that there's claimed to exist, right? So there's a specific type of geometry, which would result in us only being able to see so much of the surface over distance, or not see objects on the surface in part, or completely, right? So can direct them to those kind of observations, and show them how the geometric horizon isn't present either in any observation anyone makes. But that's a big part of it. Is like, first the experiential side of things, right? Like they got to agree, like, it does look flat. It doesn't feel like it's moving, right? All right, fair enough. Maybe it is though, right? All right, let's see what they claim that the Earth is and how big it is, right? Get the geometry, get them to understand the geometry and the consequences of the geometry, and then show them the observations that exceed the geometry.
Yeah, some excellent points there by T-Dub as well. But I just want to also add, you need to really figure out the level of education of the person you're speaking to, because you could talk about geometry, measurements, you could talk about, direct evidence, but a lot of that stuff goes over your average person's head. And I remember I was talking to my dad about this, and he wasn't grasping all of that. And then I just told him, planes don't nose down over the curve, and a few other things that are very, what's the word, vague. And the sun and moon being above the horizon before the Selenilian eclipse, and those things clicked for him. So you've got to really find what makes people the way they think, and what makes them think it's a ball to begin with. Is that it then? No follow-up question? Thought we were going to get a convo started there.
Hello.
Good morning. Hey, Captain Price, have you had some bad experiences talking about flat Earth in the real world?
Oh yeah, bro. Yeah, man.
Like
Yeah, I
what?
was saying earlier to the guys before that I had a friend. We actually don't speak anymore because we're like Christian friends, and yeah, we don't speak anymore because I told him I was a flat earther, and yeah, he just treated me really badly.
And was it a case that you feel? Do you regret the way it went? Do you feel you pushed too hard?
I didn't push at all. No, I just told him I was a flat earther. He's like, he made a comment about something being like flat earthers, and then I said, well, I'm a flat earther, and then he just kind of treated me really badly after that. Like, and then eventually we just stopped talking.
You know what though, dude?
Kinda sucked.
If that's the case, then you probably would have done that over a different subject. I mean, you know, you never know, but yeah, if he's that quick to fall out with you, then I think it would have happened anyway, personally.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Did you ever go over why you said you're a flat earther, or did you just say that and never touched on it again?
No, he never kind of. Well, yeah, we did. He kind of tried to like make up a spreadsheet, or like a PDF file of like biblically how he could prove the Earth is round or a sphere, and it was just like it had nothing to do. Like there wasn't a single like Bible verse in there. Which is crazy because like as Christians, you know, we're supposed to believe what the Bible says 100%. And the Bible tells us that the earth is flat. Like all the evidence points to the earth being flat. So which is crazy when I hear that there's Christians who don't believe in a flat earth. You know, it's completely biblical. It's just nuts.
I hear
Price.
you.
Do you have CPT? Do you believe in giants?
Yeah, I suppose so. Like the what is it, the Nephilim?
Yeah. Well, that's what.
Yeah.
I mean, Nephilim are a bit different though. But yeah, you should.
Yeah, I think
Giants
it's
are real,
in Exodus. I think is it in Exodus?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
How are Nephilim different than giants?
Because Nephilim is said to be the children of fallen angels.
Mm-hmm. Those were giants.
I mean, that's what you believe.
Well, another definition, another translation of Nephilim is giant or fallen ones.
Yeah, fallen ones. It's different.
But the Nephilim were giants, like you saw in Exodus, too.
I mean, that's what they were said to be in the Bible. That's what you believe they are. They could still exist without being what the Bible says they are. You know?
I do agree there's different sizes of Nephilims, but like, you know, Genesis 6 talks about the sons of God, which are angels, came into the daughters of men and bore Nephilim, and some other translations say bore giants, because people like, you know, use them interchangeably. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Doesn't the Bible, not the Bible, I forgot what it's called now.
The Book of Enoch?
Yeah, the Book of Enoch. That's it. It talks about the watchers and all that.
Yep.
Doesn't it talk about how
apocryphal books?
Yeah. These fallen angels, they also. Okay, so the Nephilim were like the children of humans and the fallen angels, And
Yes.
they also created other hybrids, like mermaids. You know, they fucked a few fish, made some mermaids.
Actually, mermaids are the sirens. And in the
Yeah.
Book of Enoch, the woman that gave birth to giants or that had sex with the fallen angels, they became sirens. And I learned that the DNA of the children and the mothers actually gets exchanged in the womb. So this to explain how they got corrupted as well. But yeah, there's stories about the giants in this event all over the world. Ancient legends all over the world. I talked to a Native American whenever she was a child. They dug up a giant from her native land, her parents' like land.
How tall was
This
it?
was in Tuba, Arizona.
Did she know how like big it was? How tall it was?
She said it was huge. She said that like our body size was like the head of this thing. It was giant, and then the government came and took over the thing, and
Yeah.
then they just never saw it again. But they did come and contact her family and tell them what they found. They showed her a picture. She was only 8 years old though when this happened, but they did dig up a giant on her land next to other what they call dinosaurs or dragons, and there's a lot of dinosaur footprints in this region that are studied by scientists and stuff.
Yeah. It's the same story every time
They live the same time.
They find proof of, you know, something that doesn't fit their narrative, and then they take it away. Every single time they take it away. I mean, I don't. People can just go on the internet and make things up, but like there was some guy who worked at a museum. I forgot which one, and people would like bring in giant remains and like giant bones and stuff like that all the time, and they would just be taken away. And it would happen every single time.
Dude, can you find that video or something? That'd be like really cool.
All right, it was a guy talking about it. I'll see if I can.
That'd be awesome.
I don't know how I'm gonna find. I don't remember the name of the museum. I'm looking now. They're all described to be like pretty similar as well, like all over the world. And there's a lot of like military stories about encountering giants, and a lot of the time they're described to have red hair. That's one thing that's said like almost every single time they have red hair, and they're around like 12 feet tall on average. I think maybe at one point in history they could have been bigger. I don't know. Can only speculate. But people say that they've shrunk.
Hey,
Like
that's the question. Is the red hair only what's being seen in South America, that region, or do you believe there's been red-haired giants found in other continents?
Yeah, no, there's I've heard stories of people in Afghanistan, right, like American soldiers encountering these giants, and them, you know, even killing people.
The Giant of Kandahar?
I don't know, to be honest.
That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Where's that, Afghanistan?
Yeah. In the mountains. But there are a lot in like a lot of stories of them in South America. I think that's like the most common.
Well, they have petroglyphs, and as the Aztec Codex, they have drawings of them carrying away giants that they killed because they hated them because they were like cannibalistic, and the Bible even talks about like in the Book of Enoch how they were devouring men and stuff. It was horrible. That's why the flood had to happen.
Yeah.
And the stratolayers on the earth happened because of the flood, and they're worldwide. The strata, and they have like graded beds and stuff, so we know it's like happened from like water, and hydrosifting. I think it's called hydrologic sorting.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of evidence for the flood. Do Christians believe that giants are just bad, like inherently, or do you think that they're like fallen?
They're like
we were saying that?
cannibalistic and stuff.
Yeah. So what about the? You believe that giants built a lot of things, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
So they would have worked with humans to do that, wouldn't they?
Well, they were enslaving humans apparently. Eating all their food and then began eating the humans. Based on the stories.
I think some of it was built by men, but I think some of it might have been built by God.
What about the pyramids? Because fuck knows who built those. Like that's ridiculous. Like you could be a complete atheist. There's still no explanation for the pyramids in Egypt.
Hey Gus, have you seen that they found another Sphinx at the site?
Sphinx? What, like a building?
Yeah, you know how they've been doing all that lidar work around the site, and they found the underground mega structure. Yeah, you're up to date with that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just this last week, they've done another scan, and they reckon there's another Sphinx like a few hundred meters away down the path, like in alignment. So definitely like the same builders.
It's pretty cool.
So it seems like a lot of whatever that site was around the pyramids is buried beneath the sand.
Yeah.
So I don't know how far back we need to go to talk about the pyramids, but it could be a whole, like a whole nother world ago, right? Thousands of years.
Yeah. And assuming they didn't have any crazy technology, right? Which they'll tell you they didn't. And it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. There's massive like drill holes in the stones that build the pyramid, and like they're perfectly carved.
Oh yes.
Have you
But
seen
do
it?
that the mega blocks for the pyramids, the millions of blocks that they cut. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
What makes me laugh is you'll watch like a history documentary and they'll like show you some mega pillars and they'll be like, we don't know how they built these pillars, but they try and tell you they know how they built the pyramids. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Precision
You
cut.
see Petra as well.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Petra's it's literally built for giants. Like it's huge.
Right. Yeah.
I've never been there. My friend was there though, and it's ridiculously big. Like seeing pictures, you can see humans, standing at the door, and they're tiny. They look like ants.
It's pretty hard to deny now that there was some sort of ancient civilization with high tech. That seems highly unlikely to me now.
Yeah.
Getting pretty obvious now. I mean, even Göbekli Tepe, people think, oh, Göbekli Tepe predates Babylonia. So even the mainstream narrative of Göbekli Tepe changes our human history. But now they're coming out and saying that what we've got at Göbekli Tepe is basically a primitive tribe who rearranged what was already there. So what they're trying to say was whoever built Göbekli Tepe the way it is now was reconstructing an already destroyed old site.
Hmm.
Are you following? Did that make sense?
So the people who live there now, they just
Not now.
reconstructed what was there before. Oh,
Yeah, the site that they found, like you're finding a lot of bricks on top of, like looks like misshapen stones to build walls around the site that they've got, and everything seems to be kind of just placed together. Well, a lot of experts are saying now that whoever did that found the site derelict and rebuilt the site in this primitive fashion. So basically what we're seeing at Göbekli Tepe is the
wow.
equivalent of a house burning down and somebody
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to rebuild that house with limited tools.
That's crazy. Does look like that, to be fair.
Which is why I think they gave us a certain exposure to it, because as it stands with the excavation they've done, you know, you can get away with saying, yeah, that's the whole site. But apparently there's a hell of a lot more that they haven't excavated. And they're happy to leave it like this so people get the impression that's all there is, but actually there's a lot more under the ground.
Yeah. What do you think about giants' roots?
I think there's giant bones, yeah. I think there probably was giants of all types, humans, animals, probably everything. I think was giant at one point.
Do you believe in these like massive trees that once were, that aren't anymore, that we cut down? If you know about fuck man, I'm forgetting everything now. What's his name? I forgot his name. The Legend of something, some guy. It's an ancient story of him like cutting down a massive tree. It's like one of the oldest stories that we have. Gilgamesh, that's it. But there's like there's these massive. They look like mountains, right? And I mean, they look like tree stumps, but they're said to be mountains. And it's there's so many of those like all over the world, and they're also in the places of, you know, where they're described to be in these stories. I'll find some pictures.
Did you ever see that really, really old documentary, There Are No Forests Left on Flat Earth? Did you ever see that one?
No. It's about.
I'm going to try and find it for you, but basically it was a documentary on how basically there was giant trees and that there's none left, and that basically what we've got left is the equivalent of bushes. So basically it's a documentary on how there is no big trees left, just bushes.
Oh shit. Yeah, even mainstream science talks about how at one point in history everything was like much bigger, right? Because there would have been more oxygen, there would have been more like CO2 because of that. So everything would have just been huge. This picture. What are these?
Yeah, you know, the Book of Jasher. One sec, Book of Jasher. Now, a lot of people say that that's like not legitimate scripture, right, or historical account, and that it's mostly work of fiction. But it actually goes into fills some gaps attempts to fill gaps that the Bible leaves, and and the Book of Enoch, and talks about angels chopping down these giant trees that were assigned to chop down the giant trees. Yeah, you heard about that?
Angels were
ordered to chop down the giant trees. Yeah.
Why were they?
I can't remember the context, but that there were giant trees on Earth. There was like 4, maybe 7 major ones. I can't remember now. So some of these huge ass stumps that we see that where like people look at it and go, it's not a mesa, it's a tree, right? If it is, it could be one of those few of the larger ones that were ordered to be cut down.
Yeah.
I don't know, and that's if you accept the book of Jasher as divinely inspired or truth, right? I don't know, but it is a fascinating book. I tell you what, just read it just for the curiosity of how it attempts to fill in the blanks, right? Because it does, it does, and I've got no way to say, hey, that those blanks, that's the truth. I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but they're interesting stories, really interesting stories. I was captivated by that book, the Book of Jasher, front and back. Was just like, wow, if this is real, this answers so much, right? It was cool.
Thanks for sending that. My picture didn't send. It's just a link. Look at that top. Look at one in the top left. It's literally got the age lines of the tree. It looks like that anyway. You know how when you see a tree stump, it's got sort of layers to it, and apparently it represents each year it's been alive. I thought that was a myth. Apparently it's true. It actually does represent its age in roughly in years. Look at that. It literally has it. Kind of. And things do petrify and just turn into stone, basically.
So there was a myth that I heard that I never got around to checking out and finding out, but apparently we've got the last really big trees that we've got. Now I've forgotten what the name is.
Redwoods.
Is it redwood? Yeah, that sounds right. Redwood. They're giant compared to all the other trees that we have. They seem to be in a category of their own. Anyway, I heard a rumor that they are more silicon based than carbon based, but I never got to sort of follow up on that. Have you heard that myth?
I don't know what that even would mean. I've never heard that though.
So the idea is that the reason why trees were bigger before, and I say the idea, some conspiracy theorists say that the reason why trees were bigger before was because there was a different composition in the atmosphere, and there was a lot less carbon, and everything was more silicon based, and that's why everything was bigger, and that the composition of the atmosphere was bigger. Now they back this up because there are documentaries with mainstream documentaries where they're looking at the rock strata and they say, okay, further down you go, the less carbon and the more silicon based it is. So this documentary was basically saying that something happened that changed us from a silicon based atmosphere to a carbon based atmosphere, and that made everything smaller. But everything, not just us.
Yeah.
But apparently these redwoods are more silicon based, apparently. But I don't know if that's true.
That makes sense. I don't really know anything about that, how that works.
Yeah, it's quite hard.
That,
I don't know how to research that really, because I don't know what I'm comparing to. I don't know anything about trees. Do you know what I mean? To be able to make a start on that.
I think things probably would have been bigger at one point. Definitely
But
plants.
when you asked T-Dub why the angels were ordered to to cut the trees down, my brain automatically says, well, what if there was a change? There was like a reset or a cataclysm, and there were just these big trees left. Do you know what I mean? So the last big trees that get cut down will be the last ever big trees, and they knew that. So there was this effort just to get rid of the last big trees.
Yeah. I heard something about like whales, like massive whales, like their remains being found in like inland, like very far from any ocean, and that's like could point to this, a massive flood happening. Also, people just find seashells everywhere, like all over the place. Like I see them as well, like in places that are really far from the beach. You just find them. It's pretty cool. I don't know. They could. I don't know what they'd be from, but yeah.
Say a good rabbit hole I stumbled upon recently. Some people think that the Atlantis was in the Sahara Desert, and if you look at there's this very big formation in the it's called the Eye of the Sahara, and then you look at how they depicted Atlantis was. You see some correlations there, and then there's a whole bunch of people who think that Atlantis was stationed there. But yeah, it's a good little rabbit hole to get into.
Yeah.
Don't know if you've heard of that one.
I know where Atlantis is, but never heard that.
Did you say you know where Atlantis is?
I know what it is. No where. Don't know where it is.
Yeah. I got in quite a big German rabbit hole the other day, learning about all of the advanced technology that Germany had in the 1930s. Dude, it's bizarre.
Yeah.
They have more than countries have today. They had, like, in terms of high tech, unique things. It's crazy.
Yeah, man, they had UFOs, bro, from Agartha.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but they had moving sidewalks, monorails, wireless vehicles, battery-powered cars. Like, it was like the future.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know how to feel about Nazi Germany and all that. I don't really know if Hitler was controlled or not. I've heard he's like a Freemason and all that, so I don't know what to think.
I tend not to make any comments in public about Hitler because it just creates emotional response.
Yeah. You know, you can't. That's you can talk about flat Earth all you want, but you can't talk about that. I mean, with flat Earth, people would think you're stupid, but they wouldn't think you're like a horrible person.
Yeah, my dad went on a journey of awakening. He had his little phase of researching World War II and Hitler. Started talking about it to a couple of his mates. Made his mate's wife cry. They're no longer friends.
Yeah. The guy earlier talking about how his mate, like he wasn't his friend anymore because he said he's a flat earther. He wasn't his mate to begin with. If he, I don't know, I feel bad because my best friend is so against flat. Like he studies physics at uni and all that. But he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't judge me. He might think I'm a bit stupid if I ever talk about it, but he doesn't. He wouldn't not be my friend because of it. I don't know how people could get so personal and emotional about that.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make earlier. Like, I've got a couple of friends who they're not flat earthers. They're not interested. We just don't talk about it. But they're, you know what I mean? We're still respectful to each other. There's still a strong friendship there. So, yeah, I think you're bang on, mate. Anyone who wants to fall out with you over politics or flat earth, they weren't your friends. So it's a good litmus test, isn't it? I think. Take flat earth to those people who you think you're unsure about whether they're actually got your back. Hit them with flat earth and see if they've still got your back after that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I feel like a lot of people just don't even care though. I got a friend like that as well. He doesn't really give a fuck. He doesn't, and he doesn't necessarily think it's, you know, definitely not flat. But he just doesn't care. He doesn't think it matters. Which I
Yeah.
disagree. It does.
Yeah, but I've got friends like that, and they, they are definitely not globers in the sense that they're going to sit and defend the globe and argue. They just actually don't care.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that, Ignorance is bliss, right? And you
Yeah.
don't want to.
What they say.
Yeah, it's like some of your friends and stuff. Like, if they're in a good place and they're happy, why would you want to disrupt that? You know what I mean? Like, leave them. They're cool. They're happy.
Yeah. I don't know.
I wouldn't wish the burden of knowledge onto everybody. You know what I mean? Some people just ain't about it.
Yeah. I don't know. I think about that a lot, but I also think, I mean, forget flat Earth, but like, there are people that are doing some fucked up shit because of their religious beliefs, right? Especially right now. I mean, they've been doing it forever, especially right now. And if no one cares, then it's not going to be stopped, and nothing's going to happen. I sound like a hypocrite because I'm not fucking doing anything, right? But like, I can't do anything. I don't know. I don't know what can be done, to be honest. But I feel like if everyone doesn't care, then like nothing's gonna happen. You know?
Yeah, I get you, bro.
Even
I
if
feel
everyone's
like
happy.
most people feel like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the same time, dude, I mean, it's not your place to change the world. Do you know what I mean? It's your place to manage your own, yourself, your self-esteem, your confidence, your enjoyment, your life, your happiness. So you also have a responsibility to yourself as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm conflicted because you should do both, right? But if everyone just thinks about themselves, then these cunts who are fucking taking over the world, right? Killing all the Gentiles, right? Causing World War III. They're just gonna, follow through with their plan, and nothing's gonna be done about it because everyone's there thinking about themselves and not worrying about that because it upsets them to think about it, and they'd rather be ignorant. So I don't know. Fuck knows, man. I don't know. I don't have a solution, but I don't think the solution is not caring, being ignorantly blissful, because you can be, but it will be temporary.
Yeah, I also think that we weren't designed to worry about what's happening over the oceans. I think we're supposed to be in communities. I think we're supposed to worry about our tribes. I don't think we're supposed to be concerned what's going on the other side of the world.
We're
Personally,
not. You're right. We're not. It's not. It doesn't make any sense to think about. Yeah, all that.
like I get it if things are affecting you, on your doorstep, or like there's something that's gonna, you can predict, well, this will be on my doorstep. So I get it. There's a grey area and stuff, but we're so focused on that politics and what if and what that could lead to. It's like we don't even know what's real anymore. All these threats are all, outside of the door, but really everybody's still free and able to do what they want to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Also, with you saying that, it actually is affecting basically everyone. Everyone's being affected. I mean, I don't know, man. And yeah, you're basically saying there's enough comfort for them not to think, it's not that bad. Like it is bad, and I think it's getting worse, right? And it has been getting worse, but it's not that bad. People are still, living their life, doing things, playing golf, you know,
Yes, I am.
whacking their kids in the face by accident.
And make him tough.
Yeah. How old is he, by the way? Because if he's like
He's
5,
9.
Shit. Is he all right?
Yeah, fine. He's a tough kid. He was more gutted that he couldn't finish the course. So, what did I tell you? He's fine.
Yeah. No, but like people are getting affected. I mean, I don't know, man. People just kind of, even me, I'll get mad at it, but I don't do anything because there's not really anything to do. But I feel like if everyone cared enough, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's impossible. It's not impossible, but it feels impossible. I genuinely get like,
sometimes I get lost in that back and forth that I
yeah,
felt that. I resonate with that little moment you had there where you're like, I don't know which way to go on this. And I genuinely, used to be in the same boat, and I'd be up and down. I'd be, very like, proactive. Then I'd be like, I really don't care anymore. I'm just going to focus on myself. But like, but at the end of the day, dude, like, there's only so much you can affect, and there's only so much like influence you as an individual can have. Should you sacrifice your life for these bigger ideals? And how much do we actually know of what we've been told is affecting us is actually the cause? Because I'm a believer that life is exactly how it's supposed to be. Like, it couldn't be any different. This is how it's meant to be. You know what I mean? And we
I don't
like
know,
to
man.
pretend there's utopian ideologies that could work, but I think in practice it would end up like this again.
That could just be because I have thoughts like that, but that could just be what certain people like that want you to believe. They want to pacify people, and they've done that with certain beliefs, right? Because people think, oh, everything's good, everything's fine. It's all in God's hand. When there's these, fucking psychopaths that are literally, doing all that they want to do, rain and hell on everyone, right? While these people that are getting shit on are just thinking, oh, it's all right, it's God's will or whatever. I don't know, man. Like, I genuinely get, like, when I see fucking geoengineering, right? I genuinely get, like, pissed off. It genuinely ruins my day, right? And I see it almost every day, right? There's nothing I can
When you
do
see
about
what,
it.
mate? When you see
Like
what?
fucking cloud seeding, chemtrails, stratospheric aerosol injection,
Oh yeah.
all that shit. It's fucked, mate. Not the thought that, okay, yeah, they're poisoning us, but like, they're literally just blocking out the sun. They're making the weather shit, and it's not just that they're blocking out the sun, like because there's like metals in them. It deflects, like, infrared is like red light and near infrared light. That's like one of the main benefits you get from the sun, right? And even if it's cloudy, you're still getting that infrared because it penetrates, right? But it can't penetrate metals, so it's fucked. You know the Hebrew word for okay, Ra, right? The Egyptian sun god in Hebrew translates to 4 words, right? Translates to wicked, evil, bad, and harmful. That's what it means. Okay, I say 4 words because it doesn't directly translate, but it means all
So say
those
that
4
again.
words.
Say that again. Ra means what?
In Hebrew, it means evil, wicked, bad, and harmful, right? And these people, this underground shit, it isn't new, right? It isn't a new thing. They've been doing it for thousands of years, and they've been living in caves as well for like thousands of years ago. They've been doing this for a long time. They just hate the sun.
That's an assumption. That's an assumption, though, right?
No, it's true. There's proof of it.
There's no proof that the Egyptians were living in caves.
Not the Egyptians, mate. The Jews. The Egyptians would not live in caves. They worship the sun, right? They love the sun.
Yeah, I misheard you. Yep. I'm with you, bro.
The little hat people don't. They don't love the sun. They hate it. They hate light. They worship chaos and darkness. That's what Kabbalah is about. It's literally about letting chaos. But do you know what the great chain of being is, or the great chain of emanation?
Never heard of it.
It's okay. I mean, they stole it from the Greeks, right? But it's okay. Basically, at the top of the chain, there's the one, right? The monad, right? And this is what Kabbalah is as well. It's the Jewish mystic religion, right? In case you didn't know what it is, it's like an emanation belief. They believe everything is emanated from the one, right? The one God, the monad, right? And so they think the one God emanated the demiurge. You probably heard that. It means craftsman, and then the demiurge split into a male aspect and female aspect, and then the male aspect stayed the craftsman, and the female aspect was the world soul, right? The female world soul, and they fused and they created the universe. And so they're at the top of the chain, the monad, and those 3, right? And then beneath that, there's the lower gods. Then beneath that, there's human souls. Beneath that, there's humans. Beneath that, there's animals. Beneath that, there's
So
plants.
is this all in a big reincarnation cycle?
It's not a. I'll explain. So beneath the plants, there's minerals, and then beneath minerals, there's chaos. There's primordial chaos. There's nothingness, right? Darkness, chaos, and it's not reincarnation. It's like okay, they believe that they can climb the great chain, right? They believe that they can go up and reunite with the monad, and they call it a unio mystica. And they also believe this is where the Kabbalistic Jews believe that they can go down the chain and unite with they can go down and descend into chaos, right? Because they believe in chaos, everything is created, right? So they can go down to chaos and then become gods, basically themselves. They become gods of chaos, and then they can become gods, right? They can be their own god, basically, because they think everything comes from chaos, right? There's chaos, and then there's creation, and that's what they're doing. This is why they worship chaos. Their god is the Egyptian god. It's stole because all they do is steal, right? They steal from the Greeks and the Romans and ancient Egyptians, and also Zoroastrianism. They stole a lot from that, right? And so, yeah, their god is basically set from ancient Egypt. That's where they stole the idea from Set. And Set is the god of chaos. He's god. Well, these ancient Egyptian gods, they were gods of so many things, right? But he was the god of chaos, storms, foreigners, deserts, like darkness and all that shit, right?
So funny, there's a god of foreigners.
Yeah, it is kind of funny, and it's the god that the Jews chose. That's even funnier. And even in like the Torah, like and in the Holy of Holies, he's literally their God Yahweh is described to be a black cloud in multiple places. I forget all the places where he was described to be that, but he's literally described to be a black cloud, right? Yeah, these fuckers worship chaos. They don't give a fuck about you. They hate the sun. They hate nature. They hate all that's good. They're fucking ruining it. And they've convinced everyone that everything's all good. Just sit by, relax. Pray to God, and everything will be fine. And this is what they're doing. I mean, a lot of people would get mad, right? But I'm pretty certain the Jews created Christianity to, subvert everyone, to subvert Rome. And now they have Rome wrapped around their finger. They have America fighting for them. Basically, a bitch. And yeah. And then they created Islam to pit against the Christians, pit against Christendom in the end times, in the battle of the Leviathan and the Behemoth, if you know what that is. The Behemoth represents the East and Islam and all that, and the Leviathan represents the sea powers, Christendom, Rome, the West. And it said, it's in the Talmud, it's described that they're going to mutually kill each other, right? These two beasts, they're going to kill each other at the same time, mutually. And the Jews are going to sit back and watch and enjoy the show, right? And it even says that they're going to eat the remains. And that could be, it could be representing, they're just going to use all their resources. I think they're actually going to fucking eat people, probably, knowing what these cunts do. I don't know. And yeah, it's going to be like a show for them. It's going to be like they're just going to sit back and watch as the Leviathan and the Behemoth fight and kill each other. And there's if you've seen Godzilla versus Kong, there's a lot of fucking predictive programming in that as well about the battle of the Leviathan versus the Behemoth. I mean, Godzilla literally uses atomic breath, right? There's a lot of like Masonic symbolism as well. Like when they go down like underground, this is what they want to do, by the way. During this war, it's going to be they want it to be a nuclear war, a war that lasts 12 minutes, where 2/3 of the world's population die, basically. They're going to go underground, right? And they're going to survive it. And this is what happens in the movie. They go underground and they go to level 33, which is funny. I don't know. And the issue is now everyone does know, like, oh yeah, fuck the whatever, right? I don't want to say it because, like, but people are starting to dislike these people now, but they don't even know why. It's just a trend. They're just doing it to do it. And they want that as well. It fulfills their prophecies. They don't want to be liked. They don't want assimilation as well. That's another thing. They don't want to assimilate with the Gentiles. That's why they've been kicked out of everywhere, right?
Yeah, it's an interesting take you've got there. I must say I can understand where you're coming from. I think you make it sound so black and white. I don't think it is, dude. I think it's way more complex than that. I think when you start incorporating the nuances in history and what happened in the past, maybe secrets that need to be kept hidden, I think the whole thing becomes really messy to a point where something like this had to happen or was going to happen. Do you know what I mean? It just happened to be a bunch of Khazarian elites who figured out the game and what the situation was and what the opportunity was first, right? I don't know. I just think it would have gone this way because of our ignorance, right? Our reliance, and we're reaping the mistakes that our ancestors made, I suppose, and we've got that same mentality as well, that over trusting, blase attitude towards everything. So I think that's kind of the cause and effect of what happens when you don't take your spirituality seriously, right? When you don't take these ideas seriously as a whole.
I mean, the only thing that's confusing about it is how these people have even gotten into this, position of this much power. It's like, how the fuck has it even happened? Because they they got their fucking grip on everyone's balls, right? Even Russia, even fucking Putin. Putin's a fucking a Chabadnik. He literally has his own rabbi. He's it's just Iran as well. Persia. I mean, Iran is modern day Persia. The Persians have like an alliance that goes back with the Jews for thousands of years. Without a doubt, they're controlled. Trump. It's not even a question. I don't know how some people are still supporting Trump. It doesn't make any sense. It actually doesn't make any sense to me. He's insane. Like the tweets, he's insane. He's ridiculous. And he's just a Jew. He's a Jewish convert. Like he is. He's I don't know. And that's the issue. There's such an overlap with Christianity and Judaism, and they've made it this way, right? Because now Christians have no choice but to admit that the Jews are God's chosen people and sort of, give them what they want, one way or another, right? They don't want to give it in certain ways, but like at the end of the day, they still believe they're God's chosen people. But it's all upside down. That God is, they I think 7 times in the Bible, their God is described to be, or the Old Testament, their God's described to be a jealous God. Like it says, and this is what it is, right? Their God is a representation of them. They're a representation of their God. The Torah, if you actually read it, it's just jealousy and hatred towards all these other nations that were just more powerful than them at the time. Just another divider of us working perfectly, as you can see. What's that even mean? Oh, whatever, mate. Yeah. If you actually read it, you'll see how ridiculous and hateful it is. It's ridiculous. It's like, it sounds like a school shooter who wants to get revenge on, the cool rich kids, or not even revenge. He's just jealous of them, so he wants to kill them. That's what it sounds like. But they put it in a way that it's like, oh, these people are prideful. They deserve it. But in reality, it's just a script. Basically, it's a plan that they wrote to take over the world, to take over these, these other like what they're doing right now with Lebanon, right? They're fucking Lebanon up, and there's so many verses about 2 places in Lebanon called Tyre and Sidon. It's now called Sidon. But yeah, Tyre and Sidon, and these were like at the time, these were like Phoenician nations, right? And they were really rich and really powerful and all that, and they mastered overseas trading, and they created the alphabet and all that shit, right? And they were really rich, right? Really wealthy. And there's verses about it, about how it would literally straight up say something like, oh yeah, like mocking it, saying like, oh, you're so rich, aren't you? Yeah, you're so cool. You're not gonna say that when God kills you, when God rains down fire on you, all this shit, right? And Christians would read this thinking, yeah, God's punishing these prideful, evil people, but it's all twisted. It's all upside down. Their God is literally ascribed to be a jealous God. It is just, and they interpret things now however the fuck they want, like fire raining down. It's and people think, oh, these are divine prophecies. No, they're being, they're following a script. There's nothing divine. It's pretty crazy that it's actually happening, but there's nothing divine about it, because they move the goalposts so much and they do anything to make these so-called prophecies come true. They interpret the locusts as drones, right? They interpret fire raining down as most probably missiles. Could also be, I forgot what it's called, that sulfur thing. Phosphorus, white phosphorus, something like that. They literally rain that down and it fucking burns the shit out of people. Also in Israel, they have a jet. I mean, they got it. It's an American fighter jet, because they don't create anything themselves, right? And there's a verse about Lebanon, and it says like, oh, the thickets of the forest shall be cut down with iron, and Lebanon shall fall by a mighty one, right? That's what it says. And mighty one in Hebrew means edir. It translates to edir. And the fighter jets that they're using in Lebanon right now are called the F-35 edirs. So they just fucking do anything but people, again, Jews will see this and Christians will see this and they'll be like, wow, divine prophecy, wow. But no, it's like anyone can do that themselves. Anyone can just name it that, right? And even Netanyahu, he completely believes this shit. Even if you don't believe in this shit, even if you're a complete atheist, there are people that do, and they're fucking wreaking havoc, right? He literally, in a speech, he was talking about how he called the people of Hamas, he called them the Amalekites. Oh no, he said you must remember what Amalek has done to you, like talking to Israelis and stuff like that, right? And what's it called? Holy fuck, my brain just shat. So, yeah, Kabbalistic Jews believe in soul transmutation and like reincarnation, right? And he believes that the souls of the Amalekites, right, which are the descendants of Amalek, who's the grandson of Esau, and they believe that they basically believe that these people are they have a genetic predisposition to wanting to kill the Jewish people, right? Because of Esau, because he didn't like Jacob, because Jacob was again, it's upside down. Everything's upside down. Esau's said to be the bad one, but Jacob literally lied he took advantage of him and his hunger, right? And he also lied to his dad. He deceived his dad. And guess what Jacob means? It literally means Israel. Like they're literally calling themselves, and it's funny how Esau's described as like this, man of the wild. He was a really good hunter. He was great with a bow. He was like described to be red, which I don't know, good blood flow or something. I don't know. He was tanned, right? And Jacob's described to be, this skinny, pale little nerd who's inside all the time studying. So Esau kind of represents the Gentiles and Jacob represents the Jews. That's how they see themselves. Because this is what they do. They just stay studying inside all the time, studying their religious texts. under a candle in a cave or underground. But yeah, Netanyahu literally called the people of Hamas Amalekites, or he believes that the souls of the Amalekites are in those. Like, it's insane. He's insane. He's a nut job. He's crazy. He's gonna call whoever the fuck he wants, whoever the fuck, whatever the fuck he wants, right? Because he believes in soul transmutation and reincarnation and all that shit. So they make their enemies, the reincarnate. Like, it's fucking insane. They're insane. These people are insane. Nut jobs. And there's a video of, do you know, Roots, do you know what Chabad Lubavitch is? Have you heard of that group? A lot of people have now. It's okay, well, they say they're like it's just a Jewish group, right? Or whatever the fuck. It's a messianic end times cult, basically. That's what they are. And they work with all the world leaders, right? And there's there's this guy called Rebbe Schneerson, right? And a Rebbe is like above a rabbi, right? And this Rebbe Schneerson guy, he's dead now. And Donald Trump was like showing his respects at his grave, like, it's insane. He's dead now, right? He's the 7th leader of Chabad Lubavitch, and he's the one that made it like a global force, right? He's the one that made it a big thing, right? And there's a conversation between, you can watch it on YouTube, right? Between him and Netanyahu, right? In 1990. And basically the conversation's like, they greet each other, right? And then Netanyahu's like, oh, there's been a lot of, advancement since we last spoke. And Schneerson was like, yeah, but clear, not enough. And Netanyahu was like, yeah, we're trying, we're working on it. And he was like, oh, you're clearly not working hard enough because the Mashiach, which means Messiah, still hasn't arrived yet. And then he said some bullshit. He was like, oh, there's still a few hours left in the day, so get working on it. Basically saying like, spend every second of every day trying to bring upon the coming of the Mashiach, right, the Messiah. And for the Messiah to come, they need to fulfill the prophecies, right? Of all their fucked up prophecies, right? Of killing, genocide, and all these people taking over, Greater Israel, fucking causing World War III. They need to fulfill all these prophecies. So it's insane. They're literally doing everything they can in their power every day to fulfill these prophecies so that the Mashiach can come, right? And they're working with Trump, and they're working with Putin, and they're working with fucking everyone. And they have these Americans, right? These brain-dead American soldiers who are just like, oh, I'm fighting for God's chosen people. You're dying for Jews that see you as subhuman. That's what you're doing. And it's fucked. It's fucked. Because even a lot of the people that don't like Jews right now, the people who are quote unquote anti-Semitic, which doesn't mean anything, because Palestinians and Lebanese people are Semites. Jews are like less Semitic than those people because they're like, it depends on the type of Jew, but like mixed with European a lot and stuff like that. But a lot of the people that are anti-Semitic now, they're Christians or Muslims. How as a Christian can you be? It doesn't make sense. And they bring up, oh, but we killed Jews in the past and all this shit. It doesn't matter. You still see them as God's chosen people. I don't know, man.
You've just outlined precisely why I don't overthink this stuff and I don't get too sucked into this stuff, because it ultimately comes down to history, how you interpret history, and we all know how shaky history is. So there's no way to really truly know who the Israelites are. There's no way to truly be able to interpret how much of the Bible's bloodlines have been usurped, right? And we know we've had the opportunities, so it's all on the table, right? Everything you said could be true, but I also don't assume it to be true because, like I said, there's no way to prove any of this, right? Yeah, there are signs, but
No,
I don't know, dude.
there's a
I
lot
don't
of
think
proof.
this is our job to figure out. As much as we can approach it in a scientific manner, try and treat history like a science, try and validate, and then go with the most likely story. Great, you can get there through deductive reasoning, but still, I don't think this is a concern of ours, right? I think we can
I
just
mean,
keep it simple and trust your gut and do what's right by your neighbors and shit. You know what I mean?
yeah, but it is that even if you don't care about all that shit, other people do, right? Netanyahu, as I said, right, with this fucking conversation with revisionists, that's a couple examples, right? And him literally calling, the people of Hamas Amalekites, right? He believes in this shit. He's got a lot of power, right? He's causing tons of deaths, tons of suffering, and he's got his grips on. I mean, he's probably still a pawn as well, right? It's questionable if he's even alive or not right now. He could be fucking AI in these videos, because that's one thing that's been going around. But either way, him and Trump are on the same page. They're doing the same fucking thing, right? And it's like everything right for them. It's going well in their favor, and it's fucked. It's not a good thing. It's a very bad thing for us. And again, like I said about, even, okay, you don't have to be a fucking Palestinian who's, starving and your family's been killed and all that. But like they still have, subverted everything and they fucked everything. Like, like again, I don't just want to be doom and gloom, right? But this should be acknowledged that they're literally poisoning us. They're blocking the sun out. They're fucking, they took my fucking foreskin, mate. I was a baby. They took my foreskin. That's fucked. That's mutilating a baby's dick without their consent. That's fucked up. People don't talk about it. It's seen as a joke, right? It's funny. It's weird, right? They took my fucking foreskin when I was a baby. They mutilated me when I was a baby. And many other people. I think it's like 80% of Americans, American male men. And yeah, man, they've lied about everything. They've covered up history a bunch. They've they make people fucking just waste their lives away working shit jobs, going to shitty schools, right? They fucking vaccinate babies. It's fucked. This is evil. This is all part of their weakening people, weakening the Gentiles, right? Have you heard about this fucking Lone Star tick as well? It's like a tick. It bites you. It makes you allergic to a certain protein or I don't know how it works, but like something in red meat and also dairy that comes from red meat makes you allergic to it, and that's going like
No.
that's yeah. Right now that they're probably being released, right? But there's like a lot of that's quite prominent right now in America. These are Lone Star ticks. They
Hello.
fucking bite you. They bite you and they make you fucking allergic to red meat and dairy.
Yeah, I
It's
just
kind
I
of
just
funny.
want to say I think you should write a book, and I think you should call it In Pursuit of My Foreskin. And I think you should put all of this down into a book, dude. I think it'd be awesome.
Yeah, but you see what I mean? It's seen as a joke, but it actually is fucked up the fact that they've literally taken a part of me when I was a baby, a part of my dick, without my
It is
consent.
fucked up.
It's extremely fucked up. It's
It's
disgusting. They're
child
mutilating.
mutilation.
It is, yeah. They're mutilating babies' dicks because they're fucked up religious beliefs. But people would just make it a joke. People would make a joke out of it,
Just a heads
It's
up,
fucked.
we're streaming and we have many ages listening. If you could just watch the language, we really appreciate that.
Oh, wait, yeah, I was actually going to ask, what is this channel for?
It's talking about force.
You see the room title, sister?
What does that mean? Like, I've never
Well,
been
read
here.
it. Read it out loud and see what comes back to you. Let's talk about it. Let's start there. Great place to start.
It means the Earth is not a ball.
Oh boy. Well
But
done. What's up, Brother Roots? Amen.
But
Hey, good
like when
morning.
you said that it's like streaming or whatever, is that like
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
like
We are live on YouTube. We got people listening. We got people in the panel listening, and everybody wants to talk about the topic of the room 24/7, flat Earth, baby.
is it just for this channel specifically that it's streaming?
Yes. Any other questions?
Hi YouTube.
YouTube says hi. So, land in the sky, perhaps? Artemis? Build vehicles, launching them into the thing called space to land vehicle upon said land up in the sky? What are
Wait,
your
yes,
thoughts on this?
I have more questions. How come it's like why is it streaming?
Because we want to spread the truth and we don't want to keep it inclusive to just Discord. We want to share it, exclusive just to Discord. We want to share the truth with everybody willing to listen to what the truth is.
Oh.
Yeah,
How do
shark bait. Just to add on to that, there's a lot of people who like to listen to debates, flat Earth versus globe Earth, because there's a lot of information on both sides, and the best way to really, navigate through all the noise is to hear two people who know what they're talking about have a debate on the subject, and you'll find that the flat earthers make some very convincing arguments, and I would say 85% of the time will win most of these debates. And usually the only time that a flat earther wouldn't win a debate is because of their, I would say, their own lack of, debating skills, I would say.
Oh, okay. So it's because it's like a popular debate that it is streamed.
Yeah, it's another way for people to figure out the truth about this subject, because I don't know if you've come across flat Earth in any of your studies, but it probably seems like a no-brainer. Of course, it's a globe, but if you was to ask a few questions of yourself and take a few observations, it wouldn't take you long to realize we actually measure the Earth and experience the Earth as flat and stationary.
We
So it's a
also
very
use it.
deep subject. Yep, go ahead, Kill.
And we also, thank you, brother. We also use it as a stationary topographical plane, i.e., it ain't a ball, it ain't moving. Amen.
Mm.
So I've got a question from YouTube for Sharkbait. Sharkbait, why do you globe? Why do you globe?
Why do you globe? It's a sport now. Oh my.
That was what I was taught.
There we go. It's what she was taught.
It's a really good answer. I think it's that's the reason why all of us globed. We were brainwashed into it from birth, and nobody questioned.
What is the reasoning for insisting that it's still globes? Like what is the purpose?
Why do they want to convince you it's a globe?
Yes.
Well, that's a very speculative question with multiple layers. I'd say there are several reasons why. I have one shot, right? I have one shot to. I can't pick all seven at the same time. So if I say one of them and you disagree or you don't kind of see why that would be relevant at this point, that would affect your opinion on whether the Earth is flat or a globe. And I just think that's a really bad place to start, because before you start questioning motive, you should always be interested in the evidence. We shouldn't be trying to figure out who perpetrated a crime before we've established if a crime has taken place. So I can ask that question, but I just think it's the wrong place to start.
Okay.
I think if we're going to be honest and we're genuinely going to look at this, the question's got to be, what evidence is there that it's a ball? Because if we're telling you we go outside and we experience a flat Earth, then what in the world tells us or insinuates that it's a ball? And if we can't find any direct evidence in the world showing us the features of a ball, a spinning ball, then we got to establish whether what we have there is a belief, just a belief based on faith, or whether we have some evidence, direct evidence that it's a ball. And we're trying to tell you, if you do take on that inquiry, you'll realize there isn't anything direct that you can measure that proves we live on any kind of spinning curved surface.
Okay. Well, let's say that, like, I do believe that
So how do you sell from the
that
West
it's
Coast
flat.
to America to East Coast of
Then
America?
why
Let the
why
let the
would
lady
they?
respond.
I was just saying, like, let's assume that I'm a flat earther already. Then, like, why? Yeah, my question, like, I'm still curious. Why would they want to convince us otherwise? Still, like, what is the benefit?
To hide
Bro,
land.
bro, what the fuck is this, bro?
All right, so because there's a
24/7
lot of
flat
new
Earth
people here,
Discord. God damn.
yeah, it's 24/7 flat Earth. We're just having a discussion, my friend. Pop yourself on mute and find a good opportunity to get involved. But just to answer your
Bless you,
question,
bro.
which
What you
I
said?
wouldn't normally do.
Bless you, my guy. Bless you.
Cause
What
I'm
you
not.
said right now?
Just
I'm
have a
You
cause I'm
speak,
not.
nigga.
have a
What the
listen
fuck?
to
You're
the
rapping
combo.
like you're speaking a little bit too fast, bro. What the fuck? Just calm down, bro.
All right, we'll leave him on mute for a few minutes. Let him calm down. Yeah, so there's plenty of reasons as to why they would lie. It could have
But
something
Root
to do
literally
with.
just told you why starting with motive isn't the way to go, because you could do a
Right.
hypothetical and say, I believe, but you don't, and it's not a
But
good
I'm not
spot to
gonna argue
start.
it. I'm not
Honestly,
gonna argue it.
no, it's not about being argumentative. It's just about getting to understand where we're coming from as far as facts and empirical evidence, and
But let's say I
if you say
already do
that's not,
believe that, because I'm not gonna argue it. So
maybe I'm just wording it.
yeah, and I understand as well. Like, I understand you explained the reason why you wouldn't. And I guess.
That's right.
Sorry.
Everybody
Years ago, it would just be.
the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not debating it. I'm just asking. I'm just
I
curious.
don't understand how can people think like Earth is flat.
Because it's measured that way, my friend. You clearly wasn't listening when I explained earlier. The reason why we don't assume, the reason why we hold the position that Earth is measured flat is because it is actually measured flat. Any measurement you take in respect to the Earth, you treat the Earth as a stationary topographical plane. Okay, but everything is in respect to the flat water that all of the continents sit on. You can't demonstrate that the water that all the continents sit on is curving.
You walk very far. You fall off the Earth. What the fucking idiot logic is that?
No,
What's
that's
the edge
just
of the edge of the Earth?
that's just an idiot
What's
question, my
the
friend. That's a
no
very
no
silly question.
you are the most
Nobody told
stupid
you about
human
an
I've
edge.
ever heard.
My
You
friend,
are
if you can't handle
uneducated.
this combo, I'll have to put you on mute. You have to be able to control your emotions and be able to debate with somebody who holds a position that you don't. You need to be able to handle that, my friend. Otherwise, this isn't the room for you. This is a
Maybe
room
you
where
have
we're
the
gonna
ghost.
go
Because
through
I with the
facts.
ghost.
We're gonna go
You
through
will
logic. We
understand
don't
the earth
need.
is round.
Listen, my friend, you need to just calm down. This is just a discussion. You don't need to lose your shit because somebody doesn't agree
Okay.
with you.
If I don't lose my shit because you are stupid, that's your problem. Bye.
That's
I
awesome, bro. This
guarantee
is so
you.
nice, bro.
He left. He
Yeah,
left.
go ahead,
He got
Savage.
you. You got. You
Okay.
good.
Bro, just take it somewhere else. We're not here to fucking entertain your fucking whatever it is that you call as a life going on.
Yeah.
You have some questions? 'Cause it doesn't sound like you have any questions. It sounds like you're just fucking here to do what most
That guy
everybody does,
left already. He
honestly.
left already. He left. He left.
Yeah, I promise. I'm not gonna insult anyone or lose my shit. I'm just genuinely curious what they would be hiding from insisting like so much
All right, I'm
that
happy because you've asked multiple times. I'm happy to speculate a little bit with you. So it
thank
could be
you.
multiple reasons, but I think it is all of the above. There's multiple reasons why, but I think there could be more to the earth than we've been told in terms of potentially more land. I think there could be more resources. I think there is also a case to be made that with the heliocentric model came atheism and nihilism. And I think in order to control somebody's soul, you've got to remove God. And I think those who truly can sell their soul and change from a human being, maybe through technology, these people need to become atheists. So I think there's land, there's resources, there's the money that we give them for the space program, but also fear. I think just the idea that you live on a spinning rock with all these other rocks flying around, we're always at threat of something. They can give you a global warming, they can give you carbon taxes, they can tax you, they can manipulate you, and they can remove your identity and your history from you. So I
Oh,
think there's multiple reasons.
that's cool. I hadn't I've never heard of those things before. That's cool. Thank you
If
for
someone
explaining.
believed that they're on a flat, like a plane in an enclosed system, right? And this is all there is, right? This world that we live in. If someone believes that, and then somebody else believes that we're, in an infinitely expanding universe, right? And there's all sorts of shit out there, right? There's other life out there, and we're basically nothing, right? We would be less than a grain of sand in a beach, right? Like far less, infinitely less, right?
Right.
Those two people are going to think very differently about life and themselves. And the person who
Right.
believes that they are, I mean, it depends, right? It depends on the individual, but you can just like assume, right? The person who thinks that they're way more insignificant, then they're going to think a lot differently, right? And that has to do with what you said with nihilism and stuff like that. Also
Does
to
that
hide land. Those are the two main reasons I'd say. Like,
does that mean then that fuck, I don't know how to put it into words. Does that mean then that saying that it's a globe is less beneficial for us? Or
in what way?
sorry, I don't know how to word it.
I mean, it is less beneficial.
From a
It
lot
is
of
less
angles, it's
beneficial.
more
Think
so
about it.
for them.
Savage, you're a little bit muffled, mate. I don't know if you're aware. If there's anything you can do about your mic.
All right, I got you.
Yeah, but Sharkbait, think of it like this. I don't think most people realize it, but the heliocentric comes with baggage, and part of that baggage is you're basically an animal who came from some other animal that doesn't have the same level of let's say, rights and uniqueness. So the heliocentric model relegates you to an animal who basically came from swamp goo, who's here out of luck. So you don't have any divine right to anything. You don't have a right to be here. You don't have any way to say I am more or less significant than, the cockroach on the ground. So just by accepting the heliocentric model, you've gone from being the center of creation and the pinnacle of consciousness in the manifestation of the 3D world. You go from being all of that with a God-given right to freedom, happiness, pursuit of whatever it is. You go from that to, you're basically descendant of a cockroach. You're lucky to be here. And also you're destroying this very finite world that, isn't cyclical, can't rebuild itself. So now we need to sort of punish you for breathing. And this is an extreme version of what I think they're doing to us. But I'm saying it's the polar opposite of what we believed before, which was all the stars, everything in the sky rotates around you. You are at the center of this creation, and this creation was built for us. That's a very polar set of worldviews, and you'd be surprised how much that affects your psychology of fellow man, your psychology of the earth. It really does change a lot, moralistically, everything.
Right. Yeah. I could imagine. That makes sense.
I mean, that's the truth, regardless of whether it's flat or round. This is what we're dealing with, two extreme worldviews here. Right, so it's in their benefit if they want to control you, they want to control what you believe. They need to also control what your history. They need to control what you believe, to be. You don't know where you're going if you don't know where you're from. So it's important that they control all aspects to be able to control you completely, take away your freedoms, because it's God really that has given us the law system. It's in God's name that you have your rights. So the biggest thing standing in the way of complete dominance of mankind is God. Now, whether that's a religion or whether you're religious or not, it's the same thing. The belief that you just, manifested in from nothing. That's the baggage of the heliocentric model.
Right. Thank you
But
for
I also want to
explaining.
backtrack all of that. And the reason why I didn't want to go into this is because this is very loaded and personal. Ultimately, the reason why most of us are here is because the earth, as we experience it, is not curving and it's not spinning. And people who believe it's a ball have to have faith in interpretation of the stars. And we're just here to say that's not logical. We're going to use empiricism to establish the ground beneath our feet, and we establish it as flat. We don't need any philosophy to come to that conclusion, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I appreciate you answering my question. I know you were a bit hesitant initially, but well, I'm interested in listening. I know maybe some people are not. Um um when did you
This might be a
guys?
good Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, when did you guys come to the realization that the earth was flat? Like when did you realize, or what was like the piece of information that convinced you, if there is like one thing? Or
Will it be different for everybody? I'd say for a lot of the people here, it was recognizing that the globe comes down to three claims: the Earth is curving, the Earth is spinning, and that there's a vacuum in the sky adjacent to our atmosphere. Now, all three of those claims can't be substantiated with evidence. Like I said, there's no way to directly measure the curve of the Earth, and there's no way to directly measure the spin of the Earth. And there is no way to justify that you can have a vacuum next to an open system called, what we call the atmosphere. Once I realized all of the claims of the globe violate the laws of nature as we understand them, the gas laws, the energy laws, the geometry, laws within geometry, for example, then that was it for me. It wasn't even like I was convinced. It was like I'd been woken up from this ridiculous idea that I'm not smart enough to figure this out myself.
Mm. Well, that must have been life-changing.
Yep, I learned how to use critical thinking for the first time, and I put that down to the flat earthers that I was talking to, because they made me stop with the rhetoric. They made me stop just repeating this shit that I was reading and hearing, and actually ask myself a few questions. Is this consistent with the laws of nature, the globe, that is? And the answer is overwhelmingly, in every single aspect, no.
Mm.
So how did they do it? How did they convince us? I think what helped me realize as well was how they made the globe. They made the globe by having a look, by taking what we see in nature in terms of like observations of perspective, long distance, how the sky works, how things converge in a distance, and they built a globe off perspective. So
Wait,
they
sorry.
actually built a globe that would match your observations. So they'll tell you, a boat going over the horizon is about where the geometric horizon, the curve of the Earth would be. But no, they built that globe to match the fact that at a certain point, your limit becomes obstructed, and then, things will converge together, and you will get what appears on some days as a bottom-up disappearance. So what I'm saying is they built the globe through backwards engineering, based on what we see in perspective.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time following this part. When you say that they built the globe, what are you referring to specifically?
The heliocentric model.
Okay.
So are you aware of how the heliocentric model came about in the first place?
I don't think so.
No, that's fine. Well, just to give you a very quick sort of very, very up top view, they're basically taking observations of the celestial, what's happening in the sky, including the sun rays, and they've basically made a model to match what we see in the sky. So we have the observations of the sky. The Earth is flat in the ancient days. The sky works the way it does on a flat Earth, but then they took those observations and they also incorporated why things, for example, disappear in the distance, using the numbers in perspective, that we understand why things converge, why things would disappear, why things shrink. And they built a globe that would match those observations. So they say that the globe predicts the celestial events. Well, what I'm telling you is these were already predicted on a flat Earth, but they built a ball that also matches those predictions. So there's an equivalence here. The sky can work on a flat Earth and on a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe another flat earther wants to jump in if anyone's listening who thinks they can sort of help explain this a bit better, but I'm getting the feeling you're not quite grasping what I'm trying to explain.
I kind of get it. I kind of get what you're saying. But I haven't. Have you reached the point? Maybe that's not what I'm fully grasping yet.
Yeah, the whole point is, the question was, how did we get our globe? And the answer is, they backwards engineered the ball and gave us the radius, the circumference, to match what we observe in the sky.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I think just to sum up what you were explaining was that the flat earth already existed, and like all of the math and everything already existed based off of the flat earth. And so they took all of those existing like measurements and stuff and like built the globe based off of that. Is that what I'm understanding?
It's sort of, but replace math with the observations within perspective. You know,
Okay.
the
Yeah.
fact that things in the sky like the sun will drop on the horizon at a certain rate. The fact that things like a boat going away from you from the shore will converge into the horizon at a certain point, right? These are things that are understood on a flat earth and can be explained on a flat earth, but the globe present them as this can only happen on a ball, when in reality it's in the sky and observation perspective. It works both ways. Like, it could just be perspective, the way that we observe depth, for example. Depth perception, the same math is used to determine how things would converge into a point. The same math is used within the globe. You'll see the same numbers because it's a similar position and a similar rate in which things would disappear into the what we call the horizon. So what I'm saying is, there's an equivalence, whether it's flat or globe, the sky works on both. So the sky isn't a unique argument for either model.
Right.
Not that there's a flat Earth model, but for either conception, the sky
Right.
would work the same, is what I'm saying.
Right. Okay.
So that's how we got the globe. We got the globe. They backwards engineered what we already had, basically. So the globe model works, is what I'm trying to tell you. The reason why the globe model can work is because it is accurate to our perspective.
Mm-hmm. So then what's the argument for when someone presents the same like thing but from like the globe perspective, when they're like, oh well, you just took that, like those numbers, but it was based off of the globe first? Like what's the
What's unique to the flat Earth
mm,
in terms of evidence? Yeah, I'm glad you asked. That is the right question. Great question. And it's measurement, direct measurement and observation. The Earth is supposed to be curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which means at a certain point, the Earth is blocking whatever it is that you could see. As it goes away from you, it will be physically obstructed. Now, if that's the case, there aren't enough atmospheric effects to cover the fact that we can see, 10, 20, 30 times what we should be able to see. And we've got observations with lasers, with infrared, where we're minimizing the atmospheric conditions and refractive effects. We're basically hitting targets that debunk the globe model. So we've got direct measurement and evidence. We've got empiricism. That's what's unique to the flat Earth position. Whereas the globe, you don't have any direct measurements. You can't demonstrate that things disappearing in the distance are physically blocked by the Earth, because now we have high-powered cameras. We can just zoom in and bring that sun up from the horizon, or bring that ship back into view.
Mm.
So what do we have that's unique? We have measurements. We have direct measurement. And that's something the globe don't have.
Mm.
Now, as a logical person, if you're going to make a decision, you must take direct evidence over inference, especially if that inference can be interpreted on both models. So to pick the globe, knowing full well that the only unique evidence is a flat Earth, in my opinion, is illogical. So what I'm saying is, once you're aware this is the case, to pick the globe, I believe, is now a belief system. You've chosen it like a religion.
Mm.
And that's your burden to prove. If you want to go around telling people the Earth's a ball, well, and you have no evidence, then that's an argument that isn't logical, in my opinion.
Right. That makes sense. What did you say about like us having better cameras now? I forgot exactly what it was that you said. Do you remember?
Yeah, I said now that we have high-powered zoomed cameras, the Globers used to say, oh, a ship going over the horizon is due to the curve of the Earth, right? I'm sure you must have heard that. I was taught that in school. But now we have high-powered cameras. We can zoom into that ship and we can show you and demonstrate to you that it isn't physically obstructed by any hump or hill, which Earth curve effectively would be in that situation. We can demonstrate to you that that's just the limit, the angular resolution limit of the observer. But when you zoom in with a camera, it's like moving the observer forward. And once you do that, you open the angular resolution. And now all of a sudden that ship is coming back into view, raising what, this is just how you're interpreting it, but looks like it's coming back from under the horizon.
Yo, Brother Roots, I posted a GIF in the side chat to help along. Sister, you may want to consult with that as well.
Yeah, that's what made me ask the question actually, because I was looking at the GIF of the boat.
Nicely, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Now this should be impossible on a ball, is what we're saying.
Okay.
And if
Gotcha.
Earth truly was a ball, there would have to be a physical obstruction. Well, where is it? Because we have observations that, like I said, 20, 30 times further than we should be able to see.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because remember, you can't just say the Earth's too big. They said that the Earth is a specific size, and it has to be that size, which means 8 inch per mile squared on a local scale or thereabouts has to be correct. If it's not, the whole heliocentric model falls apart because all of the planetary motion is based on this size of the ball.
Right.
So they're cornered. The Globers are cornered with their 8 inch per mile squared calculation. And if they refute their own size, 8 inch per mile squared, they're actually refuting the whole model.
Right.
So that's where they don't have a working model. It doesn't work because it doesn't match what we observe in nature.
Right. Yeah, sorry, I'm not too good with like processing all the mathematics and things like that. But like basically, is it like if we had a really, really good camera, then we should be able to see everything like on the horizon?
How big would it all look?
What do you mean?
You said if we can see everything, it'll be on the horizon. How big on the horizon should it look? And won't a blade of grass get in the way?
I don't know. What are you asking?
You said you should be able to see everything. What does that mean?
Well, I'm asking if we would be able to. Like, is that correct? Is that like
No, no.
Are you
There's a
are you
lot of globers who go ahead. If is that a flat earther? Is that
you
yeah?
still
There's a lot
believe
of
flat Earth?
yes.
Really?
Just listen. Yeah, just listen.
In this
So there's a
century? In
yeah.
this
Listen, there's
in
a
this era of
misconception,
AI? In this era of AI? In this era of
my friend.
exploration?
I don't understand what you're trying to say, but just listen, catch up to the convo, and maybe you can get involved. But there's a misconception from globers. They believe that if the Earth was flat, then we should be able to see forever, and that is what I would say is the biggest misconception that people struggle to get their head around when it comes to long distance observation, because we can
okay?
show and prove and demonstrate that you can't see forever.
Okay.
On,
Yeah,
on,
I'm
on
glad you mentioned because that's exactly what I was trying to ask. Like, I don't know who it was that got defensive, but that's exactly what I wanted to understand if I got it right or not.
Yeah, well,
But
we get
yeah,
a lot
go
of
on.
the brainy types who come in, and these conversations can be very advanced. But from sort of the basic idea, we know and can demonstrate you can't see forever over the atmosphere, through the atmosphere. There is multiple reasons. You have you have all sorts of things like refraction, turbulence, where the thickness of the atmosphere is just compounding. You can see this because you have something called opacity on your weather report. So on a specific day, you'll have more opacity. The weather conditions are clearer, and you can see further on that day. Right, and then on some days, the weather conditions will give you a low opacity. Opacity, so you won't be able to see as far. So no, the misconception of light can travel forever and people can see forever is because they believe in space, and they believe that light is coming from 93 million miles away, and that is something that you have to believe in order to have your heliocentric model. And that's another thing we would say you can't demonstrate that. That's illogical, because we experience the reasons why you can't every day, why you can't
Mm,
see forever, why light can't travel
but
forever.
but
Light itself will absorb into its medium. So
I
when you
just
shoot
wanted to
light across
clarify
the
though
earth,
that
yeah,
like if we take all those factors away and let's say I had like supervision, right? And I'm just wanting to make sure that I understood
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. You can see then. And what
Okay.
size should everything look like on the horizon?
I don't get why you're asking that.
Because you won't be able to see it anyway.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
because of the angular size things we mentioned earlier. Remember,
Mm,
things get smaller as they get further away from you. So eventually, even though you might
oh,
be able to resolve, the object itself will be too small for you to resolve. And
okay.
to be able to distinguish between objects that are next to it, for example, everything merges into a point.
Oh, okay,
That's just
okay.
depth. That was the depth perception I was mentioning earlier. There's
Oh,
a
okay.
certain rate in which objects will converge together, and that's through depth perception, the way we perceive things in the distance.
Okay.
Mic
That
check.
makes
Am I
sense.
coming through?
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Mic check. Thank you, brother. I just want to throw in the vanishing point. That is something that exists. It never goes away, no matter how high we get, how far we go. The vanishing point always exists, and that's the place where, as Brother Roots is saying, objects will dissolve off into and vanish as they get further and further away from us.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
But you already knew that because you grew up alive and human, and you know what perspective does, and that's it.
I mean, if you took art class, you will have been taught this. You will have been taught that you need to draw things in proportion to this rate in which things do seem to shrink. It's just they don't teach this in geometry anymore. They don't teach this in science. They only teach this in art because you can't make a convincing landscape picture without that knowledge. But where that knowledge is useful, i.e., being able to determine whether we live on a globe or a ball, in that context, they don't teach you that because they want you to believe these phenomenon or these observations are doing what they're doing because the Earth is a ball.
Right.
But actually, the foundation of science, like laws of nature, there are laws of perspective as well. And one of the laws of perspective is some of the laws of perspective are some of the things we've been telling you about. So the globe is going against what, like I said in the beginning, the globe goes against the laws of nature and perspective. So the
Thank you
globe's a
for
big contradiction.
answering my questions. I'm very curious.
Yucky. No
Did
problem. Well, thank you for being patient and listening, and I really hope that you keep coming back to hear some of the debates that we have.
Yeah, I'm very interested. I always have an open mind.
one of the things you can also look up is NASA's annual budget. Check it out. Pretty good reason for them to lie about a ball.
Okay. I'm curious though. So like I live in Canada, and like we've traveled to Vietnam twice because that's where my family's from. And one time we went like the eastwards, the eastern route, like to Toronto and then to Vietnam. But then another time we went the western route, so to Vancouver.
How do you know?
Well, I saw it, I guess, or at least I thought I saw it.
You didn't memorize the ground from the airplane.
Then, well, my question is that if it wasn't that, then what was it like? How was the route there? Both times.
Whatever route they fly in, they all fly in the same route.
There has to be like an explanation.
Yeah, it's so planes don't crash into each other. They're controlled. There's like a highway in the sky they follow. Flight corridors, they're called.
Yep, he's right, and they take into account the wind channels. So they calculate the best flight to conserve fuel. But if you're asking about east and west would still be a circle on a flat Earth. The fact that you can go east and return relatively close to where you started is just a acknowledgement of the cardinal directions based on a magnetic north, right? You would still get east and west circles on a flat Earth.
Oh, I think I can imagine it.
Yeah, as long as you acknowledge magnetic north would be the center, then yeah, east and west would just be a great circle around a central attractor.
What are there other beliefs like when one rejects the globe model? Like, are there other alternatives besides the flat Earth?
Well, flat Earth isn't really a model or a conception. That's what's beautiful. A lot of globers will tell you that the flat earthers have a model. No, we don't. Flat Earth is a general term as an opposition to the claim that the Earth is curving and spinning. So there's plenty of flat earthers who have their own ideas of what Earth could be, but ultimately,
Oh,
what unites us all is as flat earthers is that we just recognize that the globe claim is it's just not demonstratable. It's just not evidenceable.
oh, okay, gotcha. Mm, I could see how that could cause a lot of misunderstanding as well.
It does, and the globers take advantage of that, right? And they'll present their ideas as this wouldn't work on the flat Earth model, and then they'll present to you their interpretation of how a flat Earth would work. And that's the bit that people don't really understand. That well, where's the data for this model? There isn't the data needed to create the model. So what they've got is a straw man or a false interpretation. So then people see that and go, oh, well, look, that doesn't work on the flat Earth model, right? Not knowing that actually that isn't a representation of a flat Earth model. So the problem with the idea of a model is you need to be able to verify all of the data, and you need to be able to, understand what's going on in the sky. And I think that's where the problem lies here. You're not going to be able to, and we're not freely able to, and nobody in the grand scheme of the world is working on getting this data.
Mm.
So all we can do is be honest with you, and what we can test and what we can show is that the Earth isn't curving or spinning anywhere.
I appreciate it. Um, so earlier when I asked when you guys realized, and you mentioned that there were like lots of factors, but emphasized on, well, I don't know if he emphasized it, but I remembered it that it was like very life changing. In what other ways after that did the realization impact your life? Like once you had woken up, how did that impact the way you saw things afterwards outside of the globe?
Yeah, good question. For me personally, it was the realization that a lot of the decisions and conclusions I'd come to in life were pretty much emotional decisions based on trust and faith and belief. So,
Mm.
I was able then to start looking at other subjects that I had a lot of assumptions in and started to notice patterns in other subjects. There are other things that we just take for granted
Mm.
that are in a similar situation where there's actually no direct evidence. There's a lot of interpretation, but
Mm.
actually no way to prove. And you'd be surprised, these are fundamental ideas that have shaped our society from what we consider the beginning.
Wow.
So I would say this is a doorway to logical thinking and critical thinking and logical reasoning. If you apply that into your own inner monologues and your own inner ideas, you'd be surprised at how many other things you can do this to scrutinize and break down, decode.
Yeah, I can imagine that it can be like even scary for some. And if it's so scary, I can imagine why people would want to reject that as well, because it like links
Yeah.
into so many other things. Um,
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head as to why so many people don't sort of pursue the knowledge, because at first it is a bit scary. I'm not going to pretend it's not. it'll lead to some sort of existential crisis. But that's just the initial shock. Do you know what I mean? You very much adapt to the idea and realize that I'm not going to make decisions based on just a majority anymore, or because it's acceptable.
Yeah.
You start to realize you're in a culture, which is the root. The root word is cult there, and you start to realize other things about this culture that we live in and how we treat anybody who goes against mainstream narratives. And then you start to look at history and realize, wow, like, we've really kind of let ourselves into a situation that, we don't have much control over our own lives, etc., etc. So, you can grow and start to just take power back in your own life, even if
Yeah.
it's just your own mind. I think
Yeah.
that's important, and that can help you in your career, my friend. I don't know what you do, but once you've got critical thinking, it's yours to keep, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It can go really deep. Mm, do you feel comfortable sharing, like, what were the other fundamentals that it impacted? If not, it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, I'm happy to share, but I don't want to have a discussion on them because I want to respect this room. This room is for the flat Earth discussion. But happy to share. Yeah, there's the same sort of parallels going on with the food industry, the education industry, the medical industry, history, archaeology. It's all connected. So yeah, note those things down or take your time to have a look. But yeah, we're gonna respect the room and not go into detail on those things.
That's fair. Thanks.
Another Canadian about to become a flat earther. Let's go.
Oh, does it say that I'm from Canada?
No, you mentioned it earlier that you're from Canada.
Oh. Forgot what I was gonna ask.
It's something actually worth mentioning because shout out to Canada, the CN Tower. Perfect example of a tower that you can go up the elevator and watch the horizon go out further away from you. The vanishing point, that distance, it increases as you go further up in elevation. You ride that tower all the way up to the observation deck, and what do you see? A further vanishing point than when you started off at ground level.
Mm. So, I know you weren't going to go into detail about it, which is fine. But I would like to know, since like waking up has impacted so many aspects of the way you think, and so deeply about like these other things that we were taught. Like, how do you feel right now? Like, since waking up and realizing all of these things, like, do you feel free? Do you feel like more grounded, more secure, or like how does it feel?
I'd say I feel more aligned with the truth, more realistic in my expectations, more honest in my approach, and more genuine in my pursuit of like truth.
Mm.
I mean, interpret that how you will, but you know, it's definitely pointed me in a better direction than I was before I came to these conclusions.
Mm.
You know, I'm a much better speaker. I'm a much better. I actually understand how to attack and defend positions, debate. So yeah, I can't really. I'm going to be honest with you. My life has only improved since coming across this critical thinking that I'm telling you about, and it's helped me in my career. So yeah, I'm less
Wow.
emotional.
A
I'm
lot
happy
less
to hear that.
emotional, right? The truth is the truth, regardless of how you feel about it, plain and simple. Not being, trying to attack the question you're asking, but simply constructing and observing the fact that the truth, again, it stands its own test, runs its own merit. It doesn't need you or I to feel good about it. It just stands there because it's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's interesting that the truth speaks for itself, and you get to a point where you don't even need to defend it anymore. It just is what it is. But obviously, everybody, interprets things differently, and not everybody will come to that conclusion. But that's not your problem. Like, true, it is what it is. Do you know what I mean? Earth is measured flat. We can say that with pure confidence, and we don't need to get defensive if you disagree.
Mm.
Just is.
All right.
Now,
So
Now,
Mhm.
whether you take that on or not is up to you. Whether you want to confirm that to yourself is completely up to you. We've
Yeah.
done our part. We've told you what we know,
Yeah.
and now hopefully you will go on and enjoy, proving this to yourself one way or another, and enjoy the fruits of being able to, gain the confidence to answer this question, because most people don't have the confidence to do it.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, actually, I was gonna ask something re- regarding that as well, because I was in the vegan channel earlier, and like I kind of asked them what, like, I guess what the point of the channel is, and they said that they wanted to like better the earth, and convince people to be vegan. Um, and so they continued by doing exactly that, right?
So don't you
Um,
think eating the earth is bad for the earth if you just keep eating the grass and the trees and the shit like that? Don't you think that's bad for the earth?
and so when I got to this channel, I also wanted to understand because like I've never been here before. And so like someone told me that it was to stream and debate. But are you guys also interested in convincing people, or is it more just like informing?
We'd like to encourage people to make up their own minds by putting on their critical thinking skills, right? And analyzing both sides of the argument and working it out for themselves, right? Because it's kind of dangerous, I think, for humanity when people just blindly believe everything they get told. I think it's very important that people stay alert, right? And realize that they have their own capabilities to think for themselves. And logic, right? We teach people to think logically. We encourage logic in here. And we encourage empiricism, right? Empirical evidence rather than just believing in things that they can never test or never verify. So
Mm.
it does wake people up as a byproduct
I
of
can't I can't speak for anybody else here, but I can tell you one thing. I'm definitely not in the business of convincing anybody of the truth. It's, as we say, observing the truth for what it is. I can't convince anybody of anything.
Mm.
Yeah, like we're convincing people that critical thinking is important, convincing people that logic's important, maybe in that sense, but not trying to convince people that the Earth's flat, right? Everybody already experiences the Earth as flat and stationary in the first place, right? It's just that some people have been brought up and told that everything that they experience is the complete opposite of what they experience, and that you can't trust your senses, and you just have to believe everything that we tell you.
Mm.
And if you don't, it's unpopular. And you're a tinfoil hatter or something like that, or a science denier. Right? We're trying to encourage people to not just blindly believe everything they get told.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a great point, DJ. I like to let people know the actual true state of what they believe, because most people, you ask them sort of what evidence do they have, and they say science, and that they don't know what they're talking about. So at the very least, we get Globers to actually, pass these ideas out and realize their foundation or their cause of why they believe that. And it's usually just down to faith and belief into the authority, or the model. And if they understand that and they still choose that, then that's fine. They can be a Glober, but at least now they know why they believe it, right? So at the very least, we're helping people to understand why they believe they're a Glober.
What do you imagine? Like, what would happen if everyone agreed that it's not a globe? Like, what is the outcome?
Oh, you'll
And
find
what is
out.
the benefit? What do you mean?
Oh, it means the place is created. That's all. It means that everybody knows there's a creator that made this place, and it's not by accident. And people shouldn't be confused about certain things, whether they have hands or not, stuff like that. I mean, it's obvious people have hands, but we have Globers that come in here that are not sure if they have hands yet.
Sorry,
Sure.
I'm having a hard
Physicists.
time following. I
Look,
didn't
some
quite.
people come in here and they think that they can't know anything. For sure. Right? We can't know anything. And we'd be like, oh, do you know that you have hands? They're like, nope. I don't know if I have hands or not. That kind of logic, right? They've been taught that they can't know anything ever in life.
Well, the guy just said, I listened to him just say that he doesn't know if you have a light switch and you turn it on and off. If it's on, the lights are on. If you turn it off, the lights are off. And the guy asked him if it's off, is it off? And the guy said, he couldn't really answer that question either. Okay, yeah, it's off. It's not making a connection. He said, because there's no such thing as on off, black and white, true or false. And this is supposed to be an engineer that works only in true false statements.
It's crazy. Us appealing constantly to stupid ideas is actually making us look stupid, y'all.
Sorry, I don't get it. I wasn't able to follow. What was the light switch example meant? Like, what
If
was
a
the
light switch is off, is it off?
I guess. Yeah.
Yes would be the proper answer. You're not sure, or and you could test it. Plug a light in. Does the light come on when you turn it off? If it doesn't, or if it does come on when you turn it off, flip your switch over and then write that the lettering was printed on it wrong or something. Or you have two switches in there and you're making a three-way, and either position turns it on and off depending on the opposite position of the other switch.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, but what was the point of mentioning that?
An engineer doesn't know if things are on or off because he's a glober who's so confused he doesn't know that even things are on or off. I wouldn't trust him to walk my dog. Nigger.
I think something that's important, Sharkbait, for you to understand to get what he's saying there is for us as flat earthers, we understand that there's a difference between belief and knowledge. And if you have knowledge of something, it means you have direct experience. It's demonstratable, right? So the example that Professor Triangle is giving you is, there are in engineering, especially, it should be operated in this, definite black or white situation. Either the switch turns the light on or it doesn't. And once you've confirmed that it does, then you have knowledge. Well, even if you confirm it doesn't, you then have knowledge of whether that switch controls that light. Now, what the globe has done is the globe has changed this empiricist kind point of view and has created now a world. Wait a second. Has created a world now where we're trying to make comments on the mechanisms of life, but we're not operating in a place of knowledge. Do you understand? We're using belief to the point where it's now even affecting our engineers from an engineering point of view, where now even engineering, they can't confirm, because of their worldview, the way they speak, they're not able to speak in these absolute, knowledge in that sort of framework. So what he's saying is this global mentality is even affecting our engineers.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
The way they
Always
think.
having trouble.
Because traditionally an engineer should be able to be a matter of a fact, knowledge focused person, right? Because engineering is accuracy. So for an engineer to not be able to do that shows you is what I think what Professor Triangle was trying to expose is just how bad this has got, that even the engineers have walked away from empiricism.
All right. Okay, gotcha.
And please correct me if I got on the wrong end of the stick, Mr. Triangle. So the globe, from our perspective, is a bit like a virus, a bit of a mind virus. It's not real. It's an idea. I've forgotten that term, but there's a specific term that they use for an idea that becomes alive and takes a form of its own. But that's what the globe has become now, like a virus. And because to get to the globe, you need to go through relativity, and relativity is this idea that even though in front of you is, the empirical data, it's actually not that. It's actually something else. So now we can't use science, traditional science, to prove it. You should be able to use science to be able to prove the cause of phenomena. That's how science always worked. But since the globe came around, we now have this new form of science rooted in relativity where, hey, we could just be a brain in a vat. Hey, it could be flat and, but actually really it's a ball. It could be anything now. You know what I mean? Anything could be on the table in that relativistic worldview. So this is how we see the globe as a bit of a virus, which allows people to step away from empiricism and then make claims about reality as if they are equal to the imperialistic claims, which they are not.
What does empirical mean?
Empirical would be raw, immediate, directly experienced data.
Okay.
So you can empirically prove that heat boils water. You can run an experiment and you can control certain variables to prove that every single time, once you apply a certain amount of heat to water, depending on the location, you'll get a boiling point, right? That'd be an empirical. We have empirical data on that.
Mm.
And we would also argue we have empirical data that the Earth isn't curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Mm.
That's directly manageable, directly observable and repeatable. That's why it becomes empirical. It works every time.
Makes sense.
Have you, Sharkbait, have you seen any of the good flat Earth channels on YouTube and documentaries?
No, I haven't.
Okay, I'm going to share with you our home Discord server. There is a lot of good data on there, empirical data, documentaries, books. Yeah, lots of work on there, all categorized. So if you've got a question, you can just go to the subsection and find videos, PDFs, and stuff related to that topic. Because it's really hard to research flat Earth. So yeah, I'm going to show you a link to that so you can. But there's a couple of good documentaries in there that I would recommend as well. So I'll put that in your private message as well.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, it's just really hard to research flat Earth because they don't make it easy for you to find good flat Earth content creators. They'll be at the very bottom if they even show up on your search list. So yeah, have a bit of help to get through the noise.
Mm. Oh, well, thank you.
For some reason, I can't add you as a friend, so you may need to add me first, and then I can share with you the links.
Oh, yeah. Maybe if I sent you a message first.
Well, it says you're not accepting friend requests, but it also says I can't message you because you're not a friend.
Okay. Yeah, I just tried sending you a message and it didn't work.
Yeah, it's all right. You've added me now, so yeah, there's our channel. And if you go down to the bottom of that channel, you'll see all the subcategories. You know, even anything you can think of really is on that list. But there's a lot of experts mingled in there. You know, a lot of the guys like the videos where, you know, an archaeologist or a pilot or, you know, a scientist comes out as a flat earther. So it's
Wow.
always good to have scholars, you know, that are explaining these points. It just does something to the brain because they're a scholar. You automatically take their opinion, which you should. I think, you know, they should carry more weight. But yeah, there are plenty of experts in their own fields who are flat earthers as well.
Wow. Thanks.
And if you do end up realizing that the Earth isn't a ball and accepting that the Earth is as we see it and it's presented. My suggestion is don't go telling the whole world before you've got a grasp of the idea, because especially people who already know you will they'll push back, and it can be quite a painful discussion with friends and family. Definitely worth getting a grasp of it and getting a confirmation somehow yourself before you start speaking about it, because a lot of people do that. I think that's very dumb.
Mm. Has that also been your experience?
Oh yeah. I mean, I found out this, probably 12, 13. I mean, probably more like 15 years ago now.
Oh,
And
wow.
when I first woke up, I started telling everybody. If
Mm.
if I had a flat Earth T-shirt and hat and leaflets, I'd have been out there. But that was a weird time of my life.
Yeah.
But I learned from that, and I was lucky that I did manage to convince quite a few people close to me, at least to look into it. And then over the years, they've gone on their own journeys. So yeah, but I know a lot of stories of people who, they were talking about it before they were ready, and then all of a sudden they've been, publicly embarrassed in some way and not able to sort of defend themselves correctly, because it's obviously dealing with very technical and get into technical subjects.
Mm.
Sorry, I have a question. Is it shame to believe that the Earth is flat or something like this? Why is someone embarrassed because he believes that the Earth is flat? This is not a sin or mistake.
But
Yeah, people try to attack people for being flat earthers. There's been people calling up flat earthers workplaces, trying to get them sacked.
really? Wow.
Yeah,
That's
people call the
crazy.
police on activist flat earthers who are out there speaking to people on the street, and because they're speaking to a couple of young people, they'll send police over. There's a lot of abuse online. Most people, if you go talk about this in normal social media, most people will start abusing you. I mean, they'll try. They may try, but that's pretty much the group think, sort of sheepish playground activity you experience when you go this far against the mainstream narrative.
Mm.
And I only say a warning to those who, are fragile. I mean, some people are so built for this shit that they do not even give, the slightest, they don't care how people judge them, but most human beings are quite fragile, and eventually they start questioning themselves if the majority of people around them don't agree with them. It's quite natural to do that.
Yeah.
I have a question
But
to.
my point is, once you understand the actual point and the arguments, you'll realize it's not even a debate. This is about empiricism versus a belief. The globe is a belief, and if you choose to believe it, we can agree to, I don't want to believe it, thank you. As long as we agree and understand that the globe is a belief, then we shouldn't have to argue at that point. You can choose to believe what you want to believe.
Brother Roots just posted an example of not giving a poop what people think. Post in the side chat. Bring it.
Yeah, see now Killian's built for this.
I have a question. Like, what's the point of making everyone believe that it's a globe? What's the point of it?
I don't know.
Money makes the world go round. Money makes the world spin. Money makes you think that you're on a spheroid going through space so they can take the money out of your pocket, taxpayer.
Oh.
And that's just one option. I actually think there's a lot more reasons, and they're all just as important as that.
Wait,
They were,
there's someone in
they
the
were
chat.
gullible. Yeah, they were gullible when they went to college, and they said, if you study really, really, really hard, you can go to space. And they said, well, I'm going to study that. Then they went to NASA and found out that they're drawing a picture of a bolt and giving it to the next guy.
Wait, there's someone in the chat that said shark bait is not us. There are no vegans in here that are flat earthers. What are they referring to?
Nothing.
What do you mean?
One keeps
Yeah,
going on
we
about
hear about those
veganism.
vegans a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
someone's going on about veganism in the side chat. It's kind of annoying.
But I don't get it.
You can like address me by my name. You don't have to beat around the bush. I'm saying it
Yeah.
because there's two divides. It's like, are you saying we're gonna run out of grass? But then we're also saying that we're not on a spear.
Yeah,
So there should be more
if you want to
grass
talk
if we
about,
think
if
about
you
it
want
that
to,
way. But if we
right,
think
but
about just the
everybody
side
else,
parts of like why
right,
veganism they're
yeah,
fighting for it is because of
everybody
conservation.
else knew
We're
that he
not
was
talking
just
about, oh my
joking.
God,
Shut
the
up.
animals, you know.
Shush, hush, hush.
Wait, but why
Right?
did you mention shark bait? Like, what was it that I said about it? This
You
is
didn't
where
say
I'm
anything
lost.
about it. Yeah, we're not talking about veganism in here. This is a flat Earth channel, right? So Supergirl, whatever your name is, down the bottom there, right? Stop talking about vegan. There's a vegan channel. Go talk about veganism in the vegan channel, not in here. Right? You're just shit stirring in the side chat. Right? Everyone could tell that Professor Triangle was just making a joke when he said that the vegans are going to eat all of the Earth. Right? Obviously, that was a joke.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought maybe they were smart enough to figure that one out. Maybe they actually do believe me. Maybe they're so stupid they actually think that's I'm being serious. That's why you got to eat animals. You won't be so stupid.
Anyway, let's take a reset and get it back on track. Does anyone
Is
have a
the mon-
question?
Yeah, I still
Yeah,
have
I
my
have a
question because I didn't get a neat answer. Like, what was the point of making people believe this? Like, what does it change if the Earth is flat or a globe? I don't think it changed our lives somehow. So why would this lie be going around? Like, what's the point?
I don't think that most people are lying about it, to be honest. I think it's been taught for a long time in the education system. You know, people aren't presented with multiple options. Well, because
But my question is why?
Well,
What
why?
does it-
Because okay, so if you need to look back into how did this globe lie or globe theory become mainstream, and once you look into that, then you have to choose whether you want to believe the main story about it. But the main story goes that Pythagoras was the first one to suggest that the Earth could be a globe, right? Not because anyone went and tested it or anything like that, because he believed that spheres were a divine shape and the Earth must have been created as a divine shape. The most perfect shape is a sphere, he thought. So therefore, the Earth must be a sphere, right? And the ancients, right, before Pythagoras, that were flat earthers, came up with a convenient way to map out the sky, and they made the celestial sphere. Okay, and they basically they reasoned because the sky is perceived as a sphere, therefore the Earth must be a sphere. It was through philosophical reasoning, not through empiricism. Okay, and then over time they took that spherical sky model and they reverse engineered it, right, into a terrestrial sphere, which has been mistaken as reality. So that's what the globe is, essentially. It's a convenient
that's not my
coordinate
question.
system. So,
But that's
so
still
who's
question is
lying
not
about it? So who's lying about it? You're
Mhm.
saying why would people lie about it? Who's lying about it? Can you name a single person that's lying about it?
But if you believe, like the NASA, for example, there must be some people they know it's flat and they make
How
the
would they
other
know?
one believe it's a globe.
Well, NASA's not going to space, right? So I would say NASA's lying about space travel. Okay, but they're not lying about necessarily lying about the shape of the Earth. Okay, they're presenting the globe with their fake space footage because they believe it's a globe. So they're showing you a globe because that's what people think that they live on, right? So if they're going to fake moon missions, they're going to show people what they think the Earth is, right? Okay, I don't think they're going up there and that they know if the Earth's flat or a globe necessarily that we can confirm. Sure, there might be people that do know that are lying, right? But who is that? Okay, I think most people that work at NASA genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe and they have a specific job to do. right? They don't know what the people in the next room next to them are doing, right? It's compartmentalized, like the military. It's a government agency. So they have specific jobs to know on a need-to-know basis, and they're not going to space. They're lying about space travel, right? They faked the Apollo missions to beat the Russians in the space race, and maybe for more reasons than that. Okay, and then they just recently faked the Artemis footage as well. So lying about space is different than lying about whether the Earth is flat or a globe.
That still doesn't answer my question. Like, what's the point of saying it's a globe if you know it's flat? Like, what does it change
Well,
for the people?
maybe you believe it's a globe, so you're teaching what you believe that it
I
is.
don't know. I don't know. Me, I don't know. For
Well,
the ease of the conversation, I will say I don't know. But
Ease
what
of
does
the
it change?
conversation.
It doesn't change anything. You already live your life every single day
Yeah,
experiencing.
that's exactly what I mean.
So
That's
you
exactly what I
already
mean.
okay. So if people are being taught that we came from monkeys, right, through and that we're here by accident, right,
Yeah.
right, evolution, Big Bang theory, godless creation, that we're just specks lost in space for no reason at all, flying through this temporary existence, through this giant space vacuum. Right, that's very different to the idea that this Earth could be created, and that the Earth is the center of the system that we live in, right? And everything revolves around Earth, right? Everything revolves around us, and that the Earth is special, right? I don't know if you care about where you live, if you care about truth, if you care about correct information, if you care about critical thinking, or if you're happy that people just blindly believe everything that they get taught from the mainstream. I think that that could be dangerous for humanity. If there are people that aren't good, right, that are in charge of the education system, that are in charge of making these decisions to teach people these things, right, I think it's important to know where we live, right? And that if the information we're getting taught is correct information.
Yeah.
It's important.
My question still stands. Like, why would they do that? Like, just to mislead people? Like, what's the point of it?
Okay, so who's misleading people? Maybe they believe it's a globe, right? I told you they took philosophical reasoning, right? And they thought that spheres were the perfect shape, so therefore the Earth must be a sphere.
What's the meaning for this?
So you think they believe the Earth is a sphere? They're wrong.
Right.
They're wrong.
That's correct.
Okay. So it's not mean intended somehow. It's just they're just
Perhaps.
wrong. They're just.
Well, I can't give you a name of anyone, right, that I know that I can prove that knows the Earth's flat, that's lying about it being a globe. Right, I can't give you a name and then evidence that they're lying. So as far as I know, when you get taught by a professor at university that the Earth's a globe, or your parents are teaching you it, right, or you're seeing it in the movies, right, I don't think that these people are lying to you. I think that the people that are teaching you this believe it's a globe. And the people that taught them that it's a globe also believe it's a globe. Right? They get kids when they're very young and they teach them that it's a globe. Right? When kids will believe anything that they get taught. Kids believe in the tooth fairy, the Easter bunny, right? Santa Claus, the globe, these kinds of things. Right? So most people have never been.
For example, the Easter bunny. Your parents know it doesn't exist. They know. They're consciously lying to you.
Then why do Easter baskets show up in my living room on Easter morning?
Because your parents want to make you happy, I guess.
No, I'm the parent, the grandparent. Why do they show up in my living room?
My point was that kids are susceptible, right? So if you teach kids something at a young age, they'll generally believe it and not question it because they trust in authority. People are just kind of trained as they're growing up to believe what they get taught from a young age. And most people that believe the Earth's a globe aren't lying about it, right? Like if you believe the Earth's a globe, you're not lying about it, right? That's what you were taught. That's what you believe. You've probably never tested the Earth. You probably don't know that much about the globe anyway, right? People just believe it. 99% of the people we talk to don't even know the basics about the globe, right? They just believe it. They've not tested it. They just assume that it's correct.
Maybe I will rephrase my question. What does it bring you in your life to think that the Earth is flat? What does it bring you?
Critical
As we said
thinking,
before.
Yeah. So you don't fall for bullshit, right? You don't fall for you learn to think critically, and it's different for each individual person, right? It probably will. You'll start doing research differently, right? You'll start thinking differently. You'll start living your life differently, and you won't just blindly believe everything that you get taught anymore, right? For example, what happened in 2020, you're probably not going to just get roped straight into things like that and just blindly believe in authority all the time, right? You will unlock your thinking, your critical thinking skills to a whole new level. But yeah, individually, we already experience the Earth as flat anyway, and stationary. So it's not going to change anything like that, right? You're not going to get some lottery paycheck or something like that. You're still going to have to go to work. But, once no flat earther will tell you nothing changes. Once you realize that the Earth is not a globe, changes everything. But you have to go down that rabbit hole to find out, I guess.
What if you were taught to?
What's that? Sorry?
Yeah, well, what if you were taught to that the Earth is flat, as the Earth global?
Right. Well, okay. So if you were taught that the Earth was flat, then there must be some kind of creator. Okay, then you probably didn't come from pond scum and monkeys, right? And you're not here by accident.
Oh,
There must be some type of creator, okay? And you're not lost, right, in some heliocentric space vacuum where you could get killed at any second by some asteroid coming from outer space, like the dinosaurs, etc. There's a whole bunch of things, right? I don't know. I think the world would be a completely different place if people were taught the truth about our reality.
But you never prove that Earth is flat or global. You just observing it, like you never see the whole giant Earth in phase.
Right, but you can test how much, like, there should be curvature locally, right? So just over 10 miles, there should be 20 meters of curvature, 66 foot over 10 miles. If that's not there, then the Earth can't be a globe, right? There should be 266 feet of curvature over 20 miles. If that's not there, the Earth can't be a globe, etc., right? And this has been tested over and over and over again, all over the world, different places, and no curvature can be found, right? The globe
Do
is
you think
nothing
like
more. The
do you
globe
think
is
like all
nothing more than a.
governments they
Sorry,
agree
we got
together?
some.
Sorry.
The governments agreeing together.
All the governments? Every government, like
They
Russia,
all,
Trump,
yeah,
they all agree.
yeah, they share a space station. They share training facilities. They trade with each other every single day. Yeah, they work together every single day. All the governments are working with each other. They all have trade deals, right? So, the Russians and the Americans, if they're such enemies, they're sharing a space station together, right? The Americans go to Russia to do their training, right, to go up into space and things like that. So when it comes to space travel, all of a sudden they're friends, which is interesting.
How did you know
Maybe.
the data is true, is real, and statistics are real?
What statistics? Sorry.
Yeah, are you the statistics? No, the statistics you mentioned before is real. That's like the
Yeah,
curvatation.
the curvature that should be there when we go and test for it using high-powered lasers, using high-powered telescopes, high-powered cameras. The curvature's not there, right? This is being tested for, right? If the curvature was there, then things should be hidden behind the curvature.
Isn't there a story about how the lights travel and is distorted? Could the light be submit to the gravity too? I don't know, but I'm not a
No,
specialist. But
no. Gravity doesn't bend a laser beam over a distance of 20 miles, right? More than maybe like half a millimeter or something like that, if it was true, right? Even according to the mainstream. You could look it up right now. How much would gravity bend a laser beam over 20 miles? It's going to say it's such a small amount. It's just insignificant.
not only gravity, but also the diffraction. When the light go through different density material, it's
Yeah,
change
there's
direction.
there's evidence that refraction, not diffraction, but refraction can cause it to deviate, right? But there's no evidence that light can work in such a way that it just makes it appear like the Earth is always flat when we go out and do these tests, right? There's no evidence that light refraction can make a laser beam hit a target 40 kilometers away consistently, right? Or hit a, we can go do a laser test where we shoot a laser right over the surface of the water and we hit a target, okay, that should be hidden by hundreds of feet of Earth curvature. And then we go and repeat that test again another day. And then we go and repeat it in Canada. And then we go and repeat it in Australia and repeat it again and again and again. And the laser is always hitting the target. There's no evidence that it's completely illogical to say that light would refract in such a way that somehow perfectly guides the laser to the target and hides the globe Earth from detection. Right, or that we could look over a 20-mile lake and see no curvature at all, right? Because the light is refracting in such a way that it's flattening out the globe. There's no evidence that that's possible.
So what is your explanation for why do we stick to Earth, Why do we go down?
Well,
what's the flat earther explanation about gravity?
Gravity, well, we can agree that there's a
Yeah.
downward rate of acceleration, little g, right? Some
Mhm.
people call
Yeah.
that gravity. So yeah, we can agree on that. Okay, but the cause of the effect, right? I don't think anyone truly knows the cause of the effect, right? And we also don't have things to explain, like how can like you guys have to explain how can the oceans of the world all stick to the outside of a spinning globe, right? So you need gravity to do some freaking crazy stuff to be able to have this globe Earth, right? So the globe is spinning through space, right? Spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, and then it's spinning around, orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, and it's also chasing the sun at the same time at 480,000 miles per hour through space, all at the same time. Meanwhile, you have all of the oceans stuck to the outside of this spinning ball, right? That's where on the globe side, you need to have gravity as mass attracting mass, or what some people call the bending and warping of space-time fabric, which is mathematical concepts to how this could possibly work, right? But we don't have that problem. We say that the Earth is flat, right? And to have a large body of water, you need to have a container. Like if you want to have a lake, you need to have a low spot in the land where the water will gather, okay? And it's forming a body of water because you have a container, and then the water on the surface is flat. We're not having to make claims like how like oceans sticking to the outside of a ball, that kind of thing. So what is gravity? We could easily just say that things sink if they're more dense than the air, right? Like a rock, it's more dense than the air, so it's going to sink. If I pick it up and drop it, it's going to sink through the air because it's more dense than the air. The air can't support the rock. Okay, but if that was a helium balloon, then I let go of the helium
Yeah,
balloon.
we go up.
It's going to go up because it's less dense, right? This is called
Yeah.
Archimedes' principle, right? Or specific gravity. So yeah, that's
Mhm.
there's like 80 theories of gravity. So yeah, specific gravity is something that anybody can test, right? Scientifically, why things go up, why things go down. But why is down down, right? And why is up up?
Mhm. Yeah.
That's what it's always going to come down to at the end of that conversation. Nobody knows that, right? Even the mainstream scientists, right? They don't know what gravity is. Newton didn't know what gravity is. Where does gravity come from? What specifically is gravity? They don't know that, right? If you ask Neil deGrasse Tyson what is gravity, he responds saying, "I have no idea. We don't know." So there's a lot of
What
mysteries,
about
right? People don't have
so
everything worked out.
so from your map, which is the closest point that is inhabited and that is near the border of the flat Earth? What would be the closest
Well,
point?
we're not claiming to know that. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? The entire
Oh,
layout
you
of
just say
the
it's
Earth.
flat. You just say it's
Yeah,
flat
flats.
and
Yeah, flat's the
you don't know about
description
the
of it.
border.
Right. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Flat Earth, right? It's not a
But
shape claim. Flat's not a shape. Flat's the description of the surface of the Earth, right? If the surface of the Earth's not curving, then it can't be a ball,
it's
can't
flat.
be a globe,
Yeah.
right? It's just flat, and
But does
nobody
it
has
have a
ever.
border? Like, does it
Maybe,
have a
yeah,
limit?
it could do,
I,
right? look, nobody's ever like look. Let's say we're at the magnetic North Pole, for example.
Mhm.
Okay, and then we turn around 180 degrees and we go in a straight line. Okay, and we keep going, right? We would be going south away from the north.
Yeah.
And if the Earth was a globe, then if we kept going south, we would come back around to where we started eventually, right? We would do a great circle, and that would be a north to south circumnavigation, and that would debunk flat Earth. And that would only happen on a globe. But no one's ever done that. No one's ever just kept going in that direction to see what happens that we can verify. But tons of people have
Nobody
done.
reached the North Pole.
No, you're
There
starting
was
at the
no
North Pole,
expedition.
right? Picture this in
Hmm?
no. Well, the North Pole's a big mystery as well. But look, just focus on this, right? So we're starting in the north, okay, and then we're just going to go south, right? So if we started at the North Pole, and then we went all the way around in a circle, a great circle, right, over the top of the South Pole, and then back, kept going, right? Then you would come back to where you started. That would be a north to south circumnavigation. Okay, if the Earth was a globe, right? But nobody has ever done that we can validate.
Wait, I
So
don't. Sorry, I don't know if I asked this earlier. Forgive me if I did. But what would it look like if we were all taught that it was not a globe? Like, if that was the norm, what would that look
It used to
like?
be the norm. It used to be the norm for a very long time.
yeah, so
But
yeah,
nowadays, what if that
well,
became the norm now?
it's not possible for us to comprehend what it would be like now. I mean, if you
Okay.
look, because history, if you start looking into history, it's very hard to validate exactly what happened in our history. Right? I think a lot of the history that we get taught is very much false. So we don't know exactly, right? Maybe things would be much better.
It was taught
Maybe
early 1900s that the Earth was flat in schools, so it was in public schools that way. They changed it somewhere the 30s, 40s, 50s, somewhere.
Because I have a printed question. Okay, we're drawn to the Earth, but then what's under? And is it drawn like at in the same direction? So it will means
well,
it will
well,
fall.